Chapter 1, The female neighbor knocks on the wrong door. Wait a minute, where's my husband? The pretty female neighbor knocked on the wrong door in the evening after drinking. So the kind-hearted Yang Xiao carried her back to his bedroom and took meticulous care of her all night. This woman is really crazy. If not, I'd better get rid of her quickly. Thinking about the mess the woman made last night, Yang Xiao's body trembled. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early in the morning and there were few people about, he quickly tidied up after his female neighbor and was about to throw her back in front of her own door. Unfortunately, his female neighbor had woken up. Her face was full of frost, her silver teeth were clenched, and she stared at Yang Xiao with murderous rage in her eyes. "You animal, I'll definitely call the police to arrest you." Although she was drunk, she was still conscious and knew exactly what had happened last night. She clearly wanted to resist, and she clearly said no, but her body had a mind of its own. Yang Xiao saw that she had turned her back on him and, pulling up his trousers, tried to turn the tables on her, which made her unhappy. "Go ahead, who's afraid of whom? Anyway, I have surveillance cameras at home, and last night you were the one knocking on my door, pestering me and forcing yourself on me. Even if I were to call the police, I should be the one doing it. You bastard." The female neighbor was so angry that her face turned red and her body trembled. She wanted to bite the bastard to death. She remembered that in order to get a big order, she had gone out to dinner with the client last night, which was unusual, and she had been drugged. Fortunately, the restaurant was not far from home, so while her mind was still clear, she used the excuse of going to the toilet and took a taxi to escape. She never expected that in the end, she knocked on the wrong door because she was too confused, and it benefited this bastard. Seeing that her female neighbor had nothing to say, Yang Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked pleased with herself. "What do you say? Do you want me to call the police for you?" "Shut up. I warn you, you'd better keep this to yourself, and last night, I never came here, or I won't let you off. Hey, at least give me some compensation, right? After all, I gave so much last night. You bastard, go to hell." The female neighbor was so angry that her chest heaved, her fists clenched, and she slammed the door angrily. Fortunately, her husband was away on business, otherwise she would be in trouble even if she jumped into the Yellow River today. Yang Xiao shrugged, looking disdainful. Who can't say harsh words? If you're capable, don't beg for mercy next time. But then again, although this woman has a bad temper, she is indeed very beautiful, very charming, with a great figure and enough breasts to make people think about it endlessly. But now is not the time to talk about women. Yang Xiao still has more important things to do. The high-temperature doomsday is just over 2 months away, and I need to hurry and get ready. Yes, Yang Xiao is a reborn person who has returned with supernormal powers. In his previous life, he only lived for 3 years under high temperatures, and saw no hope. Later, he really had enough of this kind of life, so he instigated a large group of refugees to rush into a rich person's base together, burning, killing, and looting. He took the lead in breaking into the supply warehouse, rushing towards the food like a vicious dog, drinking and eating voraciously. As a result, he was knocked unconscious by a thug who came to help and died of starvation. In the afternoon, he drove to the lottery store. Yesterday, he met with a high-ranking official in private and threatened to expose his corruption and the lives of his family if he didn't let him win the lottery. As expected, he won the lottery and received 220 million yuan after taxes. As soon as the prize money arrived, people from various charities immediately came to ask him for donations. A young man in a suit said in an unmistakable tone, "Hello, I'm from the children's charity." "You now have 220 million, isn't it too much to donate 200 million? Leaving 20 million is enough for you to live a carefree life for the rest of your life." Yang Xiao was not used to being treated like this, so he immediately snapped back, "Haha, are you stupid? Donate the money to you, let you take my money to sleep with young and beautiful mothers? You think I'm stupid? If there was such a good thing, I wouldn't do it myself?" After saying that, he turned around and left, not wanting to spend another second with these well-dressed, sanctimonious beasts. After getting rid of the shameless group, a bunch of bank account managers started pestering him again, winking at him and flirting with him, trying to get him to deposit his money. As everyone knows, most bank account managers are battle-hardened women, young, with good figures, who know how to dress and flirt, and who can talk a good game. He had just finished tasting an exquisite female neighbor last night, so naturally he wasn't interested in these mediocre women. What's more, he hadn't recovered his energy yet. If he had to choose, he would choose a bank with a hot body and a good appearance. Coincidentally, there was actually a client manager with a hot body and a wow appearance on the scene. "This young lady, I'm more interested in your bank's preferential policies. How about we find a place to have an in-depth exchange in the evening? Okay, Mr. Yang, here's someone's business card. We'll contact each other by phone in the evening. The account manager took the opportunity to scratch his hand when he handed over the business card, threw him a flirtatious glance, and smiled like a vixen. Yang Xiao looked at the business card and discovered that the woman's name was Bai Jia, and he couldn't help but smile meaningfully. After leaving the Lottery Redemption Center, he immediately went to the antique street without stopping. According to his past life memories, someone will find a genuine Wu Daozi painting there tomorrow and auction it off for a sky-high price of 300 million. He wanted this opportunity. He went to a roadside stall, the owner of which was an old man with shifty eyes, who didn't look like a good person at all. But the painting was right there, and Yang Xiao saw it at once. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the owner, he pretended to be unconcerned and told the owner, "Boss, I'll take 10 fake paintings." The owner was unhappy when he heard this. "Hey, what kind of language is that for a young person to use? I sell only authentic products, where would I get fake paintings?" Yang Xiao gave him a cold stare and said with contempt, "We are all adults, so let's not say these unproductive things. To be honest with you, my family is renovating recently and going for an ancient style, so I want to get a batch of fake paintings to decorate the place. It doesn't matter if they are real or not, as long as they look good. If you don't sell them, I'll just go to a print shop and place an order." Hearing this, the boss's mouth twitched slightly and he was instantly convinced. Okay, seeing that you are a sincere person, I won't rip you off. The ancient paintings behind me are all a bit old. If you buy a lot, you can pick any one for 21,000 yuan. Boss, that's not fair. How about this, 500 yuan for one, I want 10. If that's okay with you, nod your head, if not, I'll go to the print shop. Seeing that he was not open to negotiation, the boss nodded after a little thought. He hadn't even opened for business today, and being able to generate an income of 5,000 yuan was not bad at all. After all, the cost was less than 200 yuan per painting. The deal was done, and Yang Xiao turned around and left without a trace of reluctance. He then went to the largest antique shop and took out the authentic painting. The shop owner was a shrewd merchant who knew his stuff, and thought that the young man was easy to fool. He offered 50,000 yuan for the painting. However, Yang Xiao held up 3 fingers, and said 300 million yuan, not a dime less. The owner knew he had met a connoisseur and smiled awkwardly. He said, I didn't realize you were a connoisseur too. In that case, I'll give you a real price too, 250 million. After all, we have to bear the risk too. If it's a flop, we'll lose a lot." Yang Xiao thought about it and felt that this made sense. If it went to auction, the handling fee would be more than 10 million, not to mention the weight. He didn't have that much time, so he made an offer of 280 million as a way to make friends, and if there was a good deal in the future, he would sell it to him. The boss thought about it for a while and agreed with a smile. Although the starting price was a bit high, as long as it was operated properly, he could still make a small profit. Chapter 2, Buy one, get one free. That evening, Yang Xiao drove to a 5-star hotel according to the address Bai Jia had sent him. Bai Jia had already been waiting at the entrance, and as soon as she saw him, she enthusiastically walked over and took his arm. "Yang Xiao, you finally arrived, you made me wait." She had dressed up today, with more exquisite and eye-catching makeup. The perfume is neither too strong nor too weak, just right, making people itch to get close. Her long, wavy hair is billowing, her black silk skirt and high heels turn heads. "Oh, sorry, there was traffic, it took a little longer." Yang Xiao smiles slightly. They enter a private room, order a few dishes, and the two begin to exchange drinks. Bai Jia takes advantage of the alcohol, always rubbing against Yang Xiao, intentionally or not. The smell of wine mixed with perfume added to the woman's charm. Seeing that the mood was right, Bai Jia took Yang Xiao's hand and gave a charming smile. "Yang Xiao, it seems like I'm drunk. The room upstairs has been prepared, would you help me go up and rest?" "Sure. There's no reason not to take advantage of a beautiful woman who comes knocking on your door." He's no gentleman. While the two of them were enthusiastically exchanging information about their banking business, Bai Jia's phone rang. "Shoo, it's my boyfriend." Bai Jia was very calm and focused, talking without even taking a breath. After chatting for a while, Bai Jia became a little anxious and quickly told her boyfriend, "Honey, I need to go to the bathroom, I'll hang up first." Then she apologized, "Sorry." Bai Jia gave Yang Xiao an apologetic smile. "It's okay, let's continue talking about the deposit." "Okay." After 2 hours of in-depth communication, Yang Xiao was very satisfied with Bai Jia's service and decided to deposit 20 million yuan to support her work. The next morning, Yang Xiao went to the sales department to buy the last villa in the community. This villa was the most expensive in the community, selling for 58.88 million yuan. It covered an area of 2,000 square meters, had 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below, a garden, a swimming pool, luxurious decorations, and was ready to move in. He was greeted by a very pretty young lady with a super strong figure, who looked familiar. The young lady looked at him intently for a few moments, and said with a surprised expression, "Hey, you must be an owner of our community, I seem to have seen you before." Yang Xiao nodded, "Yes, my name is Yang Xiao, I live in Building 1. "Oh, what a coincidence, I also live in Building 1. "Hello, my name is Su Rue." "What a nice name." Yang Xiao gave a meaningful smile. "Thank you, by the way, are you planning to buy a house?" Su Rue obviously heard the unspoken meaning and, without flinching, brought the conversation back on track. Yang Xiao nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Well, I want to buy a villa." Su Rue covered her mouth in shock and said, "Are you serious?" "No joke. There is only one villa left in our community, and it is also the most luxurious one, priced at 58.88 million. Because it is so expensive, many people don't think it is a good deal, so it has been left empty." "Are you sure you want to buy it?" Su Rue looked at him with a suspicious expression. As far as she knew, Yang Xiao was renting his house, and he didn't seem like a rich man, so where did he get the money to buy a villa? Yang Xiao smiled and didn't explain, but instead logged into his mobile banking app and showed her the balance. A total of 500 million yuan, which stunned Su Rue. When she looked at Yang Xiao again, her eyes were full of envy and tenderness, and her attitude was respectful and very enthusiastic. This is the charm of money. Yang Xiao smiled slightly and asked, "Are there any more questions now?" No, I'm sorry, I just judged you too harshly. I hope you don't mind." "Oh, no, take me to see the existing house." "Okay, brother Yang." Su Rue was so excited that she quickly found the key and showed Yang Xiao the house. The villa was built on a small hill, with a very clever structure, as if it were embedded. The interior decoration was very luxurious and grand. Su Rue enthusiastically showed Yang Xiaoli a tour of the inside and outside of the villa, and asked with a look of anticipation, "Brother Yang, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the villa?" Yang Xiaoli nodded, saying, "It is a bit expensive, but it is really good." Su Rue was delighted. "If you really want to buy it, I can help you get a discount." Yang Xiaoli looked at her and gave a meaningful smile. "I don't really care about discounts, but I want to try the elasticity and comfort of the mattress." "Can you do that?" Upon hearing this, Su Rue froze for a moment, but soon understood what he meant and immediately looked embarrassed. Well, you can try it with your girlfriend and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yang Xiao shook his head. "I'd love to, but unfortunately I'm single and I can't test it myself." "I wish Miss Su were still single." You're joking, Yang Xiao. I'm already married." "You'd better." Not wait for her to refuse, Yang Xiao interrupted, asking, "How generous is your discount?" "Well, I can probably help you apply for a 9.8% discount. How about this? I'll buy the house at the original price, and as for the discount, you can have it all. If you're willing to test the mattress's comfort level with me, what do you say?" This. Su Rue hesitated, secretly calculating the pros and cons in her mind. If she could get a 9.8% discount, that would be almost 1.8 million. If she tried a little harder and got a 9.6% discount, that would be 2.35 million. Plus the commission of several 100,000 yuan from the sale of the house, she could get almost 3 million yuan. This was a huge sum of money, and it would be false to say that she wasn't tempted. It was just a matter of testing the comfort of the mattress with Yang Xiao, and it was something that would earn her money, so why not? Although she might be a little sorry for her husband, she was also doing this for the sake of a better life for the little family, so what was wrong with her? Did her husband not cheat on her behind her back? She didn't believe it. After a 3-second battle of the mind, she successfully convinced herself, and when she looked at Yang Xiao again, her eyes were full of affection. "But how can people trust you? What if you renege after the fact?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "I can give you a deposit of 100,000 yuan. If I renege after the fact, the money will be yours." "Really? Then you also need to state that this money is a voluntary gift, otherwise people won't go along with you." "Okay." Yang Xiao cheerfully transferred 100,000 yuan to her, specifying that it was a voluntary gift. After receiving the money, Su Rui was so excited that she threw herself into her arms, hugging her tightly and saying shyly, "Good brother, today I belong to you. Let's test the comfort of the mattress." Hee hee, let's get started then. After more than an hour, the test results came out, and Yang Xiao was very satisfied with the comfort of the mattress. Su Rui reminisced about the craziness just now, her eyes full of love. Her state of mind had also undergone a great transformation, from playing along at first to now acting out the charade for real, unable to extricate herself. "Mr. Yang, you're amazing." This is the truth, more than 10 times better than her husband. "Still calling you Mr. Yang? Nonsense, brother Xiao." Ha ha ha. Yang Xiao was delighted to have successfully won over one. "Let's pack up and go sign the contract now." "Okay, brother Xiao." Su Rui jumped up excitedly and went to the dressing table to tidy up her makeup. Yang Xiao was a little reluctant to let go, and put his arm around her from behind. The hot breath blowing into Su Rui's ear made her restless. "Stop it, I'm fixing my makeup." "But I still." Su Rui turned her head to block his mouth. "Be good, and after we sign the property purchase contract, I'll come back with you to complete the formalities." "Okay." With that, the two returned to the sales department and successfully signed the contract. After unremitting efforts, Su Rui finally got a 9.6% discount, a great deal. Yang Xiao, on the other hand, was not short of money, but he didn't want to give the developer a bargain, so he paid only an initial deposit of 18.88 million and took it directly. As for the rest of the mortgage, after the end of the world, any repayment he makes will be an insult to the developers. Subsequently, Su Rui accompanied Yang Xiao back to the villa to complete some follow-up formalities. After some in-depth exchanges, Su Rui left contentedly and went back to work. Yang Xiao immediately contacted the decoration company to transform the villa into a doomsday fortress and asked them to come up with a design plan. Soon, the person in charge of the decoration company and the designer arrived. The person in charge was a middle-aged man, while the designer was an old acquaintance, the beautiful female neighbor who had knocked on the wrong door. Yang Xiao's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile when he saw her. "Hello Mr. Yang, my surname is Wang, here is my business card. This is Lu Ruyan, our company's chief designer, especially good at designing doomsday fortresses, so I brought her along." "Oh, so you're Ruyan Didi, I've heard a lot about you." "Humph." Lu Ruyan twisted her head around once, her teeth grinding noisily. The person in charge was unhappy and scolded, "Ruyan, what's wrong with you?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, don't mind, she and I are neighbors and quite familiar with each other, we know each other inside out." "Oh, I see, since you are acquainted, that will make things much easier. Mr. Yang, if you have any requests, just tell Ruyan and she will fulfill them for you." "MMHM." Yang Xiao nodded and told her what he wanted. Heat resistant, able to withstand temperatures of 70-80 degrees Celsius. It should be able to withstand a beating, even if it were a tank. It should have a complete power generation system, such as a generator and solar panels. The walls should be reinforced and heightened, a high-voltage power grid installed, and a lot of spikes welded on, the rusty kind. A deep well should be dug, the deeper the better, ideally to the water-bearing layer. Lu Ruyan also temporarily put aside personal grudges and carefully recorded Yang Xiao's requirements. In the end, Lu Ruyan gave her own quote, "You are asking for too much, the project is large, and it will be completed within 6 months, for a total price of 120 million. Yang Xiao shook his head and said, "No, I'll give you 2 months at most. Then it will cost more, at least 150 million. "No problem, I can pay a deposit of 50 million first. But you must guarantee that it will be completed on time and with quality, or I won't recognize the bill." President Wang quickly said with a smile, "Mr. Yang, don't worry, we guarantee to complete on time and with quality." The two parties signed the contract and paid the deposit. The person in charge got up to say goodbye, and said to Lu Ruyan with meaningful words, "Ruyan, the company doesn't have much to do right now, so why don't you stay and see what else Mr. Yang needs?" Okay. Lu Ruyan wanted to refuse, but when she thought that Yang Xiao was now her biggest client, she had to bow her head. "Haha, that's good, young people have a future, I have high hopes for you." After Lao Wang left, the room was left with only Yang Xiao and Lu Ruyan. Yang Xiao looked her up and down, smiling and said, "Ruyan Dada, I wonder if you would do me the honor of having a drink with me?" "You, humph." Ruyan Dada was so angry that her teeth were chattering, and she kept telling herself to calm down, "This is a big client. I'll hold back." Ha, Mr. Yang is joking, it would be my honor to have a drink with you. Then Yang Xiao opened a bottle of red wine and ordered some appetizers. The two of them drank and chatted at home. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she was obviously a little drunk. Perhaps it was because of the charm of money, Lu Ruyan's favorable impression of Yang Xiao had improved a lot, from hatred to ordinary. I didn't expect you to be so rich at such a young age. Could it be that your family has a mine? Yang Xiao smiled and said, not at all, I'm just an ordinary family's child. Whatever, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and continued drinking. Yang Xiao suddenly asked, where's your husband? Hearing this question, Lu Ruyan was reminded of the night before, and she immediately exploded. Asshole, don't ever mention that again. Ah, I was just asking casually, why are you so agitated? Yang Xiao looked confused. The night before, hadn't she been asking about her husband the whole time? Now he was just asking casually, and the woman was overreacting? Humph. Lu Ruyan gave him a fierce glare. My husband is on a business trip and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you have 2 nights of free time? What do you mean? Lu Ruyan's gaze hardened with murderous intent. Cough cough, nothing, what I mean is, now that you're the chief designer of our home renovation, shouldn't you stay here for a couple of days and experience firsthand what other areas need improving? You dirty rascal, put your filthy thoughts away. Lu Ruyan thought back to that night, her face turning red with anger, her teeth grinding. Yang Xiao blushed, look at what you're saying, did I want to take advantage of you? I just simply wanted to make you work better. Ha, then I thank you for making me work after I get home from work. Lu Ruyan's eyes were like she wanted to eat people, they were terrifying. Yang Xiao shrugged his shoulders, okay, since you said that, I won't force you. Humph, you're smart. Lu Ruyan raised her pretty face arrogantly, showing a look of smugness. Chapter 3, A Financial Genius. In the evening, in the master bedroom of the villa, Yang Xiao opened Taobao on his computer and made notes while browsing for products. There was so much to prepare for the end of the world that his mind was a bit chaotic, so he simply opened the online shopping platform to browse, and recorded whatever he liked, so that he could check for any omissions. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the person who came was actually Ruyan Dada. Yang Xiao was very surprised, and for a moment, he was stunned in place. Lu Ruyan gave him a fierce glare and said in a bad mood, hurry up and open the door and let me in. Do you want the whole neighborhood to see me coming to your house at night? Ah, I'm sorry, come in. Yang Xiao opened the door and let her in, then stuck his head out to see if there were any tailgaters. After making sure there were none, he closed the door. Why did you come? Humph, didn't you tell me to experience the living environment of the villa for myself, so that I can improve the decoration plan? Lu Ruyan replied arrogantly, her heart pounding, then forced herself to calm down and went to the refrigerator for a drink. She had wanted to drink milk, but when she saw the cocktails, she changed her mind because she thought they would give her courage. In fact, she had come here with a cheeky face because she couldn't forget Yang Xiao. Don't look at her shouting and cursing at Yang Xiao that morning, but after returning home and thinking about it carefully, she found that feeling quite exciting, so unforgettable that she has been thinking about Yang Xiao these past 2 days, her heart itching with uncontrollable desire. Plus, her husband's overdraft is serious, and the doctor said he needs at least 5 or 6 years of rest to regain his energy, otherwise he will be completely ruined in the future. So her husband hasn't touched her in half a year, and to avoid her, he even deliberately went on a business trip out of town. This made her angry, so in a fit of anger, she came to see Yang Xiao again. What, you don't welcome me? Ha, of course I do, I can't wait to sweep the floor to welcome you. Humph, you're so flirty. Lu Ruyan gave him a glance, full of charm. Cough cough, just find a room to rest, I still have things to do. Yang Xiao pretended to be innocent, blushed, and slipped straight back to his room. He just didn't lock the door, after all, he had to give the other person a chance. Just as he accidentally browsed to the adult products page, a fragrant breeze came from behind him. The great emperor was lying on his back, breathing in his ear like a fragrant orchid. What are you browsing this for? Can't you see me, a living, breathing beauty? Ha, I'm just afraid you'll call the police. According to you, I'm now voluntarily coming to you, what are you afraid of? Of course I'm afraid that you'll beg for mercy. Yang Xiao turned around and embraced her in his arms. The first ray of morning sunlight shone into the room, and the battle began again. It didn't end until the sun was high in the sky. Since being reborn, Yang Xiao felt like he had endless energy, and the more he fought, the more vigorous he became. If Lu Ruyan hadn't knelt down and begged for mercy, he would never have agreed to end the fight. Lu Ruyan looked at the time and was anxious because she was going to be late for work. But she was exhausted and didn't want to move at all, so she had to call in sick. Strangely, in the past, when she asked for time off, her boss would ask her all sorts of questions, but today, the other person didn't ask anything, just smiled and agreed, telling her to rest well. Lu Ruyan was a little confused. But she didn't have the heart to think too much right now, she just wanted to sleep well. Yang Xiao made breakfast, left a note for Lu Ruyan, and then left the house. He loves tea, so this time he's going to the tea market to buy 10 or 8 tons of it. Qinshang Tea, this is the tea shop he often goes to. The owner's surname is Wang, from the tea province, and his family has been tea masters for 3 generations. His family's home roasted black tea is superb and very affordable. When he was young, Boss Wang traveled all over the country and was very knowledgeable, so he's very talkative and can chat about anything for a long time. So Yang Xiao often goes to the shop to kill time when he is bored, and sits there for hours. He came early today, and there weren't many customers in the tea market, so the shop was relatively quiet. Yang Xiao is an old acquaintance, so he didn't need to be served. He sat down, boiled the water himself, and made his own tea. After the owner finished cleaning, he sat down next to him with a smile and asked, "Mr. Yang, you're really early today." "Ha, I came early to bring you the money." "Ha, then I thank you very much." Hearing that there is business, Boss Wang immediately beamed, poured a cup of tea for Yang Xiao. "What would you like to buy today, Mr. Yang?" Yang Xiao tapped the table lightly and said, "I'll take whatever good tea you have on the counter, including your Zhangshan Xiaochong, Jin Jun Mei, Wild Black Tea, Tiguanyan, and Lao Banjiang." Boss Wang froze, swallowed hard, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Give me your card number, I'll transfer the money directly." "Ah, that sounds quite serious." Mr. Wang felt that Yang Xiao was teasing him, but he still honestly reported his card number. Yang Xiao then made some manipulations on his hand and directly transferred 10 million yuan to him. "Get me 10 tons of good tea, no matter what channels you use, get it all together for me within 2 months. At this time, Mr. Wang was already dumbfounded and almost crashed. This, Mr. Yang, have you been working on some big project recently? You came here so early in the morning and gave me such a shock, my heart can't take it anymore. Go away, stop it, just tell me if it's possible." "Ah, yes, it's very possible, it must be possible. Don't worry, brother, I will get you a good batch of tea." His store had nearly 2 tons of good tea in stock, good quality, and cheap. He would ask friends for some more, and it would be no problem to get 10 tons. Just as the 2 men were chatting happily, a pretty figure walked in. The person was a young girl, very pretty, dressed in professional attire, tall and hot, and it was obvious that she had just graduated from school. Yang Xiao thought she was there to sell insurance, but it turned out that she was in spot trading, currently focusing on international crude oil, but also trading other commodities such as gold and silver. This kind of salesperson comes every day, and Boss Wang is immune to them, waving to send them away. The girl didn't care, took out her business card and handed it to them, with a gentle smile on her face the whole time. Yang Xiao glanced at the card and was slightly surprised. "Xia Yubing?" The girl quickly took over the conversation. "Yes, that's my name. Handsome, if you have any investment intentions in crude oil, you can contact me at any time." Yang Xiao pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Have a seat." Although he did indeed lust after other people's beauty, the more important reason was that this girl was a potential stock. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a financial prodigy named Xia Yubing, who had superb market perception and precise judgment, firmly grasping several major market trends and allowing his clients to make nearly 100 times their money in just 1 month. This incident made the news at the time, making Xia Yubing a hotshot celebrity. Chapter 4, Unfortunately, there won't be a next time. Yang Xiao asked for some additional information and confirmed that this Xia Yubing was the same Xia Yubing. He couldn't help but smile, his mouth stretching wide like a lotus flower. This is a cash cow. If he can help him make a fortune before the end of the world, then he can hoard more supplies. "You just graduated this year? Well, I'm sorry to make you laugh, brother Yang. It's okay, everyone starts out in the newbie village. I do have a bit of spare cash in my hands and I want to make some investments. But I don't know much about commodity trading, so could you explain it to me?" "Okay, brother, no problem." Xia Yubing nodded eagerly, this was her forte. She spoke rapidly and eloquently, spouting some incomprehensible but seemingly awesome professional knowledge. Yang Xiao's head was buzzing as he listened, and in the end, it triggered the passive skill, can't hear in. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. To summarize, it's about buying up or selling down. You predict the market and advise your clients to buy or sell at the right time, right? Xia Yubing nodded, yes. Okay, I'll invest 100 million. Okay, what? Brother, how much did you say you're investing? 100 million. Show me what you're made of. Brother, seriously? Yang Xiao nodded. Xia Yubing's face turned red with excitement, and her body trembled. With such a large investment, she would be able to earn millions in commissions alone. Plus, she would get a rebate on every transaction, and the follow-up income would be immeasurable. This handsome guy was practically her second parent. Mr. Wang laughed and reminded her, brother, calm down. You can't let beauty cloud your mind. Yang Xiao gave him a glare and said, don't worry, I'm very clear-headed right now. By the way, do you want to invest some money too? What if we make a profit? Mr. Wang thought that Yang Xiao was attracted to the beauty of this girl and wanted to woo her. He felt that he could not refuse him at this time. After all, just now the other party had given him a big order of 10 million. So he also agreed to invest 100,000 yuan as a sign of his interest. After lunch, the two men returned to Xia Yubing's company with her to complete the signing and open an account. As a token of appreciation, Xia Yubing decided to treat them to dinner that night. Mr. Wang is a very perceptive person and naturally would not want to be a third wheel, so he ended up not showing up. There were only 2 people left in the private room, and Xia Yubing was happy and had a few more drinks. Brother Yang, thank you for your strong support, I don't know how I can repay you. Yang Xiao smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you don't spend all my money. Xia Yubing gave a charming smile and exhaled like orchid, then, what if I really lose it all? Yang Xiao said seriously, then you can sell yourself to pay off the debt, my family happens to be lacking a little nanny. Giggle. Xia Yubing's smile was so beautiful it was dazzling. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Xiao called a designated driver, and first sent Xia Yubing home before going back to his own home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lu Ruyan. She was dressed in a bathrobe like a hostess, casually lying on the sofa watching TV. She had fair skin, beautiful long legs, and a provocative posture. Isham, I thought you were going to be out partying all night and not come home. How could that be? I'm not the type to stay out all night. By the way, why are you here? Lu Ruyan gave him a fierce glare and puffed up her pretty face and said, if you think I'm in the way, I'll go home right now. She pretended to get up and leave. Hey, how could I ever dislike you? I've been thinking about you all day, and I hope you can live here permanently. Yang Xiao smiled, put his arm around her waist, and proved on the spot that he meant what he said. The next morning, the renovation materials were basically in place, and construction began. Yang Xiao temporarily moved back to the rental apartment. And Lu Ruyan also returned to her own home. Unfortunately, her husband had returned from a business trip and it was inconvenient for her to go find Yang Xiao, which made her very anxious. After much difficulty, she found an excuse to call Yang Xiao, but the line was busy. She never dreamed that Yang Xiao was being seduced by another little vixen. Xia Yubing took advantage of the fact that Yang Xiao was her big customer and often chatted with him on the phone. Occasionally they talk about business, but more often than not they seem to be in a relationship, talking about their feelings. Her current thinking is very simple, she wants to go all out. If she wins, she will become famous and admired by everyone. If she loses, she will sell herself to pay off her debts and work like a slave for Yang Xiao. Either way, she will not lose. Yang Xiao's thinking is even simpler, only children make choices. He wants both the benefits and the beauty. One of the major problems facing the high-temperature end of the world is the lack of water. The rivers have dried up, the earth is cracking, and the crops have failed. So from now on, he is going to stockpile large amounts of purified water. Buying bottled water is a waste of money, because each bucket requires a 50 yuan deposit, which is not cost-effective. So he simply bought a purified water factory and purchased a large number of stainless steel water tanks, making the workers work overtime day and night to produce purified water non-stop. At the same time, he also acquired an ice factory and made the workers produce ice day and night as well. 2 days later, after basically arranging everything at home, Yang Xiao bid farewell to the beautiful women and boarded the flight to leave the country. This time, he wanted to get a batch of weapons, so he found an intermediary to take him to Peshawar, and easily connected with the owner of the weapons store. A brand new AK-47 costs about 1,500 renminbi, and comes with 300 rounds of ammunition. Yang Xiao waved his hand, paid the deposit directly, and ordered 10,000 of them, plus 10 million rounds of ammunition. In addition, there were grenades, RPGs, Barrett, Gatling, Browning heavy machine guns, and so on. The boss said it was difficult, but driven by the power of money, he was able to get things done, no matter how difficult they were. The next day, the boss gathered the goods and the two parties agreed to trade at an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Yang Xiao felt that the boss was dishonest and suspected that he was going to double-cross him. What do you want me to do? You want the goods but don't want to pay? So he went to another store to buy some guns and ammunition, and ambushed the warehouse early. Soon it was time to meet, and Yang Xiao detected through the drone that the boss had quietly surrounded the warehouse. You really think I'm a pushover? He quietly exited the warehouse, spent some time, and used a compound crossbow to silently shoot and kill all the enemies outside, then loaded the bodies into the space. Then he walked into the warehouse with a swagger, looking like he had just arrived. Where's the money? Where's the goods? Yang Xiao waved the suitcase in his hand. The boss pointed behind him at the truck, opened the trunk, and it was full of guns and ammunition. Not bad. I hope we can still work together. Yang Xiao walked over and shook the boss's hand. The boss said with a smile, "It's been a pleasure doing business with you, but unfortunately there won't be a next time." He was about to tell his henchman to do it, when he noticed Yang Xiao smiling at him and saying, "Yes, unfortunately there won't be a next time." Chapter 5, Stocking Goods. Yang Xiao suddenly pulled him, and with one hand, he squeezed his throat. In the other hand, an AK-47 suddenly appeared, and he started shooting directly at the crowd. Da-day. The group of thugs were caught off guard, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were shot dead. The remaining few were afraid to shoot easily, for fear of hitting the rat, and had to find cover to hide. They thought that if they hid, they would be fine? Naive. As soon as Yang Xiao waved his hand, all the miscellaneous items in the warehouse were stored in the space. The bare warehouse was in full view, and the figures of the few thugs were exposed under the muzzles of the guns. Without waiting for them to react, Yang Xiao directly pulled the trigger and sent them on their way. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Xiao threw the weapons store owner on the ground. The owner was already scared shitless, trembling all over, and stammering, "Devil, you are the devil, you must be the devil." Yang Xiao sneered, "You're the devil, aren't you? I won't do anything as shameful as cheating. If I have to do it, I'll do it openly." You. The boss was too scared to say anything. Just then, Yang Xiao's phone rang. It was Lu Ruyan calling. He adjusted his state a bit and answered the phone. A seductive and beautiful voice came from the other end. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Not much, just buying some weapons. But I ran into a shady shop, and the owner tried to rip me off. We just had a fight." "Haha, what's the big deal?" "Hey, it is a big deal if you don't brag about it." "Sorry, I'll stop joking around and tell you the progress of the renovation." "Okay, go ahead." Yang Xiao listened attentively. The two of them chatted for a while about renovating the villa. Lu Ruyan on the other end of the line kept talking non-stop. But Yang Xiao was in a hurry because there was still a black-hearted arms dealer lying on the floor in his diapers. Cough cough, let's talk about inappropriate things when I get back, I still have serious things to do now. If you don't want to talk, just don't. Lu Ruyan threw a little temper tantrum, the kind that was hard to appease. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly whispered, "I miss you," and hung up the phone in a hurry. This woman. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a sudden rush of emotions, obviously aroused. He looked at the trembling black-hearted boss and asked with interest, "Let me ask you a question. Do you think women are animals in the sense that they are only interested in the bottom half of their bodies?" "Huh? What do you mean, huh? Answer the question." The boss nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, women are all animals in the sense that they are only interested in the bottom half of their bodies. As long as you make them feel good, they will go back to their graves and dig their ancestors' graves." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "It seems you are a wise man. Then you should know what you have to do to buy back your life, right?" The boss said with a sad face, I can give you 10 million. No, 20 million US dollars. Please let me go. I have an old man and a young child." Yang Xiao was full of surprise. "What? You have an old man and a young child at home?" Then you have to pay more, otherwise I will send your whole family to the next world to be reunited. WTF? The heartless boss was numb with shock. He thought to himself, how can this person be even more heartless than I am? Where is the kindness he promised? Where is the moral force that he promised? In desperation, the heartless boss paid $100 million to buy the lives of the whole family. However, Yang Xiao went back on his word and, after receiving the money, directly shot and killed the heartless boss, and then stored the corpse in the space. Taking advantage of the night, Yang Xiao directly emptied the black-hearted boss's arsenal. Whether it was the product warehouse, the raw material warehouse, or the production line, he took everything. Then he took a plane to Tokyo overnight to prepare to make some purchases there. After getting off the plane, he looked around and saw nothing but small businesses. He felt that they were all pumpkins waiting to be cut. Because he was willing to spend money, the girl arranged by the hotel was also very awesome. Yang Xiao enjoyed the service while not forgetting to spy on the intelligence, and dug out a lot of useful information from the girl. A few days passed, and he called a few different girls every day to serve him, and finally collected the information he needed. Army bases, air bases, naval bases, police stations, these are all places he wants to avoid as much as possible. Arsenals, major storage bases, major shopping mall supermarket chains, major wholesale markets, these are the places he will visit next. He first went to the Chinese herbal medicine market and purchased a large quantity of assorted herbs. Back at the hotel, he began to get busy. In his previous life, he had met an oldie during his struggle for survival. That guy was a poison doctor who had spent his whole life studying poisons. The old Inbi felt that he was a talent and casually taught him a few tricks. Yang Xiaoxue learned quickly, especially in the art of making drugs. Drugs are low cost and not easily detected, making them perfect for sneak attacks. So this time, he wanted to make a large quantity of drugs. It took 3 days, but he finally finished making enough to use many times. Late that night, he went to the largest storage facility in Tokyo, drugged everyone, and looted the entire storage facility. On the way back, he also took a few large shopping malls. The next day, the incident completely exploded, and news of it was broadcast all over the world. Xiao Rizi's netizens cursed and screamed, posting condemnation of the murderer. It's so cruel, stealing so much. Domestic netizens, however, sent congratulatory messages and words of comfort, hoping that they could let go, as the murderer might continue to steal. Lu Rian knew that Yang Xiao was in Tokyo, so she called him without her husband noticing to express her concern. Xia Yubing also knew that Yang Xiao was in Tokyo, so she called him to tell him that the price of goods might rise in the future, and that he should seize the opportunity. Yang Xiao thought about it and asked, if the oil storage base in Tokyo is stolen, do you think that the international oil price will rise? Ah. Xia Yubing was at a loss for words and confused. That night, the oil storage base in Tokyo was indeed burglarized, not a drop left. Xia Yubing reacted quickly and seized the opportunity to make a fortune. Brother, you are really amazing, how did you know that the oil storage base in Tokyo would be burglarized? Heh, because I drew a circle to curse them. He. The spate of major thefts has caused great panic and indignation among the public. They have demanded that the government solve the case as soon as possible, or else step down and be replaced. The local government is humiliated and has no face to save, but can only promise to solve the case as soon as possible. Bah, it's nothing. Yang Xiao broke into a smile and began planning tonight's operation. Now that the authorities have heightened their vigilance and stepped up their guard, and the self-defense forces have also intervened, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get away with it. So he decided to attack from the east while attacking from the west. In the evening, he used an unmanned helicopter to drop a load of gasoline onto a residential area, and then set fire to the buildings. In an instant, the entire neighborhood was engulfed in flames, and there were cries of anguish and pleas for help everywhere. Soon, the police, fire department, and ambulances arrived in droves, creating quite a scene. Chapter 6, The American. At this time, Yang Xiao arrived at the grain base in the other direction. He drugged everyone and successfully emptied all the food. Before the other party could react, Yang Xiao immediately rushed to the food wholesale market not far away and emptied it all. Before leaving, he set a big fire. He didn't care about Xiaorizi's life or death, and hoped that the fire would spread throughout Tokyo and burn them all. Early the next morning, news of the theft and water damage in Tokyo spread all over the world. Countries around the world sent congratulatory telegrams, gloating and asking how many people had died and how much money had been lost. Thanks to Yang Xiao's divine assistance, Xia Yubing struck decisively and made a fortune. In the following half-month, Yang Xiao gave full play to the wisdom of Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 stratagems, roaming every corner of Tokyo. He burned the imperial palace and looted the museum. He burned, killed and looted, using ruthless tactics. Nearly 80% of the supplies in Tokyo were taken away by him, causing prices to skyrocket and causing panic and fear among the people. As time passed, the case of the missing black-hearted boss in Peshawar reached Tokyo, and the intelligence department soon set their sights on Yang Xiao. Because he was the last person to have contact with the black-hearted boss, the boss has since disappeared without a trace, and the arsenal was also emptied overnight. The situation is highly similar here. So they detained Yang Xiao as soon as possible and attempted to extract a confession through mental torture. However, these petty tricks were nothing to Yang Xiao, who had experienced 3 years of living in the end of the world. After enduring 48 hours of mental torture, Yang Xiao remained as calm as an old dog and refused to confess. In the end, the embassy intervened and the other party had to release him. However, they did not let Yang Xiao off the hook so easily and sent a number of people to monitor him day and night. Yang Xiao sensed that something was amiss. With Zayarizi's despicable and shameless style of doing things, they would probably resort to underhanded tactics to get rid of him. If he didn't run away again, he might end up getting caught. After thinking it over, he decided to go crazy for the last time. He used Chinese medicinal herbs to concoct a highly toxic, colorless and odorless poison that would paralyze the victim's throat on contact and could not be detected by any instruments. Damn you kids, if you want to die, then it's not my fault. Taking advantage of the night, he drugged and killed several intelligence officers responsible for monitoring him, and stored their bodies in the space. Then he quietly went to the water plant and released the prepared poison into the water. A crazed smile appeared on his face, and he trembled with excitement. He didn't feel that these little people were innocent. In his previous life, a large number of little people had been smuggled into the country with the help of pro-Japanese elements, killing and setting fires in coastal cities, raping and pillaging, and experimenting on live people. He had encountered many little people and killed many, but there were simply too many to kill. In this life, he wanted to let these animals experience the taste of being wantonly slaughtered in advance. Before the truth came out, he fled for his life. The next morning, the news that more than 3 million small days in Tokyo had been poisoned spread around the world like a tornado, causing a worldwide sensation. The small days were wailing within the country, and the angry people demonstrated, demanding that the government find the real culprit as soon as possible and do the dead justice. The government's incompetence and repeated excuses angered the people, causing widespread incidents of vandalism and stampedes. This was another wave of market sentiment, firmly grasped by Xia Yubing. Netizens from all over the world sent congratulatory messages, saying that they would send a few thousand paper cranes as a token of sympathy. Some Jingri supporters argued with them, calling them inhuman. Naturally, the righteous netizens were not used to their stink, and immediately fired back, almost drowning them in saliva. What can a mere traitor do to fight us? At this time, Yang Xiao had already boarded a flight to the North American Central Plains. There are a large number of farms there, and the food reserves are abundant, so he definitely won't let go easily. After getting off the plane, he checked into a black hotel and began to work on the drug. After a few days of hard work, the amount of drug was quite considerable, and he was ready to go. He bought a black car and drove to a nearby farm in the dark of night. The farm was very large, so he went directly to the warehouse and drugged everyone, then emptied the grain silos. After that, he drove to the next farm without stopping. He worked like this all night, cleaning out dozens of farms and animal farms in the area. Since it was not advisable to move during the day, he went to the nearest city, found an unlicensed club, and ordered a full service. After relieving his stress and getting a good night's sleep, he went out to commit crimes in the city at night. While the police were searching for the theft gang all over the streets during the day, he had already driven to the suburbs in his black car and went to sleep in the woods. At night, he started to rob nearby farms and ranches again. By the time the farmer called the police, he had already arrived in another city, and continued to the club to order a massage from the girls and rest. At night, he started to rob the city again. In this way, he stayed active during the day and went to sleep at night, robbing wherever he went. He stole in the front while the police chased after him, just like a game of hide and seek. However, he was very cautious and did not kill anyone during the whole process, let alone steal arms, so as to avoid military intervention. The American army is not on the same level as the Japanese self-defense forces, and he doesn't want to get himself into trouble. Although his movements were chaotic, he stole wherever he went, making it impossible to predict his next destination. However, after careful analysis by the intelligence department, they discovered that the killer's trajectory had always been heading east. Thinking about the supplies that had disappeared into thin air before, they had a bold guess the killer's ultimate target was most likely the Great Lakes. However, this inference was so absurd that the higher-ups were reluctant to believe it. The Great Lakes have such a large water storage capacity, let him fill it up as much as he wants. So they missed the only chance to arrest the murderer. A month later, Yang Xiao arrived in Chicago. In order not to alert the suspect, he did not do it in the city, but went to the deserted outskirts by the Lake Michigan at night. It was a dark night, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A huge black hole appeared on the surface of the lake, crazily sucking in the lake water. Since space cannot support life, the lake water was automatically sterilized and disinfected after being sucked in, and only needed to be filtered when needed, which saved a lot of effort. Space also cannot directly absorb living beings, such as advanced intelligent creatures, but it can absorb weak intelligent creatures such as fish. A large number of fish were sucked into the space along with the lake water and died instantly, preserving them forever. The 5 Great Lakes are interconnected, so their water levels were also dropping at the same time. After pumping all night, there was very little water left in the 5 Great Lakes. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Yang Xiao drove away directly to avoid being discovered. While the old American frantically searched for the insane thief on the map, Yang Xiao was already on a flight back to his home country. Chapter 7: Returning Home. Since he had always driven a black car and stayed in a black hotel, without leaving any personal information, it would be a while before the Americans could find him. Alas, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyway, when the end comes, all this will be reduced to ashes, so it's better for me to take it early and contribute to the continuation of the human race. Yang Xiao felt emotional, but kept a smile on his face. Because the strange drying up of the Great Lakes was too big an event to keep secret, it quickly spread all over the world, causing global panic. First, Tokyo lost nearly 80% of its supplies and more than 3 million people were poisoned. Now it was the turn of the major cities, farms and ranches in central North America to be robbed, and finally even the Great Lakes were tragically poisoned. This made many people wonder if it was the hand of God. Some people also took the opportunity to spread doomsday theories in an attempt to create panic in order to achieve ulterior motives. Governments around the world are trying to reassure the public and control public opinion to prevent further panic. Yang Xiao, the culprit, has already boarded the high-speed train back home. After a few hours of travel, he finally arrives at the station. However, as soon as he gets off the train, several police officers surround him. Confused, Yang Xiao is taken into the police station. Who am I? Where am I? He is interrogated by an old police officer and a young and pretty policewoman. The older policeman came over and exerted his authority, saying with a stern face, "Tell the truth. What have you been doing all this time?" "Huh? What do you mean, huh? I'm asking you a question." The older policeman raised his voice, but kept winking at him. Yang Xiao suddenly understood. It must be because the case of the unscrupulous boss had made him a suspect, and Rizao and the Americans had asked for him here. In order to put on a show for certain people, they could only pretend to arrest him. Cough cough, I went to Tokyo and had a few bubble baths, but then I didn't feel satisfied, so I went to North America to find some big horses to play with. The policewoman rapped on the table heavily and asked with a serious face, "What else? Be honest. What else?" "Oh yes, with all the recent events, I feel that it's too dangerous abroad, so I didn't have time to go through the formalities and just ran away." "Is this a serious crime?" The old police officer said with a stern face, very serious. "It's considered smuggling. A fine of 500 yuan or 5 days in detention. You choose." "I'll pay." After explaining everything and paying the fine, Yang Xiao successfully left the police station, and the old police officer drove him there himself. At the entrance to the police station, the police officer looked at the car leaving without saying a word. Then a commanding voice suddenly came from behind, "So, what did you find out?" The police officer saluted him, "Chief Zhao." Director Zhao said with a stern face, "There are no outsiders here, call me Dad. It's time to go to work." "Okay. Tell me about Yang Xiao." Zhaoling pursed her lips and said with contempt, "What's there to tell, he's just a pervert. He ran abroad to get a big sword, but felt that something was wrong and sneaked back. He was fined 500 yuan. "Oh, I see." Director Zhao gave a meaningful smile and turned to leave. In the car, the old policeman handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "I didn't scare you, did I?" "No. Just kidding, he's a ruthless murderer, how could he be scared? Ha ha ha. You're a young man with a good attitude. Alas, I hope you can understand that we are also under a lot of pressure and have to put on a show for others, otherwise we won't be able to hand in our work. I understand, it is the duty of every citizen to cooperate with the police. Ha ha ha. It seems like the two of them didn't say anything, but it also seems like they said everything. After dropping Yang Xiao off at the entrance to the residential area, the old police officer gave him his phone number, telling me to just call him Zhang, and that if I ever encountered any problems that I couldn't solve, I should feel free to call him. He's a pragmatic man who doesn't care what others think. In his eyes, anyone who dares to kill Zayarizi is a hero worthy of respect. Thank you very much. Yang Xiao gave the old police officer a friendly smile and saw him off. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed again. The villa had been remodeled, and Yang Xiao paid the final installment to the construction company. It had been 2 months since the rebirth, and there were 10 days left before the end of the world. The 100 million yuan invested in Xiaoyubing at the beginning had now turned into 15 billion yuan, which was terrifying. Yang Xiao immediately withdrew from the game and withdrew all the money to prepare for the purchase of supplies. He transferred 5 million yuan to Xiaoyubing as compensation and invited her to his home for dinner to thank her in person. However, Xiaoyubing was too tired after working so hard and being on edge these past few days, and needed to rest for 2 days to recover. So she agreed to meet him 3 days later. Yang Xiao didn't care much about this, and in the evening, he fried some side dishes and browsed Taobao while eating to list the goods that needed to be purchased. Just then, the doorbell rang, and it was Lu Ruyan. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Ruyan happily threw herself into Yang Xiao's arms. Her heart was pounding, she was so excited, and she exuded an attractive fragrance. You're finally back, I've missed you so much. Don't talk, kiss me. After they finished what they needed to do, it was only just after 9 o'clock. The two were tired and hungry. They took a shower together, and then had dinner together. Yang Xiao asked, "Why were you so excited tonight?" Lu Ruyan blushed and looked away. "No, nothing, I just want to thank you." "Thank me?" "Well, after completing your order, I can get a commission of more than 8 million. I have nothing to repay you with, so, by the way, what are you doing turning your villa into a doomsday fortress?" Yang Xiao held her in his arms and stroked her gently, smiling and saying, "I have observed the heavens at night and predicted that a major disaster will occur soon, so I am preparing in advance." "Arrogant, if you don't want to say it, just don't." "Well, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not when the time comes. While there's still some time, can you help me decide what supplies to stock up on in preparation for the end of the world?" "Are you serious?" "Okay, I'll help you decide." Lu Ruyan took advantage of the time while her husband was still out socializing to help Yang Xiao compile a list of supplies. Time passed quickly, and before long it was 11:30. The two of them had listed nearly 200 types of supplies. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time, her eyes full of resentment, and reluctantly left. With 9 days left until the end of the world, Yang Xiao began his final spree. With over 15 billion in savings, he went on a shopping spree. He first contacted a frozen dumpling processing plant and asked for 10 tons of goods. The other party thought he was a fraudster and almost called the police. However, after receiving the payment, the other party believed him and happily said that the goods would be delivered within 3 days. He then contacted several other frozen food processing plants and bought hundreds of tons of dumplings, rice balls, and buns of various flavors. He placed orders with various snack food processing plants, beverage processing plants, breweries, etc., according to the list of supplies. Chapter 8, Deliveries. After working for most of the day and contacting everyone he needed to, he drove to the purified water plant and ice plant to empty the stock and tell the workers to continue working overtime and double their wages. Then he suddenly remembered that his car had not been modified for the end of the world and would be inconvenient to travel in, so he bought a brand new Mengsher 3rd generation car and took it to be modified. Many of the roads in the end of the world had melted, so rubber tires were useless, so he asked the master to help change them to caterpillar tracks. After all this, it was already late. Tea shop owner Wang called to say that the goods were ready and to ask where he wanted them delivered. Yang Xiao then remembered that he hadn't received the tea yet, so he sent him an address and asked him to deliver it to the villa. The various types of tea added up to a full 10 tons, and it was delivered in a large truck. After unloading the goods, it was already dark, and Wang wanted to invite Yang Xiao to dinner. It was almost time for dinner, so Yang Xiao didn't refuse. At the dinner table, Mr. Wang was beaming with joy and said, "Brother Yang, I really have to thank you this time. I invested 100,000 yuan and made more than 10 million in just 2 months. Ha, congratulations, but you should thank Miss Xia. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have made that much money. Ha, you're right. I've already transferred 200,000 yuan to her as a small token of my appreciation. By the way, brother, what's your next plan to make money? Remember to give me a hand. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and asked in return, what are your plans for the future? Now that the store sells almost all its tea to you, I need to go back to my hometown to restock. It so happens that my mother's 60th birthday is in a few days, and I plan to spend some time with her at home, which is also a kind of vacation for me. In that case, what delicious specialty products are there in your hometown? Help me buy a batch of them, and I'll pick them up in half a month. Yang Xiao thought the boss looked quite agreeable, so he decided to help him out. If he just asked the other person to stock up on goods, the other person probably wouldn't take it seriously, so this was the most appropriate approach. Boss Wang said with a smile, brother, don't worry, I'll help you out when I get back, and I'll make sure you try all the delicious food from my hometown. Yes, stock up on as much as you can, money is no problem. Especially the rice from your hometown, it has a unique taste, it's best to stock up on 100 or 80 tons, I want to give it away. No problem, leave it to me. After 3 rounds of wine, the two of them went their separate ways. After taking a shower, he found an unanswered call from Xia Yubing, and later a WeChat voice message. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Yang Xiao gave a faint smile. In the past, if an ordinary guy like him messaged a goddess, it would probably go unanswered, but now the goddess was the one initiating contact. Money really is a wonderful thing. I was just taking a shower, what's up? Xia Yubing looked through the autumn water, finally waiting for Yang Xiao to reply, and was overjoyed. Can't I just chat with you if there's nothing going on? Look at what you're saying, it's not like that. You can always chat with me if you want. Hee, that's more like it. By the way, Xiao brother, have you seen the news? I'm famous. Yes, I have. Congratulations, you became famous in one battle. I'm afraid that in the future, people looking for you to sign a contract will be trampling through the doors of your company. Yang Xiao was not being polite. Xia Yubing had made him 15 billion yuan in just 2 months, and the news had spread like wildfire throughout the financial world. Everyone knew about it, and it was easy to imagine how many people would be looking for Xia Yubing to invest in their businesses. Alas, she was currently very busy, with her phone constantly ringing, and she could not even take a vacation in peace. Well, the able work hard. While others are working themselves to death, you've become the biggest winner. No way, you have to treat me to dinner. Ha. Fine, you pick the time and place. Really? Then tomorrow, I want a seafood feast. Great. Yang Xiao then realized that he hadn't stocked up on seafood yet, so he called the seafood market overnight and ordered a large quantity of seafood at a huge cost, asking them to deliver as soon as possible. Early the next morning, several large trucks pulled up outside Yang Xiao's courtyard. 1 truckload of high-quality rice, 1 of fresh pork, 1 of fresh beef, 1 of fresh lamb, 1 of chicken, duck and goose meat, and 1 of seafood. This was only the first batch, with more to follow. Yang Xiao told them to unload the goods directly in the courtyard, and he was kept busy until midday. Just as he was about to leave for his appointment after receiving a call from Xia Yubing, the delivery men arrived again, with several trucks of wine and drinks. With no choice, he had to call Xia Yubing, sorry, something has come up. How about we meet tonight? Xia Yubing pouted, but I want to see you now. Well, why don't you come over? I just bought a load of seafood this morning, so you can cook whatever you like. Great, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Xia Yubing arrived at Yang Xiao's doorstep. As soon as she got out of the car, she was stunned. There were 7 or 8 large trucks waiting in a long line to unload their goods, and the surrounding area was packed with onlookers, creating a lively scene. Wow, what kind of project are you working on? Are you planning to open a shopping mall? Yang Xiao smiled and said, it's for donation to impoverished mountainous areas. Don't worry about the details. Is this your new car? It's quite nice. What she saw was a brand new Cayenne, a beautiful luxury car that matched Xia Yubing's temperament perfectly. I bought it half a month ago. Thanks to your support, I wouldn't have been able to buy a car so quickly. The key is that you have the means yourself. Okay, don't just stand there, come inside. Xia Yubing was visiting Yang Xiao's home for the first time and really liked the luxurious decor. Can you cook seafood? There are 2 lobsters in the fridge. Yes. For the lobster's sake, I'll make an exception and let you try my cooking today. Steamed lobsters. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Xia Yubing reluctantly left. She had planned to win Yang Xiao over today, but was delayed by the trucks. Lu Ruyan was also suffering. Her husband seemed to have discovered something recently and was keeping a close eye on her, testing her from time to time, leaving her no chance to meet her lover. Yang Xiao, on the other hand, had spent all his money stocking up on goods, and his account balance was rapidly shrinking, which made Bai Jia, his bank account manager, a little worried. In order to retain him as a big customer, Bai Jia asked him to meet her at a hotel for a long talk. In order to keep her interested so that he could continue to have sex for free, Yang Xiao gave her his verbal promise to continue making deposits, and also gave her some small gifts to keep the beautiful woman in a state of fantasy. At 4:30 a.m., Yang Xiao drove to an old vegetable market. It was already packed with people and bustling with activity. A dozen large trucks loaded with vegetables were parked along the roadside, and behind each truck there was a group of small vendors stocking up. Chapter 9, Anti-Porn. Yang Xiao had heard in the tea shop that some truck drivers made a living doing this. Driving was just a side job for them. Their main business was to buy fruits and vegetables from large farms and sell them wholesale to vegetable sellers at the market. Although it was a bit more difficult, they earned a lot more and had more freedom. They could make a fortune selling just a few trucks a month. Yang Xiao came to a pumpkin truck, found the owner, and got straight to the point. I want to order a few truckloads of small pumpkins. Do you have enough supply? The owner, seeing him as young, gave a dismissive answer with a sneer on his face. I can get you dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of truckloads, as long as you can afford the price. Yang Xiao knew that the old fox didn't believe him, but he didn't argue. He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to the owner. Send me 1 truck today, and if the quality is good, send me 10 trucks within a week. The boss was overjoyed when he received the transfer notification. Don't worry, boss, I promise to deliver the best pumpkins to you. The two then exchanged contact information and the delivery address. The commotion here attracted the attention of several other drivers, who curiously came over and asked, Lao Shun, what's the matter, you look so happy? Hey, it's a huge piece of good news, but I won't tell you. Shiki, as if we care to know. Hey, it's actually not a big deal, it's just that this boss wants me to get 10 truckloads of pumpkins. How many? 10 truckloads? The veteran drivers were shocked and doubted they had heard correctly. They looked at Yang Xiao, a young man, a bit handsome, who didn't look like a rich man. Young man, I'm sorry to ask, but are you really asking Shin for 10 truckloads of pumpkins? Yang Xiao nodded and asked, what do you sell? Hey, we itinerant merchants sell all kinds of vegetables. Today I'm selling long beans, bitter melons and aubergines, and they sell cucumbers, corn, lettuce, potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes and so on. In that case, you can deliver to me too. As long as the quality is good, I can take 100 to 200 tons of each within 7 days. Really? I can pay a deposit first. Yang Xiao then paid each person a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The bosses were all very excited. The remaining veteran drivers rushed over upon hearing the news and all received large orders. It would be inconvenient to deliver all the goods to the villas, so Yang Xiao decided to rent a warehouse and have them deliver all the goods there. Lao Shen asked curiously, Yang Zone, may I ask, what are you going to do with all those vegetables you've purchased? Of course it's for charity, otherwise how could I eat all that by myself? Lao Shen suddenly asked with a stern face, you're not planning to donate it to Zairizai, are you? Upon hearing this, the other drivers also cast unfriendly glances at him, as if they were already prepared to make a refund. Many of these drivers are veterans, and they have long harbored hatred for Zairizai. Yang Xiao shrugged, looking disgusted, and said, bunch of rubbish, I wouldn't even donate it to feed the pigs. Ha ha ha, well said, a bunch of animals, they died well, they died beautifully, they died screaming. Our country doesn't know how many ordinary people are living in poverty, while some people are making a big deal out of donating money and goods to others, they have really disgraced their ancestors. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, according to what you said, there should be quite a few people who donate money and goods to Zairizai, right? Oomph, not just a lot, but a lot more than you can count. Ugh, they're all a bunch of traitorous dogs. They talk about boundless love, but they're so noble, why don't they help the suffering people in their own country? Seeing how they became more and more agitated as they spoke, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What's the point of talking big? After leaving the market, it was still dark when he drove to the wholesale fruit market. There were also many large trucks selling goods here, and the situation was similar to that in the vegetable market. In the same way, he found more than a dozen drivers to deliver the goods to him. Within a week, he would take as much as they could deliver, with as many varieties as possible. Then he rented a large warehouse near the community and sent the drivers the address to which they should deliver the goods. After arranging everything, it was already noon, and he was about to go home to cook when he suddenly received a call from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan asked him to go out to dinner, and she had also taken the afternoon off work to spend time with him. Yang Xiao naturally accepted without hesitation and gladly went on the date. After dinner, the two went straight to a hotel and did something that made them happy. Lu Ruyan said with a worried look on her face, "My husband seems to be starting to suspect me. What should I do?" Yang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Kiss. Hee, I knew you were the best." In the afternoon, Lu Ruyan left the hotel first and drove back to the company. Yang Xiao was a little disappointed and, after thinking for a while, called Xia Yubing to ask her to come over for a chat. However, the other party was discussing a major client and was about to sign a contract and open an account, so she couldn't leave for a while. With no choice, he had to call Bai Jia and ask her to come to the hotel to discuss the deposit. Bai Jia naturally didn't refuse, dressed up nicely, and gladly went on the date. The two had a good time chatting in the hotel, and when it was almost time for dinner, Yang Xiao took her out to eat. He was a man of refinement, and couldn't just have fun with someone for nothing, so at least he had to feed them. As soon as they left the hotel, sirens sounded behind them. A group of policemen surrounded the hotel, raiding it for prostitution. The leader was Zhao Weng. Holy shit, that was close. Yang Xiaowu's body trembled, and he felt a sense of fear. If they hadn't left in time, they would definitely have been caught red-handed by Captain Zhao. He wasn't afraid of administrative punishment or anything, but the key was not to be caught, especially not by the big policewoman, with the goods in hand. The policewoman sensed something, turned around, and at a glance saw Yang Xiaowu standing with a woman, and her eyes narrowed. The two were quite well behaved, not cuddling or embracing, so it looked like they were innocent. She gave Yang Xiao an uncomprehending look, and then began to crack down on vice. Yang Xiao felt that this was not the place to linger, so he decisively took Bai Jia and got into the car. After a good meal, Bai Jia was a little drunk, her face flushed, and her breath like orchid flowers. "My husband is not home tonight, I'm afraid to be alone, can you keep me company?" "Ah, what if your husband suddenly comes back?" "No, he's gone on a business trip to another city and won't be back for a day or two." "Okay, since you're asking me so sincerely, I'll keep you company." Who am I to deny someone a kind heart? Giggling. Bai Jia broke into a smile. This was a rare opportunity, and she was determined to convince Yang Xiao to increase the deposit amount tonight. Chapter 10: A Chance Encounter with a Police Officer. In the last few days, Yang Xiao continued to go on a shopping spree. During the day, he went to all the major shopping malls, supermarkets, and wholesale markets to buy everything he could find, from clothing to food and housing. At night, he went to all the food streets to shop. Barbecue stalls, buy. Marinated vegetable stalls, buy. Johaya, buy. Fried noodle stalls, buy. Snail noodles, buy. Lao Yufin, buy. Milk tea shop, buy. Dessert shop, buy. Anything that could be seen or touched in the snack street was bought out. Many people who were preparing to have a midnight snack could not buy anything to eat, and there were complaints everywhere. Yang Xiao didn't care about their feelings. He was pushing a shopping cart with a storage box, collecting goods from stall to stall, attracting waves of resentful glances. "Damn it, he's taken everything, what are we going to eat? Bah, nouveau riche. So what if you're rich? If you're so capable, take over the whole street." Although the crowd cursed and swore, they were envious in their hearts. Just as Yang Xiao was happily collecting goods, a cold voice came from behind him. "What are you doing?" Yang Xiao turned around and saw the big police flower Zhao Weng, and his eyes lit up. Zhao Weng had her hair in a ponytail, wearing a tight t-shirt that showed off her hot body. She had a casual short skirt, white stockings, and sneakers, giving her the image of a pure and innocent lover. There was another woman with her, quite pretty. But compared to the big police flower Zhao Weng, she was nothing. Her nose was upturned, her eyes showed no respect, and she obviously looked down on Yang Xiao, who didn't have a single designer item on. Hey, I'm just buying a little midnight snack." Zhao Weng rolled her eyes, speechless. "You've bought out all the snacks on the street, are you sure you're buying a little and not a billion?" "Ah, this. I'm not breaking the law, am I?" Yang Xiao scratched his head and put on a silly, innocent look. Zhao Ying shook her head. Although it's not illegal, your abnormal behavior will easily attract the attention of the authorities, and you may be invited for a chat. She was telling the truth. This was not a Western country, and Yang Xiao's actions, which disrupted the market order, could easily attract the attention of the authorities. This is something I overlooked. Yang Xiao thought about it and decided that he would order takeaway in the future. I heard that you have been buying supplies like crazy recently, and the total value has already exceeded 15 billion. Can you tell me the purpose? The official intelligence network is not a vegetarian, and it has been investigating Yang Xiao's recent actions since the first day he returned to the country, so it knows everything about his recent actions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's female companion's mouth opened in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Is this for real? I can't tell, little brother, you're actually an invisible rich man. Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhao Cici. Can I add you on WeChat? Lin Cici is a gold-digging woman whose biggest dream is to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Now that the wealthy family is in front of her, she naturally wants to hold on tightly. Yang Xiao took a serious look at her. With her looks and figure, she could be worth a ham in a few days. Although not bad, she is far inferior to Zhao Ying, both in terms of figure and appearance. So naturally, he would not trade one for the other. Oh, nice to meet you. After saying that perfunctorily, Yang Xiao ignored her and looked at Zhao Ying, explaining, those supplies were all donated to the impoverished mountainous areas and were taken away overnight. Zhao Ying was aghast. All of it was donated? Yes, not a single piece left. If you don't believe me, you can go to my house and look for yourself. Okay, tomorrow you go to the bureau and report the situation, so as to avoid being targeted by certain departments. Okay, thanks, Officer Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici suddenly lost interest in Yang Xiao. 150 million worth of supplies were all donated. What a spendthrift, this kind of person is doomed to have no future. If she were given this money, she could buy a lot of designer bags and jewelry, and become the supreme VIP customer of a beauty salon, bragging about it every day in her circle of friends. After a few more idle chit-chats, Zhao Ying was ready to leave. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and decided to give her a reminder. Officer Zhao, have you noticed that the weather has been very unusual lately, getting hotter and hotter every day? What's even more unusual is that for almost 2 months, there hasn't been a single drop of rain worldwide. Huh? What are you trying to say? Oh, nothing, I'll be busy now. Yang Xiao waved goodbye to her and continued receiving goods. Lin Cici felt that Yang Xiao's remark was inexplicable and suspected that he was crazy. Isn't it normal for the temperature to rise and get hotter as the world warms up? Isn't it normal for it not to rain for 2 months? What's all the fuss about? But Zhao Ying was plunged into deep thought, her face growing more and more grave. It was understandable if it didn't rain for a month or two locally, but if it hadn't rained for 2 months worldwide, then the problem was very serious. Cici, I have to go back first. Leaving behind a sentence, Zhao Ying turned and walked away. She had to go back and find out for sure if what Yang Xiao had said was true. If it hadn't rained for 2 months around the world, it would be a disaster. After some investigation and phone calls to authorities in the relevant fields, she discovered with horror that what Yang Xiao had said was true. Without thinking, she immediately told her father, the director of the bureau, about her discovery. Director Zhao was also quite surprised to hear the news. But since it wasn't his area of responsibility, he could only call his friends in the relevant fields to sound them out. After he had finished making the calls, Zhao Ying asked nervously, "What's the verdict?" Zhao Ju shrugged. As you can see, no one is taking this too seriously, and they assert that this situation will not last long. Zhao Ying's eyes were deep, and she felt that things were far from simple. Thinking about the large number of thefts in the United States and Japan in the past 2 months, and the news that the Great Lakes had dried up overnight, she was certain that something big would happen soon. Dad, no matter what anyone says, we must not sit around and do nothing. Zhao Ju raised an eyebrow. Oh? So what do you want to do? Zhao Ying thought for a moment and said, how about this, let's take out all the savings in the family and try to stock up as much food and water with a long shelf life as possible. Is this necessary? What do you think? Thinking about the large quantities of goods stolen in the United States and Japan, the inexplicable drying up of the Great Lakes, and the abnormal climate, I feel that a major disaster will soon befall us. Are you just trying to scare me? Zhao Ju's mouth twitched slightly, and although he didn't admit it, he believed half of what she said in his heart. His daughter's sixth sense has always been very accurate, so he felt the need to seriously consider his daughter's advice. How about this, you take our money and stock up, and leave your mother's money alone for now. Zhao Ju consolidated the money from a few savings cards and came up with more than 300,000 yuan, which he transferred to Zhaoying. Zhaoying rolled her eyes. You really failed as a bureau chief. Look at others. Which one doesn't have a luxury car, a villa, a mistress, a house full of antiques, jewelry, famous cigarettes and wine, and you still live in an apartment assigned by the unit? You really are my own daughter. If you want to show me your filial piety, just say so. Old Zhao, exasperated, looked around for Chi Lang. Fine, 300,000 is 300,000, I still have more than 6 million in my account. As soon as the words left her mouth, old Zhao immediately shot her a murderous glare and sternly asked, Comrade Zhaoying, fess up, where did you get such a huge sum of money? Zhaoying rolled her eyes and explained, with such a major theft recently, the market is so good that you can make a fortune with a small investment. Only an old-fashioned person like you would miss the opportunity to get rich for nothing. After saying this, Zhaoying went out to buy supplies, leaving Lao Zhao alone in the wind. Chapter 11, Little Rich Girl. The owner who lives next door to Yang Xiao's house is a college girl named Tian Qiqi, the campus queen of the University of Finance and Economics. Because her family is rich, she doesn't like living in a dormitory, so she rented a villa in this neighborhood nearby. Rich, willful, little rich girl. She is also a doomsday fanatic. Usually when she is not busy, she likes to collect cold weapons such as crossbows, swords, etc., because they look very cool. Last night was her 20th birthday, and she invited a few close female classmates to celebrate with her. Everyone had a great time. After the celebration, the other girls went back to school, but one of her best friends, Sumi, stayed the night. Sumi was still sleeping after partying all night, so she didn't notice that several large trucks had delivered supplies to the villa early in the morning. She was very surprised when she saw the yard full of boxes of supplies. After adjusting her state, she smiled and greeted Yang Xiao. Hello handsome, my name is Tian Qiqi, I live next door to you. Can I ask, why did you buy so many things? Yang Xiao looked back and immediately brightened up, and immediately decided to add +1 to the harem. Cough, nothing, the weather has been so unusual lately, so I plan to stock up on supplies just in case. Unusual weather? Tian Qiqi frowned slightly. As a small rich woman, her intuition told her that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But it was obviously inappropriate to ask someone so many confidential questions just after getting to know them, so she added Yang Xiao's WeChat in a friendly manner and went home. As soon as she entered the house, she couldn't wait to search the internet for the weather forecast. After carefully searching a large amount of information, she finally discovered the abnormality and immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. It was terrifying to learn that there had been no rain at all for 2 months. But then her eyes lit up with excitement. This is a business opportunity. Maybe I can stockpile drinking water and sell it at a high price and make a fortune. She immediately called to order a large quantity of purified water. Then she went to the balcony on the second floor and used binoculars to observe what supplies, apart from purified water, her neighbor had stocked up. After half a day of observation, she discovered that the neighbor had pulled in a lot of goods, all kinds of food and drink, and the quantity was astonishing. She checked her bank card balance and found that she still had more than 30 million, which she felt was not enough. She opened the spot trading platform again, and there were already more than 500 million in her account. This was all thanks to the recent major events in Xiaorizi in North America, which had allowed her to see several waves of big market opportunities and enter the market with 10 million, making a profit of more than 50 times. She decided to take a gamble and withdraw all the funds in her account to stock up on goods. At noon, Sumi woke up hungry and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she went to the dining room to find something to eat. She drank a bottle of milk, ate a bun, and then went to find Tian Qiqi with a fried dough stick in her mouth. Tian Qiqi was looking for a manufacturer online to place an order when she suddenly felt 2 freshly baked steamed buns weighing on her jade-like back, still warm. She looked back and saw Sumi's cherry lips, so she gave them a clean peck. Had enough sleep? Well, I was woken up by hunger. What are you doing, shopping online? Sumi stretched, and her loose nightgown couldn't hide her devilish figure. Although her appearance was slightly inferior to Tian Qiqi, her abundant assets more than made up for it. Tian Qiqi hugged her in her arms, while fondling her ample assets, and said, Well, the weather has been very abnormal lately, and there may be a major disaster, so I'm stocking up in case of emergencies. Sumi said with disdain, What era is this? What major disaster could there be? The country has stockpiled so much food that even if there is a bad year, no one will starve. I advise you not to waste your time doing these meaningless things. No, I've looked it up. It hasn't rained for 2 months around the world. Do you know what that means? It's not unusual for it not to rain for 2 months. You're just being paranoid. Stop looking at all this stuff and show me the latest bag. Sumi is a girl who pursues a high-quality lifestyle, and most of her energy is spent on dressing up and is very obsessed with luxury goods. Go on, there are tablets over there, take your time and look at them. Tianqiqi knew her best friend's character, so she didn't bother trying to persuade her and simply told her to go away. She visited more than 10 suppliers and ordered a large quantity of drinks, purified water, and various snacks, but she still felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Yang Xiao. Young man, I've got a bit of money on my hands recently and I don't know what to spend it on. Can you give me some advice? Yang Xiao was at a loss for words when he received this message, and replied, who asks a question like that? It's very misleading. Don't you know that people will think you want to support me? Tianqiqi gave a playful smile and said, hee, on the basis of your tall and handsome appearance, supporting you is not a bad idea. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and just thought she was having fun. If you have too much money and don't know what to do with it, you can install solar panels, prepare a few generators, stockpile a batch of fuel, and buy some conventional medicines, such as antibiotics, ibuprofen, various cold medicines, and things to prevent heatstroke and ultraviolet rays, such as fans and air conditioners to cool the house. Tianqiqi was full of black lines. You're making a fuss, as if the end of the world is about to come. Yang Xiao smiled and said, that's really smart, so you can prepare supplies according to the standards of the end of the world. Are you serious? If I end up with unsold goods, I'll be coming after you. How about I pay you a few $100 million? You rascal! Tianqiqi angrily exited the dialogue box and fell into deep thought. Is it really impossible? But the guy's villa has been renovated so extravagantly that it's a doomsday fortress, and he's stocked up on so many supplies. Could it be that he has some insider information? She tapped the table lightly, thinking for a long time, and finally made up her mind to take a gamble. It's only 500 million yuan, and it's all going to be made from the disaster in the US and the financial crisis in China. She no longer hesitated, and stocked up according to the standards of the end of the world. Nini, I'm going out to buy some things, do you want to come with? Sure. Sumini put down the tablet, dressed and made up quickly, and then went out with Tianqiqi. It was very hot, and the two of them were sweating profusely after just a few minutes outside. Tianqiqi drove straight to the wholesale food market and went on a shopping spree. 50 tons of rice. 10 tons of assorted dried goods. 1 ton of each of bacon and sausage. 2 tons of fresh pork, 1 ton of each of chicken, duck and goose. 3,000 packs of frozen dumplings, rice balls and buns. 2,000 packs of soy milk powder, soya milk powder and nutritious cereal. 100 boxes of drinks in various flavors, 300 boxes of milk, 500 boxes of beer. 100 boxes of self-heating rice, 200 boxes of self-heating pots, 100 boxes of pre-made dishes. 100 boxes of instant noodles, 100 boxes of ham. There were so many things that she directly hired 3 large trucks. Then she went to the pharmacy and purchased a large quantity of regular medicines, especially sunburn cream, which directly emptied the stock of several pharmacies. Sumi originally thought that today would be another enjoyable shopping trip, but as it turned out, Tianqiqi had come to restock, which really screwed her over. She complained with a sad face, Stinky Chichi, do you plan to open your own supermarket? Why did you buy so much? You've exhausted me. Tianqiqi smiled and said, I'm investing. Do you understand? In case of a natural disaster, my supplies will be very profitable. Do you have any spare money? Do you want to stock up too? No, there are risks in investing. What era is this? There's no money to be made from reselling supplies. I advise you to be practical and buy more bags and cosmetics. Cosmetics? Tianqiqi's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled her best friend into the car and went to Wanda Plaza with the accelerator. Sumi thought Tianqiqi had come to her senses and said in surprise, Chichi, you've finally come to your senses. I've told you for a long time that women have to live a refined life, and earning money to support the family is a man's job. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Tianqiqi head straight for the cosmetics section and ask the counter staff, how many sun protection products do you have? I'll take them all. Huh? The saleswoman at the counter looked confused. What do you mean, huh? Just bring out all the sunscreen products. Oh, just a moment. The business was too big for the saleswoman to make the decision, so she went to get the supervisor. After some negotiation, the supervisor confirmed that Tianqiqi wasn't there to play with her, so she cheerfully brought out all the sunscreen products in stock. Sumi, however, looked sad. She thought you had finally come to your senses, but this is the result? Tianqiqi smiled and comforted her, saying, "Okay, to make up for it, you can choose any set of cosmetics here today, and I'll pay for it." Really? Really? That's great, Chi-Chi, I love you. Sumi was overjoyed, held Tianqiqi's face and kissed it, then happily selected cosmetics. Just buy the expensive ones, not the right ones. After buying all the sunscreen products in Wanda Plaza, she went to the home appliances area and bought a large number of electric fans and air conditioners. After returning home, she immediately had the workers move most of the supplies to the basement level 2 cold storage, and only placed a small portion of the supplies in an empty room on the first floor, including 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ham, and 10 boxes of natural rice each. She was busy until nightfall before all the supplies were stored. Then she placed an online order to install solar panels and also purchased a high-power diesel generator online, asking the merchant to provide more diesel. Since Yang Xiao, who lived next door, was stocking up like crazy every day, it was the perfect cover for Tianqiqi to do the same, so no one knew that she had also hoarded a lot of supplies. After dinner, Sumi held her and said coquettishly, "Chi-Chi, tomorrow is the weekend, shall we go to the beach and have some fun?" Tianqiqi glared at her and said, "No way, can't you see I'm busy stocking up? Come on, it's not every day we have some time together. No, if you like playing in the water, there's a swimming pool at home, you can have all the fun you want." "Humph, the pool at home is no fun at all. Let's talk about it later, I still have to continue stocking up tomorrow." "Stocking up again? Watch out, you'll end up with nothing." Tianqiqi's gaze hardened slightly, and she couldn't help but take a serious look at her best friend. If a natural disaster really broke out soon, this best friend would probably get her into trouble. According to the rule that the doomsday killer kills the saint first, and then the idiot second, this woman must not be allowed to stay. But she wasn't crazy enough to get rid of her best friend just based on speculation, so she thought about it for a while and said to Sumi, "Mimi, I have some guests coming over tonight, so I'll drive you back to school first." Sumi pouted and complained, "What guests? Even I have to avoid them." "Oh, I understand, you want some time alone, I'll just give you some space. By the way, who is this boyfriend of yours? You hide him so well, how come even I don't know? He just came back from abroad, of course you don't know." Tianqiqi casually told a lie. "Okay, shall I go?" "Go." Tianqiqi unceremoniously drove her clumsy best friend back to school. The next morning, the solar panel installers arrived. Tianqiqi told them to finish as quickly as possible, and that she would pay extra. Then the diesel generator was delivered, along with 100 liters of diesel. But she felt that this was not enough, so she bought 10 tons of private oil through a friend's special channels. After all this, she thought about one more problem. What if the temperature continued to rise and the air conditioner broke down? So she immediately contacted the master to come over and do anti-overheating treatment on the air conditioner. After everything was ready to continue, Tianqiqi felt secure. The front door of her house had been specially modified and could not be prized open with ordinary tools. If someone without scruples dared to break in, she would not reason with them, it was reasonable to defend herself. In the evening, she carefully reviewed the information again and found that many places were experiencing high temperatures and water shortages, and it was still not raining anywhere in the world. She was very worried, so she ordered another batch of stainless steel buckets, filled them overnight, and sealed them for storage. With this supply of tap water, she will not be affected by future water cuts when she takes a shower. Yang Xiao, who was naturally observant, could not miss the commotion next door. He had expected the girl next door to be a delicate and cute young girl, but he did not expect her to be so decisive and to have prepared all the supplies needed for the end of the world. As long as she hides well, the end of the world will definitely not be the end for her. Just then, Tianqiqi sent a message to Yang Xiao, saying that she wanted to invite him to dinner to thank him for his valuable advice. Yang Xiao was not fussy and gladly accepted the invitation. Although Tianqiqi was a little rich girl, she had good cooking skills and the food she made smelled delicious. During the meal, she asked Yang Xiao if he had any insider information. Yang Xiao glanced at this little smart aleck and, after thinking about it, decided to give her some advice. Just pretend that it's the eve of the end of the world, so just hang in there and don't let anyone know that you have so many supplies at home, and don't cry poverty to everyone you meet. Ha! But my best friend knows that I've stocked up on supplies. What if she tells someone and they find out? She's just realized now that her best friend is a liability. If she'd known, she wouldn't have let her go. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you trick your best friend into coming here and then imprison her?" "Huh? Are you serious?" Tian Chichi looked shocked, but deep down she didn't really reject the idea. Yang Xiao nodded, saying, "Well, since you've hoarded so many supplies, you might as well protect her." "Well, I'll think about it." Chapter 12, Solar Storm. In the last few days, Xia Yubing and Lu Ruyan came to Yang Xiao's house to help with the inventory whenever they had a spare moment, treating themselves like the hostesses of a villa. Interestingly, although they had been here several times, they had never met. This was all thanks to Yang Xiao, a master of time management, who had perfectly staggered the times of their visits. Time passed quickly, and before long it was 12 hours before the end of the world. Yang Xiao gave the workers at the ice factory and the purified water factory a long holiday of 7 days, and also gave each of them a month's salary and 50 caddies of rice as a bonus. After the workers had gone, he put all the equipment in the inventory and factory into storage, in case it would be needed in the future. Then, Lu Ruyan called Yang Xiao, panicking and saying, "Yang Xiao, help me." "Huh? What happened?" After some conversation, it turned out that Lu Ruyan's husband had long discovered her infidelity and was secretly plotting revenge. He and Lu Ruyan's best friend teamed up to set a trap. Under the guise of investing in a major project, they cheated Lu Ruyan out of nearly 10 million in savings. Then they convinced her to take out a bank loan, mortgage her house, and finally borrow 20 million in high-interest loans. Now her husband and her best friend have both run away together. The two of them have immigrated to Malaysia, living happily ever after, but they have left a mess for Lu Ruyan. Now the loan sharks are at her door, threatening to take her to work in a brothel if she doesn't pay up. She's so scared that she rushes to the police. But the loan sharks haven't done anything illegal, so the police can only give them a verbal warning. At this point, only Yang Xiao can save her. "I can't believe these two traitors would betray me." Yang Xiao comforts her, "It's okay, I'm here for you. Pack your bags, I'll pick you up tonight and bring you to my place." "Good." Lu Ruyan was deeply moved. Although she had been betrayed, she was now living with Yang Xiao, which was a blessing in disguise. Yang Xiao thought about it and decided to invite Xia Yubing to the villa as well, so that she wouldn't die when the end of the world came. After all, the first wave of the apocalypse would be very deadly. However, Xia Yubing was invited by her friend to go to a neighboring city. Her best friend, a die-hard doomsday fan, bought an abandoned air raid shelter last year, and after a year of renovation, it was finally finished 2 days ago. She couldn't wait to invite Xia Yubing over to visit. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly when she heard the news, but she had to let it go. In the evening, just as Lu Ruyan got home from work, a few loan sharks blocked her door and yelled at her to pay them back. Lu Ruyan was scared and quickly called Yang Xiao. "Yang Xiao, they're here to collect the debt again, come quickly and save me." Yang Xiao reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll be right over." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Having received Yang Xiao's promise, Lu Ruyan felt much more at ease, and her dependence on Yang Xiao reached its extreme. After a while, Yang Xiao arrived at Lu Ruyan's front door and saw a few thugs yelling, so he walked over with a gloomy face. "What are you yelling about? You're disturbing the neighbors, you know." A burly man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. "Kid, we're collecting a debt, this has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here, or I'll show you what my fists are made of." "You're idiots, don't you know that your husband is using you?" Hearing this kid dare to call them idiots, the thugs were unhappy. "Kid, who are you calling an idiot?" Yang Xiao said calmly, "Aren't you idiots? Her husband cheated on her with her best friend, not only did he take all her savings, he also mortgaged the house, and you guys have become the victims. Now instead of going to her husband to get back the losses, you're bullying a woman who has nothing. How much damage can you repair? Where are your brains? If we knew where her husband was, do you think we'd be bothering her? This is a society ruled by law, and the effort to eliminate gangsters is very strong. If Lu Ruyan refuses to give in, these thugs can't do anything to her either. They know this very well, so they can only scare her a little." Yang Xiao grinned. "I heard that her husband ran away to Malaysia and took more than 50 million in deposits with him. You should be able to find him, right? It's reasonable to make him pay 50 million to you as compensation, right?" As soon as they heard that the other party had more than 50 million, the few thugs were instantly tempted. In their line of work, they must have their own channels abroad, especially in places like Southeast Asia, where finding someone is a matter of minutes. "Kid, you're not lying to us, are you?" "Do I need to lie to you?" Besides, her family is here, so she can't run away. What are you worried about? Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed past, clearly showing that he had little patience to waste time with them. If they didn't listen to reason, then they would have to be dealt with here. It was just that disposing of the bodies might be a bit of a problem. Hearing this, the thugs felt that it made a lot of sense. After all, they knew both Lu Ruyan's home address and company address, and if they couldn't find anyone there, it wouldn't be too late for them to cause trouble for Lu Ruyan. Okay, I'll give you this face today. I hope you won't lie to us, otherwise you'll end up in big trouble. The leader of the thugs let out a threat and led his subordinates to retreat quickly. Having been in the underworld for many years, he considered himself a ruthless person, but he had just felt the murderous intent emanating from Yang Xiao's eyes. His intuition told him that if they continued to cause trouble, they would end up in big trouble, so he quickly ran away. Yang Xiao smiled and knocked gently on the door. Big D, it's me, open the door quickly. Hearing it was Yang Xiao's voice, Lu Ruyan looked through the peephole to make sure no one else was there, and quickly opened the door to drag him in. Then she closed the door, threw herself into his arms and cried. You finally come, you just scared me to death. Yang Xiao gently stroked her soft jade back and whispered reassuringly, It's okay, I've already sent them away. Lu Ruyan was puzzled, how did they listen to you? I told them that your husband had embezzled more than 50 million and fled to Malaysia, so they were convinced. Giggle giggle. You're so naughty, I love it. Lu Ruyan burst into laughter, her eyes flirtatiously alluring. Okay, have you packed everything? Let's move in now. It's all packed, let's go quickly before those bastards come back. Lu Ruyan, fleeing for her life, quickly pulled a few suitcases out and followed Yang Xiao back to the villa. Oh, honey, it's so hot. In the early morning, when young people are most active, a young couple had just finished their business. The woman wanted to open the window to breathe some fresh air, but found that the window was very hot to the touch. Oh, you little minx, are you trying to find excitement by the window again? The man didn't believe it and thought that his young wife was playing a trick again, trying to lure him to the window for another round. But when he reached out to touch the glass, a burning sensation shot through him, and he reflexively withdrew his hand. Oh my, it really is hot, what's going on? The couple looked out of the window at the same time, and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, their faces turning pale, their hearts pounding wildly, and a sense of fear spreading throughout their bodies. The woman swallowed, and with a stammering voice, she asked, Husband, what's happening? As far as the eye could see, there was a raging inferno everywhere. The sound of sirens filled the streets and alleys, and the noise of chaos could be heard in every corner of the community. Looking into the distance, half the sky was red, like a cauldron resting on a bed of flames, a doomsday scene. Boom! The gas station not far from the community exploded without warning, scaring the residents into a panic. Lu Ruyan, who was sound asleep in Yang Xiao's arms, was also awakened by the noise outside and was a little upset. Damn, it's so noisy outside, can't anyone sleep? Yang Xiao gave a meaningful smile, maybe the sky has collapsed? Even if the sky has collapsed, it can't disturb me sleeping. Lu Ruyan was grumpy and, after lifting the quilt and putting on her pajamas, she planned to go out and find out what was going on. Just as she opened the door, a wave of heat hit her, and she let out a scream as she quickly shut the door. Ah, it's so hot, what's going on? Yang Xiao walked over slowly, took a can of Coke out of the fridge, and sat down on the sofa. Just watch the news to find out. Oh, right, watch the news. She was sure there would be news online about such an extraordinary event. But when she turned on her phone, she realized that the authorities had already issued 3 high-temperature warnings in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, she had fallen asleep from exhaustion after scaling the peak. At that time, the authorities had issued the first message, saying that a solar storm had suddenly erupted, hitting the Western Hemisphere head-on and turning most of the region into a sea of flames. The second message was that the solar storm was so fierce that it was difficult to contain and threatened to sweep the whole world. The third message was an urgent reminder for residents to move to air raid shelters or basements to avoid being burned by the aftermath of the solar storm. It was early in the morning, and while decent people were already asleep, the unruly were busy with other things, so few people saw the message. Although the city had sounded the air raid alarm, people had long lost their vigilance due to living in a comfortable environment for a long time, so they didn't take the air raid alarm seriously at all, thinking it was just another drill. Many flammable materials were ignited by the aftermath of the solar storm, causing widespread fires. Chemical plants, storage bases, wholesale markets, large shopping malls and supermarkets, and other places with a large concentration of flammable materials were the first to suffer. Many electrical equipment was ignited and damaged, causing widespread power outages. For a time, the entire city was engulfed in flames, like a living hell on earth, with screams, cries for help, and cries of distress from people everywhere. There weren't enough firefighters, so people from other departments stepped in. There weren't enough medical personnel, so medical students were called in to help. Those who were not professionals in firefighting went to extinguish small fires, and those who were not professionals in saving lives helped out. In the face of a disaster, everyone is equal. Some big V's and well-known internet celebrities posted messages calling on all able-bodied people to participate in the rescue to minimize casualties and property losses. Lu Ruyan saw these messages and cold sweat ran down her face as her delicate body trembled. What's going on? Isn't it obvious? The end is near. What do you mean? How is that possible? Lu Ruyan did not want to believe it and refused to accept the end of the world. Yang Xiao shrugged his shoulders. What else could it be? The Western Hemisphere was gone, and the Eastern Hemisphere had also been hit hard. It was estimated that the global population would lose 70–80% of its population due to this solar storm alone. Do you think the world order will collapse? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was speechless and scared, her face turning pale. So, what should we do? Should we go out and help save people? Yang Xiao calmly said, if you want to die, go ahead. What do you mean? Ultraviolet radiation. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Where was the ultraviolet radiation coming from at night? Yang Xiao explained, the super-strong ultraviolet radiation from the solar storm covers the whole world, and even at night it is not something that ordinary people can withstand. If a beautiful woman like you, with your smooth and supple skin, goes for a walk outside, you may come back 7 minutes done. Then, I just opened the door and got a little bit of a blast from the heat. Will I be okay? Lu Ruyan panicked and hurriedly ran back to her room to look in the mirror, afraid that she would leave even the slightest trace. Yang Xiao walked over to the window and stared at the fiery red sky cover. He sighed helplessly, alas, I wonder how many people will die in this life. It was the same in the previous life. The sun sneezed, and it happened to spray the Western Hemisphere, which then turned into a sea of fire. Many people died on the spot, and many more died after being tortured by ultraviolet radiation for several days due to a lack of medicine. Fortunately, the Western Hemisphere was the first to suffer, giving the Eastern Hemisphere a little time to come up with an emergency response plan. Just then, Xia Yubing called and asked Yang Xiao if she was okay. You could tell she was very worried. Yang Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, I'm at home and safe. How about you? Phew, I'm relieved. I'm at my best friend's safe house, and I'm afraid to go out right now. Well, it's a good thing you're not going out. The UV index is seriously off the charts right now, and it's easy to get hurt, so it's best if you all stay inside for now. Huh? Is it that bad? Trust me, you'll find out soon enough. By the way, don't open the door to anyone, even if someone is knocking pitifully on the door, you have to pretend you don't know them. Also, make some weapons for self-defense, just in case someone tries to break in. It won't get that chaotic, will it? Xia Yubing obviously didn't quite believe it. This is a society ruled by law, who would dare to break into a private residence? Yang Xiao said in a serious tone, listen to me, it's the end of the world now. People's hearts are terrifying, they'll do anything crazy to survive. So, what should we do? Are we going to be trapped here forever? Xia Yubing panicked. Although she didn't really believe in doomsday theories, the predicament in front of her was real. How long will the food in your safe house last? About 2 months, I think. Xia Yubing glanced at the snacks, canned food, instant noodles, ham, and other supplies piled in the corner. 2 months. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and said, then you should eat sparingly and last for 3 months. I'll come get you then. According to the plot of his previous life, the UV index would be greatly reduced after 3 months, and if humans took proper precautions, they could still withstand it for a while. At night, the temperature would also drop to over 40 degrees Celsius, which was suitable for travel. By then, he would come get Xia Yubing and warm his bed. Okay, I'll wait for you. You must also be safe. Okay. After hanging up, Yang Xiao opened the owner's group and sure enough, it had already exploded. Oh my god, help, our house is on fire, and the fire department is all over other fires, what do we do? It's not just your house that's on fire, but your entire building. There are fires all over the city right now, and the firefighters are spread too thin. It's a mess outside, and no one is coming to put out the fires, so you'd better escape for your lives. That's right, wet a quilt or heavy clothes and wrap them around your body, cover your nose and mouth with a damp towel, and go down the stairs. The owners in the group gave tips to the owners of the burning Building 3 and Building 2. Those two buildings are next to the road, and the ground floor is a shop, which unfortunately caught fire. The fire is not too fierce yet, so there is still a chance to escape for your life. On seeing this news, the owners of Building 3 and Building 2 quickly did as they were told, taking their quilts to the bathroom, soaking them, and then holding them over their bodies while covering their mouths and noses with wet towels. Those with children on their backs ran, saving as many lives as they could. Some owners were also busy, spontaneously running to the fire hoses and connecting them to the water pipes, desperately trying to extinguish the fire. There were also onlookers, some of whom were giving random instructions, making the scene very chaotic. Some were filming videos, while others were broadcasting live. They tried to get closer to the fire scene, hoping to attract a large amount of traffic with this fire. The burning sensation on their bodies did not scare these video bloggers and anchors away, but instead made them feel excited. Burn, burn, these are all traffic, all money. Unprofessional firefighting techniques can only slow down the spread of the fire, but they cannot extinguish the fire. Chapter 13, Nature is Merciless. After 10 minutes, the fire had completely engulfed the two buildings, and no one could escape. Everyone just watched as the flames engulfed the two apartment buildings, not knowing what to say. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, there were loud booms from the fire, and debris flew everywhere. The crowd was scared and kept backing away, but they didn't want to leave. The survivors who had lost their homes collapsed in despair. Some were confused, while others were crying uncontrollably. The atmosphere was very sad. My house, my house. A woman cried out in a hoarse voice, rolling on the ground in agony. Please, save my husband. He just went back to save my mother-in-law, and he hasn't come out yet. My daughter is still inside. Dad. Mom. The sadness quickly spread, and the survivors from buildings 2 and 3 cried one after the other, evoking sympathy. The fire burned all night and the two buildings were reduced to blackened frames. Many family members took the risk of going up the stairs, seemingly to look for some sentimental objects. The fire brigade arrived late, each dragging a tired body, looking at the two burned residential buildings with numbness and grief. They had already tried their best, fighting the fire all night, and even sacrificing some comrades, but the result was just a drop in the bucket. Some family members rushed up to vent their anger at them, but seeing their exhausted appearance, they couldn't bring themselves to curse them. No one spoke, and they silently joined in the cleanup. This was probably the last warmth in the world. Yang Xiao recorded this scene with a drone and let out a sigh. Why do you say that? Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Xiao curiously. The two had been awake all night, constantly refreshing the news. Didn't I say it already? The end of the world has already arrived. It won't be long before the surviving humans go crazy fighting each other for food and water. Is it really? Lu Ruyan wanted to argue back, but seeing this doomsday-like scene, she was speechless again. The overwhelming news online almost all reported fires in various places. Many places did not have anyone to extinguish the fire, and it burned all night, causing immeasurable losses. As Ruoyan Yang said, many people involved in the rescue had suffered severe burns and were suffering from a series of symptoms such as fever, dehydration, and shock. Hospitals were overcrowded, severely understaffed, and in desperate need of medicine. People in many departments were so busy that they could barely keep their feet on the ground, wishing they could be split in two and used in two places at once. The authorities issued an announcement that the country would be on holiday for 3 days, that people should not go out unless it was essential, not to cause trouble for the country, and to wait for rescue at home with peace of mind. This is terrifying, Yang Xiao, I'm scared. She looked at Yang Xiao with a pitiful expression. Yang Xiao hugged her in his arms and patted her back, reassuring her, don't worry, as long as we stay at home and don't go out, we won't have any problems. Lu Ruyan suddenly came back to her senses and asked in shock, did you anticipate this natural disaster and build this safe house in advance? Well, I did some finger counting. You're amazing. Fortunately, I followed you, otherwise I would be in trouble now. Lu Ruyan didn't want to hear about his finger counting, but she was very pleased that she had bet on the right horse. Yang Xiao smiled and said, by the way, this safe house shouldn't have any loopholes, should it? I don't want to be broken into in the middle of the night. Lu Ruyan suddenly puffed up her little face and said angrily, Humph, who are you looking down on? This is a safe house that I personally designed and supervised, so how could there be any problems? At that time, she secretly liked Yang Xiao and regarded herself as the hostess, so she chose the best materials and workmanship for the safe house. Really? You're quite something. Yang Xiao scratched her nose and smiled. Lu Ruyan was in his arms, continuing to browse the news, when she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, the experts say that the maximum temperature of the solar storm last night reached a terrifying 110. Although the peak was only momentary, it almost ignited the entire Western Hemisphere, causing countless civilian burns. Although the temperature has dropped a bit, it is still shockingly high. It's only a little after 8 a.m., and the temperature has already climbed to 52. The UV index is seriously over the limit. Right now, many people are outside frantically grabbing supplies. Do you think we should stock up too? They are at home, with the air conditioning on, so they don't know how hot it is outside." Yang Xiao gave her a look, saying, "The UV index is so high, you want to go shopping?" "I'm not going, it's too hot." Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue, making a clear choice to protect herself. "Even if you go out, you won't be able to buy anything. There was such a big fire last night, and a lot of supplies were destroyed. The next few days are going to be tough." "You're right. Are our supplies okay?" Lu Ruyan was very worried. Those supplies were their last resort, and there must not be any accidents. Yang Xiao nodded, assured, "They're all in the freezer, so there won't be any problems. I'll go take a look." Lu Ruyan was still not at ease, and decided to go to the freezer herself to take a look. When she arrived on the second basement floor, she opened the freezer door to find it full of rice, flour, oil, fast-moving food, and all kinds of snacks and drinks. Seeing so many things, Lu Ruyan let out a heavy sigh of relief. The cold storage is not very big, with less than 100 cubic meters of space. If you eat sparingly, it is enough for 2 people to eat for the rest of their lives. But I'm wondering, where are my lobsters? And where is my king crab? She looked all over the cold storage but couldn't find the seafood feast she had been dreaming of, and she was suddenly very puzzled. I remember personally counting 50 boxes of seafood and a few tons of fresh beef. With her doubts, she hurriedly ran to ask Yang Xiao, "Honey, why is there so little food in the freezer? Didn't you bring in a lot of food before?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "I've hidden it in a safe place. Just let me know what you want to eat in the future." "Really?" "Of course, why would I lie to you?" "Okay, then, I want to eat lobster." "In the morning?" Then I'll eat it tonight." "Oh, I'll send Gao Jian that bastard a video to piss him off. And that bitch Mary, I'm going to make her regret it." Gao Jian is Lu Ruyan's husband, and Mary is her best friend. The two of them have conspired to cheat her out of all her savings and even got loan sharks to come after her. She hates those 2 dogs. So she went back to the freezer to record a video, then returned to the living room, lay in Yang Xiao's arms, and made a video call to her ex-husband. Chapter 14, Video Call. After Gao Jian connected the video call, he saw that Lu Ruyan was lying in the arms of a man. He was furious and shouted, "Bitch, you really cheated on me with another man." Lu Ruyan sneered, "We're even. By the way, that little mistress of yours, Mary, must be by your side, right? Why don't you show your face?" A delicate face soon appeared on the video call, but it was obvious that it was made up with a lot of makeup, and it was no match for hers. Lu Ruyan was very annoyed when she saw this bitch and shouted at her, "Molly, I treated you like a best friend, but you actually stole from my family. You're such a shameless slut." Molly looked embarrassed, but she said firmly, "I and Jian brother truly love each other. If anyone is to blame, it's you for not knowing how to cherish him and always complaining about him. I'm different. I only care about my brother." "Nonsense, Jian's body is fine." That's just him being supported by medication. The doctor has already written a diagnosis. If you don't believe me, look for it and see if there are any little pills." Upon hearing this, Molly actually started feeling Gao Jian up. Gao Jian quickly stopped her. "Oops, what are you doing? Can't you see she's trying to drive a wedge between us?" "I see, so devious. Ruyan the Great, I almost fell for it." Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that her best friend really had a bad brain. No wonder she was tricked by the loser Gao Jian. "Forget it, if you say so. You should know what's going on now, right? Soon money will be worthless." "Gao Jian, what if you go to great lengths to cheat all the money? Can you still use money to fill your stomach or cool down in the future?" Upon hearing this, Gao Jian's face turned gloomy, and he said with gritted teeth, "So what? You're not much better." He hung up the phone angrily. Now that the UV radiation is so serious, the risk of going out is too great, so they dare only hide at home. But there are not many supplies at home, just enough to last them a few days, so he is very irritable now. Just then, Lu Rian sent a short video, which was taken of the supplies in the cold storage, and was accompanied by voiceover. "Ha, my ex-husband, did you see it? I have endless supplies and a cold storage to keep things cool, life is so comfortable. And you, what do you have? You have nothing but a mistress, he he he." Cao Jian was so angry that he wanted to go back and kill her right now. At this time, the community was facing a serious problem. 2 buildings were burned down last night, leaving hundreds of people homeless. The nearby hotels were either burned down or full, so there was simply no extra space to accommodate them. And they could not be exposed to the strong ultraviolet light, so they could only stay in the basement and wait for rescue. Fortunately, the water supply in the community was still normal, and the street office had applied for some supplies, which would be enough for them to eat for a day or two. As for what to do after 2 days, perhaps by then the disaster would have passed, social order would have been restored, and they could go to work and rest normally, waiting for economic compensation with peace of mind. With such a huge loss, how much compensation should they ask the authorities for? If they were not satisfied with the compensation, they would protest as much as they could, and they would never give up until they got tens of millions of yuan. For a while, in the underground parking lot and in the property owners group, almost everyone was discussing the reconstruction and compensation after the disaster, chatting happily and feeling very optimistic about the future. However, there were also people who were realistic and saw the situation clearly, and they expressed their views in the group. I advise everyone not to be too optimistic. This disaster is global, and the Western Hemisphere has been hit even more devastatingly. The global economy may go backwards 100 years, and even order may collapse. I suggest that everyone plan ahead and actively save themselves, and not place too much hope in the country. My dear brother, please be careful with your words. Nowadays, our country is strong, the people are rich, peace reigns throughout the land, and there is prosperity everywhere. Exactly, our country is so prosperous and powerful, how could it be defeated by a mere natural disaster? Yes, we can trust our country, we can trust the authorities will not abandon us. We just need to wait patiently for help. Seeing these comments, the sober older brother did not argue, but posted a video of supermarket shoppers waiting in long queues to pay. I'm not trying to alarm you, but facts speak louder than words. I'm standing in line at the supermarket right now, and the food and drink sections have already been emptied. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if there is national rescue, when will they arrive? There are disaster victims all over the country right now. Can the authorities rescue them all? If they arrive a few days late, can you all just go without food and water for a few days? After this comment was made, many people became a little more sober. Yes, if the rescue team arrives a few days late, won't I starve to death? My family doesn't have any food stockpiled, so we can only last a day or two. What if the rescue team doesn't come for a long time? In an instant, panic spread through the group, and many people said they wanted to go out and loot supplies, even if it was hot. It was better than starving and dying of thirst. Seeing this news, Wang, the director of the neighborhood committee, couldn't help but frown, very unhappy. These unruly people dare to discuss state affairs recklessly, they really don't know their place. She must rectify this kind of pernicious trend. So she spoke up in the group at everyone, please be careful with your words. Any news that has not been officially confirmed is a rumor. I hope everyone will not believe or spread rumors. The disaster is only temporary. Everyone should trust our country and organization. The authorities will not abandon anyone. Please wait patiently for rescue. And that property owner, please immediately stop the illegal act of spreading rumors, or I will not show mercy and will bring the police to arrest you after the disaster. Ha, ridiculous, what rumors have I made? I was just making a judgment based on the actual situation. You said the authorities would never abandon anyone, but why did hundreds of people burn to death last night? Aren't they human beings? Auntie Wang, let me ask you, if there is another fire like last night's and the fire department doesn't arrive in time, will you be responsible if someone dies? Comrade, please be careful with your words. There are some things that ordinary people should not discuss. You are already suspected of spreading rumors and disturbing social order. I have the right to punish you for these 2 reasons alone. Ha ha ha. Auntie Wang, you really are arrogant and self-righteous. Yes, your neighborhood committee is, to put it bluntly, just a civilian organization, and it doesn't even have a staff. Who gave you the right to enforce the law? Auntie Wang is a very proud person who usually flaunts her officialdom everywhere. How could she swallow this insult? So the two of them started arguing without warning. Chapter 15, Scrambling for Supplies. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to mediate. Okay, you two, stop arguing. The most urgent task is to go out and buy supplies quickly, or you'll miss the opportunity. Yes, if we have time to argue here, we might as well go and buy supplies quickly. Seeing that these unruly people clearly didn't trust her, Auntie Wang was furious and sent a message to stop them. Don't go and scramble for supplies, it will only cause prices to rise and increase the pressure on the authorities. We must trust the authorities and the organization. Help will definitely come. When do you think it will arrive? I have already been informed by my superiors that help will arrive in 3 days at the latest. Wang Dama lied. Saying this was nothing more than an attempt to tell everyone that she was part of the organization and could contact her superiors. You unruly people better be polite to me. But no one bought it, and they sent messages back to argue with her. What, it'll take 3 days to get here? We don't have any rice at home, we'll all starve to death in 3 days. Exactly, you said 3 days, but what if help doesn't come by then? Everyone, let's not waste any more time here. While the sun is still not at its most fierce, let's hurry out and stock up on supplies. That makes sense, we should stock up. Everyone was too lazy to waste time with Auntie Wang, and they all prepared to go shopping. Auntie Wang was furious, feeling that her authority had been unprecedentedly challenged. So she sent an angry message, I dare you. I'm putting my words on record today, if anyone dares to go out and loot supplies, I will definitely record it. After the disaster is over, our neighborhood committee will definitely report it truthfully, and we will definitely punish you for disturbing the peace. However, everyone is highly educated and simply doesn't buy it. Are you stupid? Don't you understand freedom of trade? Consumption is the inherent right of every citizen. What the fuck are you? Who gave you the right to stop us? Believe it or not, I'll call the police and have you arrested for infringement. That's right, it's just that I'm short of cash, otherwise I'd buy up all the goods in the city. What do you care? Hurry up and go, and ignore that stupid woman from the neighborhood committee, so as not to lower your IQ. Seeing that these unruly people were all disobedient, Auntie Wang was furious and stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. When people gave her face, she was Director Wang, but when they didn't, she was just Auntie Wang. Yang Xiao smiled but didn't say anything, and was about to put away her phone when she received a call from Mr. Wang, the owner of the tea shop. Mr. Yang, how are things over there? Are you okay? I'm fine, but 2 buildings in the neighborhood have burned down, and many people have died. What can you call this? It's really an unjust disaster. By the way, you asked me to help you procure supplies before. I've got 60 tons of rice, and another 7 or 8 tons of other specialty products. What should I do now? Yang Xiao was surprised and said, You're not still thinking of delivering it to me, are you? Mr. Wang laughed awkwardly and said, I would like to, but the current conditions obviously don't allow it. You can keep that batch of supplies. It's the end of the world now, and supplies are life. What did you say? Mr. Wang was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Yang Xiao said in a serious tone, I'm not joking with you. Listen, if you want to survive, you have to listen to me. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to be joking, Mr. Wang suddenly became a lot more serious and... Tell me, brother, I'm listening. First, find a way to get a bunch of controlled knives for self-defense. If you have the conditions, you can make some crossbows. It would be best if you could get your hands on some firearms. Second, find a few reliable people to form a force, and then slowly grow and strengthen it, so that no one can come to your house and rob you of supplies. Third, stock up on water. This disaster will last a long time, and in the future, water will be the most precious resource. Whoever has the most water will be the boss. Fourth, get some generators and fuel back, because there will definitely be power outages in the future. That's all I can think of for now, and yes, there's also medicine, especially sunburn medicine, get some more of that. Boss Wang took these suggestions seriously and wrote them down. I have a brother who is a welder, and he has the tools and steel at home, so he can make a batch of long knives. As for water, we are in a rural area, and many people have wells at home, so there is no shortage of water for now. You can buy medicine at the pharmacy, and it's easy to get a generator, except for the fuel, which is a bit of a problem. What do you suggest, brother? You can buy fuel from the gas station for 0 yuan, or buy illegal fuel. I don't have any other suggestions. The only thing I want to remind you is that you must kill the Virgin Mary first in the apocalypse, and you must never show mercy, otherwise there will be endless consequences that will harm both yourself and others. I understand, and so do you, brother. You must take care of yourself. I hope we can all get through this. HM. After the call ended, Lu Ruyan looked at him strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm curious. Since you care so much about this brother, why didn't you give him the news in advance? You're just talking without thinking about the consequences. If I told him in advance, would he believe me? That's true. By the way, since you suggested that he form his own faction, do you also have this plan? Yang Xiao nodded without denying it. He did have the intention of forming a faction. In the end times, if you don't have your own faction, sooner or later you will be eaten up by others until there is nothing left. But building a power base is not something that can be done overnight. He needs to find a group of capable people first, and then slowly expand. Lu Ruyan snuggled up in his arms, like a well-behaved cat. No matter what you do, I support you, as long as you are good to me. Well, as long as you are good, I will never let you down. He. Before noon, those who had gone out to grab shopping supplies all returned at once, and then complained in the group chat. Damn, it's so hot, I almost had a heat stroke. The streets were full of acquaintances, and I almost got 6-minute cooked myself. I almost got 7-minute cooked, and it's so good to be alive and back. There are so many wolves and so little meat. Now the streets are full of people grabbing shopping supplies, and most of the stores are empty. I even saw someone get killed and robbed in the street, but no one cared. It was horrible. Have you seen the news? The World Trade Center just caught fire, and the people inside are desperately trying to get out, causing a serious stampede. How terrifying. Seeing these comments, Auntie Wang felt triumphant and suddenly felt like herself again. She couldn't wait to send a message to the group at everyone. See, it's your own fault for being so stubborn and not listening to the elderly. You're suffering the consequences right now. Okay, Auntie Wang, if you have time to shoot off your mouth, you might as well contact the organization and urge them to send someone here as soon as possible to provide assistance. Yes, 2 buildings have burned down, and so many people have lost their homes. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Chapter 16, Shortage of Supplies. Wang Dama replied with conviction, Don't worry, everyone. I have already reported the situation in the community. I believe the organization will soon send commissioners down to properly relocate them. What about food? The little bit of supplies the street office distributed today is not enough for our community. And now we can't buy anything outside, so what do you suggest? Yes, your neighborhood committee usually has to deal with everything. Now is the time for you to make a difference. Those supplies are for the people in buildings 2 and 3, so everyone should just forget about it. What about us? We're victims of the disaster too. The authorities can't discriminate, can they? Auntie Wang, say something. It's time to show the value of the neighborhood committee. These questions stumped Auntie Wang. She was just putting on a brave face, but she had no idea what the organization had decided. But if she couldn't reassure everyone, she would lose her reputation and authority, so she decided to push a scapegoat forward to take the anger of the crowd. Everyone, if you want to blame someone for this, blame Yang Jian. If he hadn't made those bulk purchases a while ago, we wouldn't be running low on supplies in Tianhe City. Yang Jian? When did Erlang Jinjin come down to earth to make those purchases? I didn't know about it. Auntie Wang, I think you mean Yang Xiao. He was the one who went crazy stocking up the other day, with long lines of trucks. I thought he was going to start a wholesale market. Oh yes, it's Yang Xiao. Every day, dozens of trucks pull into his house with goods. If you really need supplies, you can buy from him. Wang Dama is very pleased with herself. Her ploy has successfully shifted the blame onto Yang Xiao, making him the target of everyone's anger. The group members agree that she is right, and so they start to tag Yang Xiao in the group. At Yang Xiao, can you sell me some food and water? I'm willing to pay 1.5 times the market price. And me too, I'm willing to pay a high price. Brother Yang Xiao, please sell some food to the people, they're so hungry. Ta. Suddenly, Yang Xiao noticed that many people in the group had tagged themselves. He was a little curious, so he opened his phone and his face immediately fell. That damned old hag, I think she's tired of living. Lu Ruyan asked curiously, what's wrong? You'll know if you look at the owners group. Oh. After learning the whole story, Lu Ruyan was furious. What does our family's purchase have to do with them? Why should we sell to them? She knew that people are greedy and that this door must not be opened, otherwise everyone will come to them for supplies in the future, and they will become the victims. Yang Xiao saw that she was not a saint at all, and was instantly overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid, just watch me." He opened the photo album, found a donation certificate and sent it to the group at everyone, in fact, that batch of supplies was purchased and donated to the poor mountainous areas by a mysterious rich man who asked me to help. It has long been taken away, and this is the certificate issued by the police station. The document clearly states that Yang Xiao donated supplies worth 15 billion yuan to the poor mountainous areas, with the official seal of the police station and the signature of the director. Everyone was dumbfounded, and it took a minute to recover. Damn, you really are a great philanthropist. You don't leave yourself any room for maneuver when you do good deeds, that's ruthless. Yang Xiao, you really are. Ugh, what can I say about you? If we'd waited a few days to take the food away, would we still have had to worry about it? You spendthrift, how could you be so generous? 15 billion yuan worth of supplies. If we don't donate it, it'll last us a lifetime. Alas, you're such a good person, it's really speechless. Everyone spoke out to blame Yang Xiao. If he usually donated so much, he would definitely be praised. But now everyone is facing a food crisis, and his kind actions are very hated. Yang Xiao said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm just doing someone else's work, I have no choice." Everyone please understand. There was no point in arguing, so everyone let Yang Xiao off the hook and kicked the ball back to the neighborhood committee director, who wanted to get involved in everything but didn't have the skills to do so. Wang Dama felt like she'd been struck by lightning. It felt as if the 15 billion in supplies donated by Yang Xiao were hers. Damn it, Yang Xiao, you idiot, how could you do charity? Wouldn't it be better to leave the supplies and share them out? She was angry, but she still had to get things done. Facing questions from the crowd, she could only stall for time. Saying that the organization was arranging for manpower and would soon be able to solve the problem, so please be patient. Auntie Wang, I want to ask, what about the owners of buildings 2 and 3? You can't let them sleep on the street, can you? Auntie Wang thought for a moment and replied, after discussion in the neighborhood committee, we hope that owners with spare rooms in their homes can temporarily accept them. After the disaster is over, the organization will arrange new accommodation for them. After this was said, everyone expressed that they did not have spare rooms in their homes and could not accommodate them. Are you kidding? Who would be happy to let strangers move into their home? Even if they are not happy about it normally, let alone now when they are in danger themselves, it might even lead to a wolf entering the house, and the risk is too high. Moreover, food is now in short supply, and with one more person there will be one more mouth to feed, so they might as well be a sucker. Of course, if the other person is a very pretty girl and is willing to do it for free, that would be a different story. Seeing everyone shirking their responsibilities, Auntie Wang was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, after discussion in the neighborhood committee, it was decided to discuss with the property management department and temporarily arrange for the homeless to be housed in unoccupied houses. The occupancy rate of this residential area is about 60%, with 40% of the houses either empty, renovated but unoccupied, or unfinished, which could accommodate these several hundred people. After some discussion, the property management department agreed to arrange for them to be housed in unfinished houses, and as for the renovated houses, everyone should forget about it. This was already the best possible outcome, and no one could say anything. The high temperatures caused damage to many electrical equipment, and there were widespread power outages in the city. This resulted in insufficient water pressure in many places, and water could not be supplied. The residential area was also severely affected, and there was not a single drop of water on the upper floors. And the continuous exposure to the sun made the building resemble a giant steamer, making it impossible to stay there. So many people chose to hide in the underground parking lot. The parking lot is on the second basement level, which is relatively cool. However, with the influx of a large number of people, the temperature quickly rose, making it hot and stuffy. Some people were clever and simply turned on the air conditioning in their cars. Seeing that this was such a good idea, many car owners followed suit. So many cars started up at the same time, emitting a lot of heat, causing the temperature in the underground garage to soar rapidly, quickly reaching 50 degrees. The owners who hadn't got into their cars couldn't stand it anymore and asked those car owners to turn off the engines. But people are selfish, so of course those car owners wouldn't give up their right to enjoy the air conditioning. My family has a car and money, so we are happy to burn fuel like this. What's it to you? If you dare to touch my car, see how much money you have to pay for compensation. So the two sides had a fierce argument and almost got into a fight. It was already hot enough, but now the argument made it even hotter. Chapter 17, The Owners Destroy the Parking Lot. The owners who did not have cars in the basement were baked and sweating, suffering greatly, but they did not dare to actually smash the cars. After all, no one's money was made by the wind. Seeing that they could not stay in the underground garage, many owners moved their positions one after another. Some ran under the trees to take shelter, but now the air outside was hot, not to mention the super strong ultraviolet rays. Leaving the basement was like giving up one's life. But apart from under the trees and in the basement, there are no other places in the whole neighborhood to escape the heat. Public anger boiled over, and everyone was simmering with anger. Some owners complained to the property management, asking them to stop those people from turning on the air conditioning in the underground garage. The property management, under pressure from public opinion, had to step in and dissuade them, hoping that the car owners would not be so selfish and would consider the needs of others. As a result, the car owners were arrogant and pointed at the nose of the property management company and cursed, "You traitors, do you think the property management fees I pay every month are for the dogs? If we don't pay the property management fees, you are nothing. Now you dare to interfere in our affairs, get lost." Hearing this, the faces of the other owners changed dramatically, and the way they looked at these car owners became very unkind. Having said that, I have to mention the difficult growth path of this community property. Generally speaking, the power balance between the property management company and the owners is always shifting. If the owners are strong enough, the property management company will be the loser and vice versa. Most of the owners in this community are very tough, and they have forced 3 property management companies to leave. The reason was that those owners who had bought a property but did not move in did not pay the property management fees, resulting in the shared costs falling entirely on the shoulders of the owners who had already moved in. No one was willing to give in, and they simply stopped paying the water and electricity bills, doing whatever they liked. As a result, the community often had its water and electricity cut off due to unpaid bills. The property management company couldn't collect the utility bills, and ended up losing a lot of money. In the end, the losses were so great that they simply packed up and ran away. Then 2 other property management companies took over, but they both ran away in the same way. After that, no property management company dared to come. The community was in a long-term state of water and power outages, which was not a solution. After all, everyone had to live. So the owners of the community held several meetings in a row to discuss solutions to the problem of property management fees. After much discussion, the owners decided to implement a system of 1 meter per household, which means that each household would have its own electricity meter, and pay only for the electricity they use. As for the water supply, it is impossible to separate it, so the property management company will still collect the fees centrally. After reaching an agreement, they hired a property management company. Having suffered enough from water and power outages, no one dared to default on their utility bills again, and the community barely returned to normal. But now those arrogant car owners dare to publicly abuse the property management company. If they scare them away again, who will be the one to pay the price? This is intolerable. So the owners, who were already on the verge of an explosion, could no longer hold back. They smashed the cars together, taking out their new and old grudges at the same time. Bang bang bang. The sound of banging on the hood, the sound of windows being smashed, and the screams of women and children in the cars being scared into tears, the whole basement was in chaos. Some of the irate car owners lost their minds, roared, and slammed their foot on the accelerator. They thought that would scare the others off, but it had the opposite effect and completely ignited everyone's anger. So they smashed the cars even harder, and many of them even overturned on the spot. The car owners were dragged out one by one and rubbed on the ground. Damn it! So what if you have a car? So what if you can burn as much gasoline as you want? I'll kick the shit out of you, you piece of shit. Stop it, I'll call the police if you keep beating me. Go ahead, try calling. Damn it, I almost got killed by your asshole, I was defending myself, what's wrong with that? Please stop, I know I was wrong. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the car owners were defeated. Not only were the cars smashed, but people were also injured. The victorious party was happy, but the problem was that they had just exercised too much and were now hot and bothered. Some even fainted. What should they do now? If they don't save someone, I'm afraid someone will die. How? The hospital is now full, the ambulance can't be called, and the police line is also busy. Even if they get through, they can't come, the UV rays are so strong that no one can withstand them. Is there a doctor? Please help, it's a matter of life and death. After a while of commotion, a young and beautiful woman pushed her way through the crowd. Excuse me, I'm a doctor. It's Dr. Zhang Yuan, everyone make way. Zhang Yuan was a top student at medical school, beautiful and kind-hearted, with fair skin, long legs, and a tall and shapely figure. Everyone, spread out a bit, let some air in, don't let the patient suffocate. Hearing this, everyone dispersed a little. Zhang Yuan crouched down to examine the patient, and her cleavage was very eye-catching, making a group of men secretly swallow their saliva. She knew that her cleavage might have been seen, but lives were at stake, so she couldn't care less at the moment. With no medical tools at hand, she could only use physical cooling methods. Excuse me, does anyone have any alcohol or white wine? She asked several times, and finally a man responded. I have some, but it's almost gone. The man took out a small bottle of ergotu and handed it over. Thank you. Zhang Yuan applied the ergotu to the patient's forehead, neck, chest, stomach, and other places. The alcohol evaporated, and a cool feeling woke up the unconscious person. The patient thanked them profusely for saving his life. But before Zhang Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief, several people at the scene fainted from the heat. Oh no, what should I do now? Zhang Yuan was in a panic, not knowing what to do. She sent a message in the group asking for help, hoping that someone would be kind enough to offer some alcohol. But everyone was now aware that alcohol or baijiu could save lives, so no one was willing to give it up. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to despair, a message made her eyes light up. Yang Xiao, there are fire sprinklers in the underground garage, so just set fire to the fire alarm device, right? Yes. So everyone immediately got to work and triggered the fire alarm. The sprinklers above the garage immediately kicked in, and the splashing water brought a burst of coolness. What happened here quickly spread to other apartment buildings, and the owners followed suit, triggering the automatic fire extinguishing devices. Soon, the underground garages of various apartment buildings erupted in resounding cheers. The girls were drenched, their beautiful figures on full display, causing the men to howl like wolves. The scene was even more joyous than the water splashing festival. When the sun finally set, many people set out with their families, splitting up into groups to go shopping for supplies. Chapter 18, Scheming with a Best Friend. Many people set out in their families, splitting into several groups, to go shopping for supplies everywhere. Tian Chichi was hiding on the 2nd floor licking ice cream when she suddenly received a message from her best friend Sumi. Chichi, it's so hot in the dormitory, and my roommates asked if I could take them to your place to escape the heat. Seeing this message, Tian Chichi couldn't help but frown, feeling a little upset and a little panicked. This stupid woman, she hasn't told someone else about her hoarding of supplies, has she? Thinking that this was a possibility, she quickly replied to the message to test the waters. Mimi, go somewhere where no one can see you. I have something very important to ask you. After a while, Sumi messaged her back, okay, I'm now locked in the bathroom. Ask your question quickly, I'm dying of heat. I'm asking you, have you told anyone else about my buying so many supplies? No, how could I dare to tell anyone about such a stupid thing I did with you? It would be like slapping me in the face. Tian Chichi let out a huge sigh of relief when she read her reply, and quickly replied. Okay, since you didn't tell anyone, I'll let you come over. But you can only come alone, because I like to be left alone, you know that. After sending the message, Tian Chichi immediately went to the medicine section to look for something. She remembered buying some sleeping pills, which would finally come in handy, and she would use them on Sumi later. This is not good, after all, the few people in the dormitory are quite familiar with each other. Sumi had a motherly heart and felt that it was a bit selfish for her to go enjoy the benefits. But the villa belonged to Tian Chichi, and she couldn't make the decision on her own. Tian Chichi pursed her lips and thought to herself, it's fine if you're close with them, but what does it have to do with me? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a few days of intense heat, and they can just turn on the air conditioning for a few days and get through it. She didn't sound very confident, because after all, the air conditioning was almost useless now, or else she wouldn't have had to hide in the basement to escape the heat. Fine, I'll go myself. Sumi finally had to give up on her roommates and went to Tian Chichi's villa alone. As soon as she entered the door, Tian Chichi handed her a glass of fresh juice. Sumi thanked her and gulped it down in one go, instantly feeling full of energy again. Ha, that was great, I'm finally back to life. Tian Chichi said with a smile. Okay, go take a shower, look at you, you're covered in sweat. Okay. Sumi didn't suspect anything, and happily went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, the two sat in the living room on the second floor, watching the news and chatting. As they chatted, Sumi grew drowsy. I can't take it anymore, my eyelids are fighting. I'm going to go to bed first. Sumi yawned and walked into a guest room. Tian Chichi gave a satanic smile. After waiting for half an hour, she walked into Sumi's room with a pair of shackles, locked her in bed, and confiscated her phone. It was very hot at night, with the indoor temperature reaching over 50 degrees. Lu Ruyan was originally comfortably blowing air conditioning, but suddenly Yang Xiaoyang turned it off and only turned on the fan. Why did you turn off the air conditioner? Lu Ruyan was full of confusion, pouting her lips and very unhappy. Yang Xiaoyang explained, this temperature will become the norm in the future, so we need to get used to it in advance. After all, we can't stay in this villa forever, we have to go out sometime. Anyone who sits in an air-conditioned office all year round knows that on a hot summer day, if you leave an air-conditioned room, it feels like you've walked into a sauna. It's unbearably hot and you can't adapt to it easily. Now that the heat is here to stay, these extreme conditions will last a long time. Since we can't change the environment, we should try to adapt to it. And he had a bold conjecture in his heart that he wanted to confirm. So he decided to turn off the air conditioning for a while every night to slowly adapt to the heat. Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Ruyan sneered, gave him a disgusted look, but didn't say anything. Fortunately, the temperature in the basement was much lower than on the surface, and they could barely bear it with the fan on. Lu Ruyan's temper flared up, and she ignored him as she licked an ice lolly. After 2 hours of being indoors, even with the fan on, the two of them were still sweating profusely. Lu Ruyan couldn't stand it anymore, so she simply jumped into the bathtub and took a comfortable bath. Yang Xiao sat cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation, letting himself sweat all over while remaining indifferent. Feeling that it was almost time, he turned the air conditioning back on. Then he walked into the bathroom. This woman, she doesn't even call out when she's taking a shower, what a bitch. On the third day of the end of the world, the high temperatures continued unabated, showing no sign of cooling down. An official announcement was made that the national holiday would continue. Everyone was reminded to pay attention to sun protection and try not to go out during the day. At the same time, it was suggested that everyone try to stock up on water as much as possible to prevent encountering a period of water stress. Some people are happy to see that the holiday policy continues, while others are saddened. Naturally, young people who have just entered society are overjoyed. They can go out at night with friends or play games at home during the holiday. But for those social animals who are burdened with many debts, such as car loans, mortgages, marriage loans, child-rearing loans, and support loans, this is shocking news. If they don't go to work, where will they get the money? What will they use to support their large families? This inevitably reminds people of the 3 years of panic. For a time, many wage earners complained online, hoping that the state would introduce relevant policies to support those in need. For example, adjusting working hours to the evening, or issuing subsistence allowances. However, after the natural disaster 3 days ago, most factories and companies were burned down, and most supplies were lost. The country is now overwhelmed with relief efforts, and there is simply not enough manpower to spare to deal with other matters. The community is also unstable. Many people don't have much food left at home, and some have even run out of food. The basement has become a gathering place for the community. During the day, the floodgates are open to let the water out and cool off collectively, and at night, it becomes a small market where owners trade the extra things they have at home. After being cooped up at home for 3 days, Lu Ruyan felt very bored and kept pestering Yang Xiao to take her out for a walk. Yang Xiao looked at the outdoor temperature, 48°C, which was still quite cool. Okay, remember to put on plenty of sunscreen and protect yourself from the UV rays. Okay. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and helped Yang Xiao apply sunscreen all over her body. Then they put on a veil and went out. As soon as they stepped outside, they happened to bump into Tian Chichi, who lived next door. The three of them smiled at each other. Tian Chichi spoke first, what a coincidence. Lu Ruyan smiled and responded, yes, what a coincidence. It's so chaotic outside, how can you go out by yourself, what if you meet a bad guy? Hee, in that case, I'll go with you. In case we meet a bad guy, young brother can protect me. Tian Chichi walked over to Lu Ruyan with a smile, like a good little sister. Yang Xiao didn't say anything, and led them towards the nearest building 18. Chapter 19, The Heartless Tian Chichi. Tian Chichi asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Lu Ruyan replied, "I heard that there are small markets in the parking lots of every building in the community, so let's go take a look." "What about you?" "I'm also going to the small market to see what's good." "You're going to trade too?" Lu Ruyan was a little surprised and curiously looked at the other person's satchel. It was bulging, as if it contained a lot of things. Just taking a chance. During their idle chat, the three had arrived at the entrance to the basement of Building 18. A buzzing noise came from below. Walking in, they saw a scene that looked very much like a small-town market. Many people were setting up stalls and selling all kinds of things. High-end vacuum flasks, imported products, original price 888, now only one loaf of bread or sandwich. Super powerful insecticide, specially formulated to kill cockroaches, mosquitoes and flies, only 2 loaves of bread. Anti-loose floral water, 1 bottle for 5 packs of instant noodles. A pack of cigarettes for 5 boxes of ham and 5 boxes of instant noodles. Collectible Dragon Ball figures, interested parties please contact me privately. Many stall owners were shouting, fanning themselves with a fan while holding a large bottle of water nearby to drink from when they got thirsty. There were many women wearing revealing clothing wandering around, but everyone was so hot and irritable that they didn't have the heart to think about anything else. But Lu Ruyan and Tian Chichi not only looked extremely beautiful, they also had extremely hot bodies, so they successfully attracted the attention of those around them. Many people even whistled at them. A strong, yellow-haired man with a center parting stopped Lu Ruyan in her tracks and said in a flirtatious tone, "Hey, girl, how about a pack of instant noodles for each time?" Lu Ruyan instantly turned red with anger, but before she could curse back, another strong man also walked over, his face full of lecherous smiles. "Gee Jage. Such an exquisite girl, how is a pack of instant noodles enough? I'll add a ham sausage." "I'll pay for 2 packs of instant noodles and a ham sausage, except that I have 2 more friends who want to join in the fun." "Ha ha ha. This girl is also very good, name your price, come home with me tonight." Soon, a group of burly men surrounded them, eyeing Lu Ruyan and Tian Chichi greedily. This group of people are the neighborhood bullies, street slippery. They usually do nothing but loaf around, specializing in petty crimes and often getting arrested and taken to the police station for tea. They are used to harassing pretty women and are all seasoned rogues. In the past, when the legal system was sound, they didn't dare to act excessively. Now it's different, no one is watching, and their lust is rapidly growing. Seeing that these thugs are about to get started, Lu Ruyan subconsciously hides behind Yang Xiao, a little nervous, frantically thinking of a way to deal with the situation. Tian Chichi takes a deep breath, adjusts her mindset, takes out an exquisite crossbow from her satchel, and glares at these people. When the thugs saw the other person suddenly brandish a deadly weapon, they were startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. The boy with the center parting and yellow hair smiled awkwardly. "Sister, don't be impulsive, we were just joking with you." Tian Chichi sneered, "Oh, then I'll also joke with you, how about I shoot an arrow at you?" No, brother, I admit defeat. It's all my fault today, I'm willing to apologize." Huang Mao was really scared. If the other party really shot an arrow at him, he would be seriously injured if not killed. In this period of time when medicine is in short supply, serious injury is equivalent to certain death, and he didn't want to lose his life here. Tian Chichi raised his eyebrows and looked at the other punks. The others were also scared out of their wits and quickly apologized. Tian Chichi sneered, "What, is that all you have to say?" Huang Mao asked in a trembling voice, "So, what do you want?" "You just gave us the instant noodles and the ham, so since you did, just pay the price you quoted." This. What, too little? No, we'll pay right now." The punks reluctantly left the ham and instant noodles and fled in disgrace. Tian Chichi was all smiles, happily taking the bag to pack up her loot. Lu Ruyan let out a huge sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a close call. Luckily, I had Chichi with me." It was nothing." Tian Chichi smiled smugly. Luckily, she had the foresight to bring her weapon with her, otherwise tonight would have been dangerous. Yang Xiao suddenly asked, "Why didn't you shoot just now?" "It's so chaotic right now, no one cares if you kill someone, not to mention that you were defending yourself." Tian Chichi gave him a blank look. "What are you thinking? This isn't a repeating crossbow. What if you shoot one and the others pounce on you? You're quite resourceful." Yang Xiao gave her a meaningful look. He felt that this girl was quite clever. "Hey, remember, you owe me a favor today." Tian Chichi shamelessly took credit. Yang Xiao shrugged, okay. The three of them continued to wander around, and in a corner they saw a beautiful woman selling bags from a stall. Tian Chichi walked over with anticipation. Selling bags, new Chanel bags, limited edition donkey bags, on sale for a bargain price. Tian Chichi picked up a Chanel bag and asked, "Beauty, how much is this bag?" The beauty gave a charming smile and said, "I bought this bag for 38,000 yuan, and it's less than 3 months old. I haven't used it even a few times. If you want it, just give me 2 boxes of instant noodles." What? Look at the time, you still want 2 boxes of instant noodles? In a few days, they won't even be worth a pack. Tian Chichi was unhappy, put down the bag and turned to leave. Hey, beautiful lady, don't go, the price is negotiable. The beautiful woman hurriedly stopped her. Tian Chichi stopped, turned around, held up 2 fingers, 2 packs of instant noodles, okay, or forget it. The pretty woman looked embarrassed. This is too cheap. Can you add a bit more? I saved up my salary for months to buy it. Tian Chichi said decisively, at most, I'll add 1 more ham sausage. That's my bottom line. This, okay, deal. The pretty woman looked miserable. Although she was reluctant, her family had run out of food. If they didn't eat, they might starve to death. After the two reached a deal, Tian Chichi was full of smiles and was preparing to leave when the beautiful woman suddenly stopped her. Beauty, wait a moment. Look, I have a few bags here. Why don't you see if there's anything you like? Tian Chichi glanced at them and saw that they were all authentic. The cheapest ones originally sold for tens of thousands of dollars. In the end, she took out all the loot she had just seized and bought all the bags from the beautiful woman. Yang Xiao asked with a strange expression on his face, "It's the end of the world, what do you need so many bags for?" "You can't eat them." Tian Chichi said with a helpless expression on her face, "It's not that I want them, but there's a stubborn person in my family, so I bought them to appease her." Hearing this, Yang Xiao's face became even more strange. Chapter 20, The Killing in the Parking Lot. After hanging out in the garage for a while, the two women couldn't stand the heat anymore and wanted to go home. Yang Xiao saw that they were sweating and their faces were red, so he nodded and agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a large group of people suddenly rushed in through the entrance. Among them were the thugs who had just been robbed. They were armed with weapons such as steel pipes and machetes, and without hesitation, they plundered the parking lot. The main targets were food and water, followed by useful things like insecticide and floral water. Some stall owners refused to give in and reason with them, and as a result, they were beaten until they were bleeding and dying, almost dying on the spot. The thugs also said with justification, "We only want supplies, we don't want to hurt people, you'd better cooperate." Lawyer Zhang San said, "Even eating a panda is not illegal now, we are acting in emergency self-defense." Everyone was horrified by the brutal and bloody scene, and could only watch as their belongings were taken away, unable to speak out. "Take the women too. They won't be able to survive the apocalypse, so we're just being helpful." So many women suffered as well. As long as they were young and good-looking, they could not escape the clutches of the devil. For a while, cries for help echoed through the basement, making it even more tragic. Suddenly, the man with the center parting and yellow hair saw Tian Chichi and shouted excitedly to the strong man in charge, "Brother Bao, look there. They just robbed us of our supplies." After he finished speaking, the group of people quickly surrounded Yang Xiao and the other two. When Brother Bao looked at the beautiful and charming Lu Ruyan and the youthful and pretty Tian Chichi, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He couldn't help but swallow, his face lewd. Hey, the heavens have not treated me badly, they have actually sent me 2 perfects. Congratulations, Brother Bao, you have won the hand of a beautiful woman. You are worthy of the name Brother Bao, even the heavens are so fond of you. The younger brothers let out a burst of rainbow farts, which made Brother Leopard so carried away that he was very pleased. The center-parted yellow-haired man walked up to Tian Chichi, with a lewd smile on his face. He, little beauty, if you know what's good for you, you'll go with our brother Leopard obediently, otherwise don't blame us for using force. Tian Chichi looked nervous, her delicate body trembling. She aimed her crossbow at Huang Mao and, gathering her courage, threatened him, "If you're not afraid of death, come here and see if you can stop my arrow." Huang Mao was startled and took a few steps back. "Get lost, loser." Brother Bao kicked Huang Mao and, strutting around, walked over to Tian Chichi and said, "You only have 1 arrow, but we have dozens of brothers. Can you kill them all? I advise you to cooperate, otherwise if you anger me, I will tie you to the bed and let my brothers take turns with you. Will you be my woman or everyone's woman?" Shoes. Tian Chichi was held in a vice, her heart was in a panic, and she couldn't help but hide behind Yang Xiao, like a frightened white rabbit. Brother, what should we do now? They want to take me and Ruyan away. Yang Xiao stroked her little head and reassured her, don't worry, I'm here. Seeing this, Brother Bao sneered, a brat with milk on his breath, really fearless. Do you know who I am, Brother Bao? When I was roaming the rivers and lakes, you were still sucking on your mother's breast. Ha ha ha. Little baby, have you weaned yet? Hurry home and suckle. Yang Xiao was not angry at these taunts, because he had long been used to them in his previous life. But then again, he did plan to go home and breastfeed. Seeing that he still did not say anything, Brother Ba thought he had been intimidated and said triumphantly, Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll send these 2 women over. I can barely accept you as my little brother. If you behave well in the future, I can give you the opportunity to get intimate with one of them. This remark was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting, causing the brothers to laugh unrestrainedly. Lu Ruyan clutched Yang Xiao's arm tightly, her face pale, and she dared not speak. Yang Xiao smiled and said, It's okay, just take a few steps back. Seeing his determined eyes and confident expression, although Lu Ruyan was a little puzzled, she did not ask any more questions, and took Tian Chichi and took a few steps back. Their attention was on Brother Bao the whole time, and when they came back to their senses, Yang Xiao was holding an AK-47 in his hand. Tian Chichi exclaimed, Oh my god, he has a gun. When did he bring it out, and why didn't I notice? Lu Ruyan was also dumbfounded. She and Yang Xiao spent every day together, and there was no such thing in the house. And just before they left the house, she had searched his entire body. Where did he hide such a big gun? Brother Bao was shocked and took a few steps back, looking at Yang Xiao in horror. He swallowed hard and pretended to be calm. Brother, calm down, let's talk about this. We were just joking with you. It was obvious that thing was not a toy gun, and he didn't want to risk his life by betting on whether or not it had bullets. Yang Xiao's mouth curled up into a playful smile. Let me play a joke on you too. Day. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the garage, scaring everyone and causing them to scream and run for cover. Brother Bao was able to avoid a fatal injury because he dodged in time, and was only shot in the thigh. The few thugs behind him didn't have that good of luck, however, and their blood splattered 5 steps away, killing them instantly. The other thugs didn't bother with the spoils and just ran, scared out of their minds. In the blink of an eye, the magazine was emptied. Huang Mao, who was hiding behind a pillar, sensed his chance and yelled, throwing himself recklessly at Yang Xiao. Brother Bao hid behind another pillar, covering his bleeding thigh, and yelled, He's out of bullets, brothers, attack together, we must kill him and avenge our dead brothers. Immediately, the small thugs hiding everywhere charged forward, fangs bared and claws outstretched. Yang Xiao shrugged, lifted his leg and kicked Huang Mao, directly hitting him in the face. With a crack, Huang Mao's head tilted 90, and he died without seeing the light of day. When the other punks arrived at the battlefield, Yang Xiao had already replaced the magazine. Day. I don't know how long it took, but the gunfire in the basement gradually stopped. Yang Xiao looked around with his gun, giving a few of the thugs who were not quite dead a few more shots. But he didn't see Brother Bao, only a long bloody trail on the ground. It looked like he had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Pfft, nothing. You're lucky today. Yang Xiao shrugged, and returned to Lu Ruyan's side. The 2 girls were numb, like statues, not moving a muscle. Yang Xiao reached out and waved in front of Lu Ruyan to wake her up, smiling and saying, What, shocked? The 2 women came back to their senses and saw the smoking AK in his hand. They immediately trembled and took a few steps back in a reflex. You. Tian Chichi's voice trembled, she was extremely frightened, her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to say. Chapter 21, The Little Fangirl Tian Chichi. Lu Ruyan took a few deep breaths to compose herself, and asked carefully, Are you okay? Yang Xiao's heart warmed, and he smiled, I'm fine, it's them that are in trouble. There are bodies all over the floor, so it's obvious that they're in trouble. Tian Chichi also let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Yang Xiao was still able to communicate normally. I was so scared, I thought you'd gone crazy. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Let's go home and turn on the air conditioning. Yang Xiao glanced at the terrified owners, gave a contemptuous smile, and turned around and left. The women he had just saved hid as far away as they could, as if they were afraid of being noticed by him. Tian Chichi saw this and was furious. She shouted at them, Have you people no conscience? My brother just saved you. Instead of saying a word of thanks, you avoid him like the plague. What's the reasoning behind this? The rescued people all blushed, and they lowered their heads without saying a word. Forget it, let's go. Lu Rian dragged Tian Chichi away, not wanting to waste any more expressions here. On the way, Tian Chichi was like a lackey, smiling and bowing, and using an electric fan to cool Yang Xiao down. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched crazily, and his heart was racing, completely losing his temper because of her. Young lady, please don't torture me anymore. Just say what you want to say. Tian Chichi suddenly pouted, very unhappy. But the next second, she returned to a smiling face. Hey, big brother, can I touch your gun? Yang Xiao stopped in his tracks, staring at Tian Chichi with a strange expression on his face, and asked, Are you sure? Aha! Tian Chichi nodded seriously, full of anticipation. Okay, go ahead. Yang Xiao spread his hands and closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be petted. Great, thanks brother. Tian Chichi was overjoyed and carefully stroked the AK in his hands. She loved all kinds of rifles and had quite a few models at home, but unfortunately none of them were real. After a while, Yang Xiao noticed that no one was petting him and opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Tian Chichi happily playing with the AK, he finally realized that he had misunderstood the situation and his face turned red. Cough, cough, okay, the outdoor radiation is too strong, let's go home quickly. Lao Yang put away his gun and left. Tian Chichi chased after him. Hey, don't rush off, I haven't had enough. Lu Ruyan laughed and quickly caught up. When they reached the front door, Tian Chichi was reluctant to go, looking back every few steps, but in the end they went their separate ways. Sweating profusely, Tian Chichi felt very uncomfortable. She quickly took a shower and felt much better. Then she picked up a bag and walked into the bedroom. With one hand cuffed, Sumi could only lie on the bed. Seeing Tian Chichi come in, she immediately turned her head away angrily. Humph. Tian Chichi didn't care and walked over with a smile. Honey Nini, look what I brought you back? Humph, I'm not looking. A limited edition Hermes bag. Are you sure you don't want it? Sumi's eyes lit up, and her face immediately changed, her attitude changing 180 degrees. I want it, give it to me. To her, designer bags are half of her life. Hee, you want it? MHM, I want it. At this point, Sumi's resentment towards Tian Chichi had dissipated, and all she could see was the bag. Tian Chichi asked teasingly, So are you still angry with me? No, I'm not angry anymore. Just give me the bag. Sumi was really not angry anymore. If she could have a bag every day, she would be willing to be locked in bed for the rest of her life. Then you can have it. Tian Chichi handed her the bag, turned on the TV, turned around and went to the bathroom to get a basin of water. Baby, let me wash your body. Sumi was at that time immersed in the joy of the bag, and she had no interest in anything else. After a while, Tian Chichi carefully helped her clean up, then lay down next to her and chatted with her. Nini, let me tell you, that was really exciting. What happened? At this point, Sumi's enthusiasm for the bag had subsided a lot, and she was able to communicate normally. There was a shooting in the underground parking lot just now, and many people died. Really? Sumi obviously didn't believe it. Tian Chichi then vividly described the conflict that had just broken out in the garage, and even showed her some photos of the crime scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale, her delicate body trembled, and she dug her head into Tian Chichi's arms, letting her take control. Is it that lawless out there now? How can they just openly shoot so many people and the police don't care? The police don't give a damn. There are refugees everywhere, and there are ruins everywhere. Just resettling the refugees and rebuilding after the disaster is enough to give them a headache. It's not that exaggerated, is it? What's wrong with the world? Sumi was full of disbelief, and obviously had not yet come to terms with reality. Her world had originally consisted of only designer handbags, a high-quality life, and the grand ideal of marrying into a wealthy family, and she had never cared about national affairs. However, what had happened in the past 2 days seemed to be subverting her perception, and it almost made her CPU, which was not very good, start smoking. Tian Chichi said with a playful face, the world has gone to hell. Do you know how much this bag costs? You would never guess, just a few packets of instant noodles. What? Sumi was shocked and dumbfounded. The seller's family had already run out of food, and official aid was slow in coming. In order to avoid starving to death, what else could she do but sell her valuables at a low price? Sumi was first shocked, then her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "What are we waiting for? We have so many instant noodles at home, let's trade them for a bag." Tianqiqi rolled her eyes, not expecting her best friend to still not wake up to the reality. "Don't worry, we got them all back." "Really? That's great, Chichi, you're so nice." Sumi happily hugged her and gave her a kiss. Tianqiqi said smugly, "I'll reward you with a bag if you behave in the future and I'm satisfied." "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Sumi beamed. The end of the world is none of her business, as long as she has a designer bag. Tianqiqi could only smile wryly. She knew that her best friend was not very bright and would not be able to survive the end of the world, so she had confined her. This way, she can keep her company and not reveal that she has a lot of supplies at home, so as to avoid trouble. Next door, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to go home and head to the backyard pool to take a bath. It's so hot outside, like a boiler room, the pool is cool. Yang Xiao also jumped into the pool, added an ice cube, and said with a smile, "We said we'd take a bath together." Lu Ruyan gave him a dirty look. "The pool is so big, and no one is stopping you." Hey, how about we talk about going home to breastfeed?" "Humph, you'd better talk about what happened with that pole." "Didn't I tell you already? I purchased some military weapons abroad 2 months ago." "Really?" "Of course it's true." Chapter 22, Su Rue sends for help. The news that Yang Xiao had publicly shot so many people spread like the wind through the community. Although some people gave the reasons, most people only cared about the fact that he had killed, and didn't care about the reasons. Many WeChat groups within the apartment buildings had heated discussions about the incident. No matter what terrible mistake the bullies had made, this was no reason for Yang Xiao to kill them publicly. Yes, it's so cruel, killing so many people because of a little conflict. Is he a devil? This kind of person is so dangerous, I really don't want to live in the same community as him. Did you call the police? Why hasn't anyone come to arrest him yet? What's the point of calling the police? No one answers the phone. No wonder he dares to be so rampant, he figured the police are too busy to deal with him right now. It looks like a repeat offender, I suggest checking him out if you get the chance. I've already posted about this tragedy online, hoping to get the attention of the relevant authorities. For a while, everyone was discussing Yang Xiao's cruelty, completely overshadowing the evil deeds of Brother Bao and the others. But no one dared to discuss it in the big group, for fear of being marked by Yang Xiao. 2 days passed, and the murderer was still very much alive. The police did not come to arrest him. This caused the dissatisfaction of many residents, but it also gave rise to different thoughts in a small number of people. Building number 1, the apartment building where Yang Xiao lived before the end of the world. At this time, many people had gathered in the basement, and it looked like an illegal gathering. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence took a megaphone and stood on top of a car, shouting, "Everyone, quiet down for a second, let me say a few words. I believe you have also noticed that in the face of this unprecedented catastrophe, the authorities seem to be powerless, and now it has descended into anarchy. If we unite and combine our strength, can we not make a difference in the end times?" When these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. Everyone was shocked and uncertain, and they discussed it among themselves. Someone asked loudly, "Lu Zhang, do you mean to rise up in rebellion?" Lu Zhang said with a smile, "I didn't mean that. What I meant was that we can form a gang, take control of the entire community first, and then plot outside. The meaning is very clear. First, dominate the community, and then expand outward and become the boss of this area. In the future, depending on the situation, if the government really collapses, then they will declare independence and become king." Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Lu Zhang continued to incite, "Everyone can see that Yang Xiao has killed so many people, but no one is coming to arrest him. What does this show? It shows that the authorities are powerless. I believe that many people are now planning to form their own forces. Time is of the essence. In order to survive, everyone must race against the clock and seize the initiative." The crowd bowed their heads and discussed the matter for a while, as if considering whether it was worth it. Seeing that everyone was about to make a move, Lu Zhang gave a few stooges a wink. One of the lackeys understood what was going on and immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Damn it, I'm going for it. Boss Lu, you'll be my boss from now on, and I hope you can take me with you." Another lackey also shouted in agreement. Under the influence of the few lackeys, the cattle and horses agreed one after the other. At this point, the gang in Building 1 was established and named the Zhangdao Club. The first target of the Zhangdao Society was the villa area. Whether they had stockpiled supplies or not, the cool basement and the matching swimming pool were attractive enough. Meanwhile, various small gangs were formed in other apartment buildings. Among them, Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee became the person in charge of the apartment building, and she absorbed almost all the young people in the building into the neighborhood committee for her use. That night, Yang Xiao was preparing to breastfeed when he was suddenly interrupted by the phone ringing. Lu Ruyan said with a displeased expression, "Who is it? What a buzzkill." She glanced at the caller ID secretly and exclaimed, "Su Rui?" Yang Xiao was slightly surprised. "You know her?" "Of course, she is a resident of our building and also works in the sales department of our community. Since I am engaged in interior design, I happen to get to know her in the sales department." "Why, do you know her well?" Lu Ruyan shot her an unfriendly glance. Yang Xiao thought for a moment, and not intending to hide anything, nodded, "Well, an acquaintance I know well." Then he answered the phone. Lu Ruyan puffed up her cheeks and sulked, determined to sleep and swear that she would never give in to him tonight. "Hello, beautiful Sue. Long time no see. Why are you suddenly calling me?" "Yang Xiao, are you okay?" "Well, I'm fine. What's up?" "I have something very important to tell you. A gang called the Righteous Way Society has been formed in Building 1, and they plan to attack the villa area in the early hours of the night tonight. Your villa is their main target." Yang Xiao was a little surprised and also a little excited to hear such exciting news. This is so scary. Do they even care about the law? Su Rui rolled her eyes and looked speechless. Come on, you shot so many people in public and you're fine, so why would they care about the law? Don't they fear the gun in my hand? They bet your gun is not loaded. Ha 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 ha. Okay, what a bunch of idiots. It's the middle of the night, and you're still laughing. Su Rui was anxious and impatient, stamping her feet in anger. She was really worried about Yang Xiao. After all, the two of them had had some unforgettable memories together. Yang Xiao sensed her concern and reassured her, "Don't worry, I still have plenty of bullets in the gun, you know that." "Damn it, I'm worried sick, and you're joking." Su Rui blushed, unable to help but fall into memories. That run in the sunset that day was her lost youth. "I'm not joking, I bought a lot of bullets, enough to deal with them." "Really?" Su Rui was a little convinced. "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you?" "Then, can you let me move in?" Su Rui was anxious, waiting anxiously for a reply. Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned and asked, doubtfully, "Your husband will agree to this?" Su Rui said angrily, "Don't mention that bastard. He betrayed me long ago. The night of the disaster, he went out drinking with friends, but actually went to fool around with his mistress. Now he's stuck in the hotel, and he deserves it." It turns out that his husband had been flirting with the new female college student at the company. That day, Su Rui sold a villa for nearly 3 million, and her husband immediately used sweet talk to trick him into giving him 500,000, saying that he was investing with his buddies, but in fact he was using it to woo girls. Her husband often didn't come home until late at night, with the smell of a woman's perfume on his body and long hair, which aroused Su Rui's suspicions. So she hired a private detective to follow him, and discovered that the pair of dogs and women often frequented the Sunshine Rose Hotel. Not only did he buy the mistress bags and jewelry, but also a car worth more than 200,000. Su Rui was greatly angered when she learned the truth, and had a fight with her husband, demanding a divorce. As a result, her husband blamed her for not understanding him, and angrily left home, going to the hotel to stay with his mistress for a few days. Coincidentally, the end of the world struck, and the pair of miserable lovers were trapped in the hotel, now facing the crisis of running out of food and supplies. Chapter 23, The Siege of the Villa. Goodness, no novel would dare write this. Yang Xiao felt that Su Rui's experience was too magical, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Seeing him silent, Su Rui choked and said, "Even you dislike me?" Yang Xiao came back to his senses and comforted, "How could I? You're so pretty, I dream of having you." It's just. Just what? Su Rui was anxious. "It's just that there's still a tigress living in my house, and I have to get her to agree, otherwise you two will be causing chaos in the house every day." Tigress? I thought you said you were single? Su Rui suddenly felt like her emotions had been hurt, and her heart ached. "I am single, and you know this tigress, too. Her name is Lu Ruyan, and her situation is the same as yours." "Ruyan is so much older than you. How could you get involved with this woman?" Su Rui's voice was not loud. Lu Ruyan heard her and was unhappy on the spot. She took the phone directly and gave a tirade. Rui, what do you mean? What do you mean we fool around together? Cough cough. Big D, don't get excited, I didn't mean it like that. Then what did you mean? Let's get it straight now. Then the two women just kept talking like machine guns, completely forgetting what they were doing. I don't know how long it was before the shrill sound of an alarm came from the villa, interrupting the two women's chatter. Lu Ruyan said nervously, "Oh no, someone's attacking the villa." After all, she had renovated the villa, so she naturally knew exactly what the alarm meant. It's fine, you guys carry on chatting, I'll go out and get rid of them. Yang Xiao reassured her, then put on her pajamas and walked out of the room. When she arrived on the second-floor balcony, she switched on the searchlight. She saw that the villa was packed with people, at least 100 of them. They were bashing on the doors, and even the neighboring Tian Chichi's house was not spared. At this time, Tian Chichi was also on the second-floor balcony, holding a crossbow in her hands and very nervous. There was already one lying outside her front door, apparently shot. But instead of frightening the crowd away, it aroused their anger, and they smashed on the door even more frantically. Seeing the lights go on in the next room, Tian Chichi let out a sigh of relief and said pitifully, "Brother Yang, you finally come out, hurry and save me." Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Is the crossbow in your hand just for show? Shoot them. If you kill a few of them, they'll know to be afraid." Good. Yang Xiao's appearance gave Tian Chichi great courage. She was no longer afraid, and just started shooting at the crowd. The next second, there were screams of pain everywhere, and the people besieging the door fled in all directions. Seeing that this trick really worked, Tian Chichi couldn't help but say smugly, a bunch of cowardly cowards who fear death. If I had known they were so easy to deal with, why would I waste any words with you? When these people came to smash the door just now, she tried to reason with them, but they ended up talking to her with their fists. She panicked and shot one of them, which aroused the anger of the crowd. Everyone smashed the door, yelling that she should pay with her life. This really made her panic. Now it seems that it is better to be a ruthless female demon, otherwise she and Sumi will suffer tonight. Seeing that Tian Chichi had gone crazy and killed, the crowd dared not attack her villa anymore, so they had to change their target and rob other villas. The walls of other villas were short and the doors were thin, so they were easily captured. Soon, the owners of the villas, who were sleeping, were awakened. The men were killed, and the women were left behind for their pleasure. The mob dragged the women of the villa into the pool, doubling their pleasure. Yang Xiao's house had a high, thick outer wall, and the front door had been specially modified, making it impenetrable. Because of this, everyone felt that he must have hidden a lot of food in his house. Although he said he had donated 15 billion supplies, everyone thought he must have kept a lot for himself. As long as they took this villa, everyone would be able to survive. Lu Zheng bangs on the iron gate with an iron bar and shouts from a distance in the manner of an elder, "Yang Xiao, we know that you must have a lot of supplies at home. This is a time of crisis, and we are all neighbors. We hope that you will show mercy and share the supplies with everyone, so that we can all survive. Yes, you don't want to just watch everyone starve to death, do you? You must have a conscience and not be too selfish. Open the door and let us in, and everyone will remember your kindness and commend you after the disaster is over. Saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda. What's more, you've saved so many people, your merit is boundless." A group of demons and devils did their best to persuade Yang Xiao not to be ungrateful. Tian Chichi shouted anxiously, "Yang brother, don't listen to them. These people are the worst. If you let them in, they will definitely kill you and treat Sister Ruyan like a plaything." Yang Xiao, however, just smiled and said nothing, quietly pulling out an AK-47 and aiming it at the crowd outside. The mob was startled and kept backing away. Lu Zheng plucked up the courage to take a step forward and said with all his courage, "Yang Xiao, I advise you to calm down. Although you have a gun, the bullets are limited. And there are so many of us, can you kill us all? Once you have used up all the bullets, how will you bear the wrath of everyone's revenge? Yes, you calm down. We only want food, we promise not to hurt anyone. Yang Xiao, just pity us, we will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives." Everyone was persuading him, hoping that he would be generous and selfless, and not care about personal gain or loss. Yang Xiao smiled and pulled the AK down. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they had fooled the idiot. Lu Zheng's mouth curled up, and he gave a few of his henchmen a wink. As soon as Yang Xiao opened the door, everyone rushed over to kill him, and then take over his gun, his supplies, and women for themselves. However, the next second, everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. Yang Xiao was seen carrying a Hitler chainsaw and resting it on the fence. Without waiting for the others to say anything, he pulled the trigger. Day. For a moment, there was a river of blood outside the door, corpses were strewn everywhere, and the screams and cries were deafening. Those who reacted quickly hurriedly hid under the fences on both sides and survived by chance. Those who were slow to react were shot to pieces and died instantly. After a while, the gunfire stopped. Yang Xiao laughed loudly. Tonight I'll teach you a lesson. If you dare to harass me again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone thought to themselves, you've killed so many people already, isn't that being ruthless? Now clean up the rotten meat on the floor and get out of here. Upon hearing this, the thugs felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly carried the bodies and ran away. After everyone had left, Yang Xiao drew some fresh water from the space and washed the floor clean. Tian Chichi poked her head out and looked around, relieved to see that everyone had gone. Phew, that was a close one. Brother, why do you still have a machine gun? A friend from abroad gave it to me. It's getting late, go to bed early, and remember to call me if anything happens. I will. Chapter 24, Picking Up Su Rue. After returning to the basement, Tian Chichi hurried to the bathroom and took a shower. Although the basement had relatively good sound insulation, the commotion had been too loud, so Sumi had heard some of it. Seeing Tian Chichi climb into bed after her shower, she hurriedly asked, Chichi, what just happened outside? It was so noisy. Tian Chichi took a deep breath to steady her nerves before explaining, a group of thugs just smashed our front door and tried to rob the house. Sumi was shocked. What? This is crazy, aren't they afraid of going to jail? And what's the government doing? Can they still do their job? If they can't, they should replace them. Tian Chichi looked at her with an idiot's expression, speechless. At a time like this, the government is so busy protecting itself that they can't even care about these things. Ha! If the authorities don't care, what will they do if they come back in the future? Sumi was anxious. Tian Chichi rolled her eyes, thinking that she had just complained about the authorities' lack of effectiveness, but now she was afraid of losing them. Don't worry, I just shot and killed a few people with an arrow to scare them away. They won't dare to come back. What? You killed someone? Sumi was shocked and involuntarily drew away from her, her eyes full of fear. Tian Chichi glared at her and gave her a brain cracker. What are you afraid of? I'm not a man-eating monster. I was acting in self-defense, they were going to break in and rob the place, so couldn't I defend myself? Just think, if they had broken in, not only would they have taken all our supplies, they would have made a play for us too. Would you have liked that? No. Sumi shook her head furiously. That's right, so I was forced to kill in order to protect us and our supplies. Do you understand? Sumi nodded, as she could still understand such a simple and easy to understand truth. But what if they come back for revenge? At that time, they will come prepared, can you stop them? Without waiting for Tian Chichi to answer, Sumi continued, how about this, they are after supplies, so you can just give them some as an apology. They took your things, they should be embarrassed to bother us again, right? Upon hearing this, Tian Chichi's face turned pale, and she said to her with a serious expression, Sumi, I warn you, you'd better abandon such a stupid idea. Once they know that we have a lot of supplies here, they will gather more people to attack us. Hungry people are more terrifying than beasts, and they are capable of anything. She couldn't help but secretly feel grateful that she had designed to imprison this holy white lotus flower and isolate her from the outside world, otherwise who knows what kind of stupid things she would do? Sending supplies to the enemy in order to appease their anger and trade for peace? Isn't this what the weak Song people and cowards do? This stupid best friend of mine is probably still living 1,000 years ago. Sumi was a little scared when she saw Tian Chichi's serious attitude for the first time, so she nodded weakly to show that she understood. Then Tian Chichi went on to tell her about how Yang Xiao had just been surrounded by hundreds of people next door, but had killed them all with his machine gun. This completely overturned Sumi's worldview, and her brain, which wasn't very good to begin with, completely shut down. On the other side, Yang Xiao returned to the basement and was about to take a shower when Lu Ruyan suddenly stopped him. Honey, don't shower yet. Ha? You should take in the flower first, so she doesn't have to be scared alone at home. What the hell? Yang Xiao was shocked and didn't react. Lu Ruyan gave him a dirty look and scolded, after all, you had sex with her, shouldn't you be responsible for her? No, should I be responsible for her? Yang Xiao couldn't figure it out. He had made Su Rue nearly 3 million in one shot. Wasn't that enough? Besides, she was someone else's wife, so what kind of responsibility was he talking about? Lu Ruyan glared at him and said, "Just say you want it or not." Yang Xiao shrugged, "Fine, for your mercy's sake, I'll run an errand for you." After saying that, he hummed a little tune and went out the door. Such an excellent young woman, not at all inferior to Lu Ruyan, why wouldn't he want her? Lu Ruyan pouted, her eyes full of resentment. She was originally reluctant to share a man with others, but upon thinking that Su Rui had a similar experience to her own, she softened. Moreover, from another perspective, she needed Su Rui, who was also a wife, to strengthen her camp, otherwise if Yang Xiao brought back an innocent girl in the future, her situation would be very awkward. Humph, that bastard got off easy. The villa district was a bit far from building one, so Yang Xiao didn't bother walking there and took the modified car out of the space. The tracked Mengsher 3, which had been raised, thickened, lengthened, and insulated, was very eye-catching. Arriving at a building, Yang Xiao took out the access card to open the unit building door and took the elevator straight to the floor where Su Rui was. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw two sneaky men in front of Su Rui's house, one suspected of unlocking the door and the other suspected of keeping watch. "Hey!" Yang Xiao yelled. The two men were startled and almost had a heart attack. The man on lookout gave Yang Xiao a menacing glare and raised the iron rod in his hand, threatening him, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you, so if you know what's good for you, get out of here." Yang Xiao grinned, "No, you're not getting away with this, if you don't take me with you, I'll scream." "You." "Fine, you win, you can have your share today." The two men had to compromise in order to avoid further complications. Yang Xiao asked with a smile, "Now can you tell me what you're doing?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. I'll tell you, there's a very pretty little woman living in this house. Her looks, her figure, she's just superb. We've been watching her for a few days now. Her husband's away, and with all the chaos in the world these days, it's the perfect opportunity. You're in luck today, kid, you'll have to thank us properly later." The man who picked the lock looked back at Yang Xiao and grinned, "Hey, I deserve most of the credit, I'll go first." "You're just a second choice, you'll get your turn after we're done." Yang Xiao's mouth curled up in a mocking smile, "You're really nice guys, but I like to eat alone, so the woman inside is mine." The man who was guarding the door suddenly looked gloomy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He raised the iron rod and walked towards Yang Xiao. "Kid, since you're looking for death, it's not our fault. Die." The iron rod was raised high, ready to fall, when Yang Xiao gave a disdainful smile and a tang sword appeared in his hand. A flash of cold light, and the iron rod stopped in mid-air, as if the man who let it out had been hit with the pause button. A few seconds later, a bloody trail appeared around his throat, and then blood sprayed wildly. The man covered his bleeding throat and fell to the ground, struggling desperately. The locksmith felt something move, and when he reacted, a sharp knife protruded from his chest, and he died without closure. Chapter 25, Absence Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. Su Rui was overjoyed at Yang Xiao's arrival. She ignored the heat and the sweat that covered her body, and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. "You've finally come, I've missed you so much." Ever since the day she sold her house, she had been thinking about Yang Xiao. The temperature in the room was high, the air conditioner was useless, and the fan was blowing out hot air. But the two didn't care. When passion is strong, they couldn't help themselves. And did it 3 times. After an hour at Su Rui's house, the two were both covered in sweat. They were content. After a shower, Su Rui packed all the food in the house into a suitcase, and then left, taking Yang Xiao's arm. Since she had made a lot of money from selling the house, Su Rui indulged herself and bought a lot of snacks that she normally wouldn't buy. Thanks to this, she was able to survive until now. The modified car was spacious, sturdy and cool, which shocked Su Rui, and the remodeled villa even more so. "Wow, it's also cool in the house. I didn't realize you were so amazing. Not only did you modify the car to be suitable for the extremely hot climate, you even built the villa into a doomsday fortress. She will be so lucky to live here in the future." She felt like smiling in her sleep. Hearing a noise, Lu Ruyan came out wrapped in her pajamas. The two women locked eyes, a little bit of tension in the air, but in the end they just smiled at each other. "Welcome." Lu Ruyan broke the silence first. "Thank you." Su Rui responded with a smile. "Let me show you to your room." Lu Ruyan walked over and helped pull one suitcase. "Okay." Su Rui glanced at Yang Xiao and pulled the other suitcase behind Lu Ruyan. "Your suitcase is quite heavy, it's not full of clothes, is it?" "Well, your suitcase is full of snacks and drinks." "Really? I like to snack, too." that's a coincidence, we can eat together later. Okay. The two women chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the protagonist. Yang Xiao was speechless for a moment, and then turned around and went to take a shower. The weather was so hot, he was sweating after being outside for a while, and he didn't feel right without a shower. The next morning, the battle was over. With the exception of Yang Xiao and Tian Shichi's villa, all the other villas had changed hands. The director of the neighborhood committee also snatched a villa, moved his family in, and went straight to the second basement. Because of the mentality of hating the rich, almost all the original villa owners suffered inhumane abuse and had a miserable end. The news that Yang Xiao had indiscriminately shot the owners with a machine gun also spread, causing great panic, and the owners expressed their opinions in the group. I was there last night. If I hadn't stood far enough away, I would have been killed right there and then. Who's to say that wasn't the case? A young man from the house next door was standing right in the middle of the front door. He was quite a good-looking chap, but unfortunately he was killed on the spot, and his death was a miserable sight. Yang Xiao is really something. All people wanted was to go to him for some food, so why did he have to go on a killing spree? Isn't the point that he had a machine gun? If he had a rifle, I could accept it, but now even machine guns are coming out, I really can't understand it. Yes, where did he get such a powerful weapon? The crowd lost the battle but not the will to fight, and openly and secretly condemned Yang Xiao and attacked him verbally and in writing. Seeing such a broad mass base, Lu Zheng sent a message to stir up trouble. Everyone, please listen to me. Yang Xiao is bloodthirsty and has killed innocent people recklessly for the second time, relying on the gun in his hands. The first time was in the basement of Building 18, where he used an AK to kill more than a dozen innocent people and steal a lot of supplies. Last night, he shot and killed more than 20 innocent residents after an argument. This kind of ruthless murderer should not be allowed to live in the world. We should unite and work together to destroy him. Brother Bao, who had been injured before, couldn't wait to join the chorus after reading the group message. Yes, I can testify that I was hanging out with a group of friends in the basement of Building 18 that night when I ran into Yang Xiao. As a result, just because I glanced at his female companion, he pulled out a gun and indiscriminately shot at us. I was shot in the thigh and am still recovering at home, but more than a dozen of my brothers were killed innocently. This damned Yang Xiao is not a human, he is a demon. Everyone must unite to destroy him, otherwise he will kill us all sooner or later. Then Brother Leopard had his underlings come forward to testify that it was Yang Xiao who killed indiscriminately that night. However, none of the women Yang Xiao had rescued that night dared to come forward and refute the rumors, for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing so many people denouncing Yang Xiao's crime of indiscriminate killing of innocents, even those who had been sitting on the fence couldn't stay calm anymore. If you have a gun, it's fine to kill others, but you can't kill innocent people. What if you accidentally hurt me one day? Under the prodding of those who cared, fear quickly spread throughout the community. Almost everyone reached a consensus that Yang Xiao must be killed first, otherwise they would not feel at ease even if they took over the territory. So the leaders of the major gangs met in private and held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Yang Xiao. At the suggestion of the director of the neighborhood committee, they decided to let the old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant go first, and morally blackmail Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao felt bad about it and had to open the door, it would be best, and then he would be executed in public. If he refuses to surrender, then let the old, weak, sick, and pregnant storm the door and use their bodies to crash open a gap. If he dares to shoot and kill these people, it is bound to cause public outrage, and then let's see how he can withstand the anger of the owners. It has to be said that the strategy of the neighborhood committee director is very vicious. Anyone with a shred of conscience would not be able to bear to do anything to the old, weak, sick, and pregnant, otherwise they would be awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night. The battle plan was passed, and all the bosses went back to actively prepare for the battle. That night, after dinner, Yang Xiao and the others sat down to play a game of landlord, having a great time. Lu Ruyan kept calling the landlord, even when she was the one losing. So after a few rounds, she was down to her underwear. She was having a great time losing, but pretended to be angry. Su Rui saw through her little trick and followed her example, desperately calling the landlord and losing. Yang Xiao was slow to catch on, and was full of joy. Just as he was preparing to cooperate actively, there was suddenly a loud noise outside the house. The three of them froze, and stopped what they were doing. Yang Xiao turned on the surveillance camera and saw a dark mass of people outside the house, with a visual estimate of thousands. His mouth twitched slightly, and his face looked a little ugly. Lu Ruyan and Su Rui were both terrified, their delicate bodies trembling, their faces pale, clutching his hand tightly. What's going on? What do they want? Yang Xiao said calmly, I don't know, but we'll deal with it as it comes. You go hide in the basement, I'll go deal with them. Lu Ruiyan shook her head and said firmly, no, I want to face it with you. Su Rui didn't hesitate, and I'm with you, whether it's a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, I'm willing to go through it with you. If that's the case, then come with me to the second floor balcony. Yang Xiao smiled slightly and took them up to the second floor. Chapter 26, A Crushing Defeat. Outside the villa gate, a group of old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant people were blocking the way. They all looked pitiful, pleading with Yang Xiao to give them something to eat. Please be kind, my child hasn't eaten for 2 days. Please have mercy, my child just turned 2 months old, and now he's so hungry that I have no milk to give him. I'm 8 months pregnant and I'm so hungry I can hardly stand up. Please help. Uncle, please give us something to eat. My parents have both been sunburnt and we have no food at home. Please save my granddaughter. If you give her something to eat, old woman, I'll be your slave. A group of old people, women and children were there, selling their miseries. Anyone with a conscience would be moved. Lu Ruiyan and Su Rui looked pained. Women are easily moved by pity and can't bear to see such misery. Yang Xiao waved his hand and said calmly, this is not the kind of situation you two are suited to handle. Go to the basement. Well, okay. The two of them looked at each other, helplessly smiling wryly, and had no choice but to obey. They knew that they were too soft-hearted and would only be a hindrance if they stayed. It was better to avoid the situation and not see what upset them. With the meddlers gone, Yang Xiao looked down at the crowd with a smile, silently calculating how to get them all. Compassion? Mercy? Conscience? None of those existed. Lu Zhang shouted from behind the old, weak, and women and children, Yang Xiao, the people standing in front of you are all poor old, weak, and women and children. They are all counting on you to survive. Can you bear to see them die without help? Your family must still have a lot of supplies. It's not too much to give some to help them, is it? Yes, if you still have a conscience, then open the door and give them some food. We are all neighbors, we will see each other again, you can't just ignore them. Don't worry, we promise we won't go in and we won't do anything to you. Facing the moral blackmail of the crowd, Yang Xiao grinned and then turned around and went into the house to bring out a suitcase. The eyes of the crowd lit up, thinking that the plan had succeeded, and they were ready to rush in and tear him apart. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. Yang Xiao took out a grenade from the box, pulled the pin, and threw it directly into the crowd behind him. Boom! A loud noise, everyone was scared out of their wits, and they all ran for cover. Ah! Sa Erlang! Boom boom boom! How did this bastard have a grenade? This is terrifying. Nima, what do we do now? Do we charge in? Charge in your ass, if you're so brave, go for it. The leaders of the gangs hid at the base of the wall, huddled together, discussing tactics in the face of enemy fire, but never finalizing a plan of attack. After a while of bombardment, everyone hid, and Yang Xiao stopped too. There were a large number of bodies lying on the ground, rivers of blood, and cries and screams resounding through the night. Yang Xiao shouted through a megaphone, you bandits and robbers have the nerve to try to morally blackmail me, you really don't know what's going on. Lu Zhang retorted angrily from the corner of the wall, Yang Xiao, don't try to turn this around. We just wanted you to save the old, the weak, the women and children, but you threw a bomb at us and now you're calling us bad guys. You're not human. Come on, you were the ones who wanted to rob my house, take my supplies and steal my woman. I can't even fight back? I advise you to find another way to make a living, because this isn't going to work. Oomph, I don't believe it, you'll run out of ammunition one day. Then you just wait, I'll be fine, I've got everything I need, I'll see who's in a hurry. Lu Zhang's face was ashen, his anger burning, this is too much. You just wait, one day I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. Let's go. Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh as he watched the group of people who had surrounded the villa with such fanfare, now flee in disgrace. Hey, take away all the rotten meat on the ground, or next time I won't go easy on you. Hearing these words that strike at the heart of the matter, the elders were so angry they could hardly stand, but they did as they were told. They carried it back to be salted, in case they could use it later. Some women with ideas, however, looked back repeatedly, reluctant to go, as if they were longing to move into the villa. They had previously thought Yang Xiao was a big bully, so they listened to the persuasion of others and conspired against him together. Now that she has seen for herself his decisiveness and ruthlessness, as well as his powerful firepower, she suddenly feels a sense of security. If she can be his woman and live comfortably in this doomsday, what does it matter if she bears the blame? Unfortunately, this can only be a pipe dream, because Yang Xiao simply doesn't look at them. After tonight's crushing defeat, the homeowners realize that Yang Xiao is a ruthless character. They can't provoke him, so they can only go around him. So now they dare not discuss Yang Xiao in the owners group for fear of being resented by him. Since they cannot move against Yang Xiao, they can only expand outward. Zhou Dexing, the person in charge of Building 4, is a university teacher who is usually kind to others, respects the elderly and loves children. He firmly believes that disasters will always pass, so he calls on the owners of the entire building to carry forward the spirit of respecting the elderly and loving children, helping each other, and giving out the family's surplus food to help those in need, with priority given to the elderly and children. At the same time, he also called on the young and strong men to go out together to search for supplies and help each other out to tide over the difficulties together. So that night, the men from Building 4 divided into several small groups and went out separately to search for supplies. Until dawn, before the sun came up, the men finally returned with a small amount of supplies. In line with the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young, Zhou Dexing let the elderly, the weak, the women and children receive the supplies first. The elderly and women were so grateful that they almost wanted to kowtow to thank him. However, due to limited supplies, some young and middle-aged people who participated in the search for supplies were unable to receive supplies, and they complained on the spot. Zhou Dexing, in order to appease people's hearts, resolutely gave them his share, and also took some supplies from home to subsidize those people. He also tirelessly encouraged everyone to stay true to their hearts, be self-reliant, and save themselves while waiting for rescue. Although everyone was a bit disheartened and felt that it was unlikely that the authorities would send a rescue team, after all, the world was in chaos. But they had no other choice, so they forced themselves to eat the pie. The news that Building 4 had successfully recovered supplies quickly spread, and the leaders of the other gangs began to plot. Some planned to follow suit and also form a supply search team to go out every night to look for supplies. Others planned to secretly follow the people in Building 4 and rush over to grab the supplies as soon as they found them. Still others planned to take a different approach. They planned to wait until the people went out to look for supplies, and then send all their subordinates to loot Building 4. After all, Building 4 was still sticking to the moral bottom line, so they were not wrong. They just wanted to survive, so what was wrong with them? Chapter 27, The Good Samaritan. For several days in a row, everyone in the community went out at night to search for supplies. At first, they were able to find some, but as time went on, supplies became increasingly scarce. There were often group fights over a little bit of supplies, and many people were injured. At the same time, due to excessive ultraviolet radiation, many people suffered from skin burns and unbearable pain. With supplies dwindling outside, the risks increased greatly. As a result, the number of people going out to find supplies suddenly decreased a lot. Since no one was going out to find supplies, they could only waste their memory, watching as supplies dwindled little by little. Building 4 undoubtedly had the most supplies, so the people in charge of the other buildings met in private and unanimously decided to join forces to take down Building 4 and divide up the supplies. As for what to do with those people, the director of the neighborhood committee came up with a very appropriate solution. That was to kill the old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant, capture the men to be used like cattle, and reward the young women to capable subordinates. This proposal was unanimously approved at the meeting, and everyone was very happy. Although the meeting was held in secret, nothing stays secret forever, and the news accidentally leaked out, and happened to reach the ears of Zhou Dexing's right-hand man, Huang Jia. Huang Jia was beside himself with worry, not knowing what to do. His wife sensed that he was troubled and asked what was wrong. He didn't hide it and told her about the news that the other buildings wanted to attack Building 4 and divide up the supplies. Since the matter was so important, his wife suggested that he discuss it with Zhou Dexing, so he called Zhou Dexing and told him about it. The two men talked for a long time, but they disagreed on the issue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, and they eventually parted on bad terms. Zhou Dexing was anxious, pacing back and forth in the house. His wife was distracted by his movements and impatiently asked, "What are you doing?" Alas, Jia has received news that the other apartment buildings are preparing to join forces to attack our Building 4 and divide up our supplies. What? How can they do that? On what grounds are they robbing us of our supplies? Husband, this must be stopped, or else the community will never be peaceful again. Zhou Dexing helplessly smiled bitterly. Stop it? How? Do you know what those young people say about me now? They say I'm a saint, that I'm a womanly softy, and that I shouldn't be giving supplies to the elderly and children. Is it wrong for me to respect the elderly and love the young? Shouldn't the young people help the disadvantaged? His wife comforted him, honey, don't be upset, you're right, it's just that they can't reach your level of thinking, so they can't understand you. Ha, not only do they not understand, they've given up on themselves and even abandoned the bottom line of being a human being. Do you know that some women have now secretly started the flesh trade, one pack of instant noodles at a time? The husband is responsible for soliciting customers and even helps to keep watch at the door. They are so morally bankrupt and shameless that they are unworthy of being human. How can they do this? Are they doing you justice? No, husband, this must be stopped. Haha, how? It's like Joe you beating the yellow cover. They are doing this voluntarily. Can I still block the door to stop them? Joe Dexing felt a little discouraged and felt that all his hard work these days had been in vain. After a long silence, he finally decided to go and talk to Huang Jie himself, to try to get him to support him again. So he grabbed the last pack of instant noodles in the house and prepared to go out. His wife stopped him in his tracks and shouted, "Where are you going, honey?" "I'm going to talk to Jie about something." "Do you need to take instant noodles to see Jie?" "In the past, I would bring fruit or other gifts when I visited friends, but now it makes sense to bring instant noodles, right? But this is the only pack of instant noodles we have left at home. What are we going to eat if you take it?" Joe Dexing suddenly broke down and yelled, "What do you want me to do? Go talk to people about important matters with empty hands? Do you know how hard it is for me? In the past, I was suffocated by the mortgage and car loan, and I also had to deal with the backstabbing in the workplace and serve my leaders carefully. It was really exhausting. When the end of the world came, I felt a sense of relief. I thought I could finally relax. But I was wrong. I can't relax because I still have to work hard for the family. If I slack off, what will you and my daughter eat? Before, I was just being exploited, and I could bear it if I gritted my teeth. But now it's different. If you don't work hard to find food, you really will die." After yelling this out, Joe Dexing seemed to have vented a lot of negative emotions, grabbed some instant noodles, slammed the door, and stormed out. A young woman with a stunning appearance walked out of the room, and it was Joe Dexing's daughter, Jo Pei. She walked carefully up to her mother and comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't worry about it, Dad is just under too much pressure." The woman choked up and said, "I know, but we've used up the last pack of instant noodles. What are you going to do?" Jo Pei smiled and said, "It's okay, I believe there's always a way out, we can just go out and find food." "You're such a child." Joe Dexing went to find Huang Jie and encountered an old lady. When she saw the instant noodles in his hands, her eyes lit up and she stopped him in his tracks, beaming and saying, "So it's Teacher Zhou, you've really worked hard, coming here so late to give me supplies." Joe Dexing subconsciously hid the instant noodles behind his back. "These aren't for you." The old lady was instantly displeased and asked sternly, "What, they're not for me? Aren't you distributing supplies equally? Then I should have a share of this pack of instant noodles." Joe Dexing said with a serious face, "Your supplies have already been distributed, and this packet is not for you." The old lady saw that he was adamant and knew that there was no hope. She immediately frowned with disdain and said, "Pish, as if I would want it. My family still has several boxes of instant noodles." Realizing that she had let slip the truth, the old lady quickly covered her mouth. "What did you say? You still have several boxes of instant noodles at home?" Joe Dexing was shocked. No, you heard wrong. What a few boxes of instant noodles, that's just a few empty boxes." The old lady was feeling guilty, so she quickly ran back home and slammed the door. Joe Dexing, with a bad complexion and mixed emotions, continued to look for Huang Jie. When he arrived at Huang Jie's house, he said bluntly, "Jie, help me again. As long as you support me, there will be no chaos in Building 4. Huang Jie shook his head and said helplessly, "Xing, wake up. The world is already in chaos. No matter how hard you try, you can't go back to the past. Everyone just wants to fill their stomachs now, nothing else." Joe Dexing argued with reason, "But that doesn't mean you should abandon your moral principles." Huang Jie smiled bitterly, "Can moral principles make people full? No, they can't. You know what? My mother died last night, and I killed her myself." Chapter 28, Attack on Building 4. Joe Dexing was shocked, grabbed Huang Jie by the collar and shouted, "How could you do that? That's your mother." Huang Jie, however, gave a nervous laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. What do you want me to do? My mother was badly burned by ultraviolet rays and has to endure the heat every day. The worst part is that there is no medication. She couldn't stand it last night and begged me to put her out of her misery and let me cut off the edible parts of her body to use as food. What the hell is this world? What do you think I should do? Tell me. But you can't. Choke on your words. Joe Dexing wanted to say that filial piety is the first of all virtues, but he dared not do that under any circumstances. But reality is cruel and has nothing to do with moral bottom lines. He turned away, lost in thought. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he saw a bloody knife. Joe Dexing couldn't believe it. Slowly, he turned his head and asked with difficulty, "Why? I clearly treated you like a brother and always took care of you." He really didn't understand. He had clearly treated him so well and done so much for him, but why did it end up with him stabbing him? Huang Jie smiled with tears in his eyes and said, Yes, you have always helped me like a real brother and even helped me pay the down payment on a house. I really appreciate it. But you know what? My monthly salary is less than 7,000 yuan, and I was planning to find a cheap place to live. But you thought that buying a place here would make you happy to be neighbors with you, so you didn't consider my affordability at all and made a decision for me arrogantly. Do you know how much pressure I've been under since buying this place? I have to pay more than 3,000 yuan in mortgage each month, and the remaining 3,000 yuan has to support a big family. Do you know how tired I am? I can't even afford to smoke yushi anymore. I have to save up for 2 days to afford a pack of cigarettes that costs 10 yuan. I'm really tired. In order to smoke yushi again and to feed my family better and clothe them better, I had to take a part-time job as a designated driver. But because I was a novice, I wrecked someone's car on my first day of work and had to pay thousands of yuan in compensation. I've never dared to tell you about this, for fear that you would blame me. The end is near. I can finally get rid of that damn mortgage. I thought I could live a carefree life through my own hard work. But then the bullies came, threatening my family and demanding that I become their insider and help them take over Building 4, or they would kill my son and play with my wife. Brother Xing, what should I do? What should I do? Joe Dexing never imagined that his kind act would put Huang Jie under so much pressure. He felt extremely guilty and could only sigh, "Alas, it seems I was wrong, and I owe you an apology. I just hope you won't make things difficult for my wife and daughter, after all, they are innocent." Huang Jie did not reply, and pulled the knife out with all his strength. Joe Dexing let out a scream and died. Alas, Xing, you are still too naive. They want not only your supplies, but also your wife and daughter. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The sound of knocking came, and Zhou Pei subconsciously became alert. It's me, Huang Jie. Oh, it's you, Uncle Huang. What's the matter? Your father has just been attacked by criminals and is now seriously injured and unconscious. Hurry up and open the door. Outside the door, Huang Jie was supporting the body of Joe Dexing, covered in blood. And in the corner, where the cat's eye couldn't see, there were several burly men hiding. Zhou Pei hurried over and looked through the cat's eye to see her father covered in blood. She hurriedly opened the door. Just then, several burly men rushed in and easily took control of Zhou Pei. Joe Dexing's wife was resting in the bedroom when she heard a noise and was about to go out to see what it was, but then the two men broke in. Who are you? What do you want? Joe Dexing has good taste. His wife is a bit older, but she still has a lot of charm and is obviously very attractive. Why don't we have some fun first? Fuck fun, we have more important things to do. Let's just take her back first. Good. The two strong men took control of her without further ado. When they arrived in the living room, they saw Joe Dexing dead and his daughter captured. The woman was instantly overcome with grief and indignation. She stared at Huang Jie with a resentful expression and asked, Huang Jie, my husband has always treated you well, so why did you betray him? And you guys, my husband took you to find supplies and let you survive, but you did this to us. Have you no conscience? A burly man sneered, even without your husband, we could find supplies on our own. Instead, because he's such a goody-goody and thinks he's so smart, he gave away the supplies we worked so hard to find to those old farts, and caused so many of our brothers to go hungry. Why does he deserve to waste our supplies like that? We risked our lives to find them. Huang Jie sighed, there's no point in arguing, sister-in-law, I know you have a deep sense of loyalty towards brother Xing, but I hope you can recognize the reality. The reason you are still alive is because you are still attractive. Bah, you scum of the earth, I will never let you have your way even if I die. The woman broke free from her bonds and slammed her head into the corner of the sofa, spewing blood. Mom! Zhou Pei let out a heart-wrenching scream and tears welled up in her eyes. Two burly men quickly grabbed hold of her, fearing that if she also took her own life, then their efforts tonight would have been in vain. The final assault had begun. The insider from Building 4 opened the door to the apartment building and let the enemy in. A large group of strong men knocked on doors, broke in if no one answered, and robbed the residence. As some thugs were about to break down the door, it opened. An old woman stood in the doorway, her nose in the air, saying haughtily, "What's the point of you young people not going out to find supplies at night and making a racket in my place? Young people should take advantage of their youth to go out and get supplies to support us old people, instead of messing around. By the way, try to get some vegetables and fruit back, we're lacking vitamins lately and our teeth are falling out." The thugs looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. How did this old thing manage to survive until now? It has to be Zhou Dexing, who is willing to provide for these old people without conditions. If this old thing were in our apartment building, it would have been thrown out to die of exposure a long time ago. Why waste words with her, just kill her. A burly man with a hot temper raised an iron rod at the old lady. The old lady, however, looked at him with disdain, saying, "Oh ho, you dare to threaten me? I'll just lie down now, and I won't get up until I get 100 jean of rice. Damn it, I can't stand this old hag anymore, let me hit her with a stick first. Don't grab the blame, let me go first." Several strong men were infuriated by this old woman, and unceremoniously swung the iron rods in their hands and smashed them down, instantly smashing the old woman into bloody mess. Chapter 29, Auction. After 2 hours of pushing, the diehards in Building 4 were basically eliminated, and the rest of them also defected. A large amount of supplies were found, most of which were found in the homes of the elderly. It is estimated that even without Zhou Dexing's assistance, the supplies hidden in the homes of the elderly would be enough for them to eat for more than a month. This result is saddening. Lu Zheng sneered, "This Zhou Dexing is really a good person, giving priority to distributing supplies to these old people who have no worries about food and clothing, but leaving the young people who work hard to suffer from hunger." Once this remark was made, those who were already dissatisfied with Zhou Dexing became even more angry, and they wanted to flog him to death. After discussion, this batch of supplies was divided equally among the gangs involved in tonight's operation. As for the women, they were all kept in Building 4 and operated as a brothel. But everyone wanted the pretty woman for themselves, so Zhou Pei became a hot commodity coveted by everyone. In the interest of fairness, everyone decided to decide her ownership by auction. The temporary auctioneer loudly introduced Zhou Dexing's daughter Zhou Pei, 19 years old, a freshman, and still a virgin. As for her appearance and figure, everyone can see for themselves that she is impeccable and can be described as perfect. The starting price is 3 boxes of instant noodles, and the bid must increase by no less than 1 box at a time. The leader of Building 1, Lu Zhang, was the first to bid 3 boxes of instant noodles. The leader of Building 5 bid 4 boxes of instant noodles. The other leaders also bid, unwilling to give in. Who wouldn't want to buy back such a fresh and lively young girl to keep them company in bed? Yang Xiaogang finished chatting with Lu Ruyan and Su Rue, got out of the shower, and saw that they were already asleep, so he went to the living room alone to drink some water. Tian Chichi suddenly sent a message, "Did you hear what just happened in the community?" Yang Xiaogang replied, "What happened?" "I was just calming down 2 little wild cats, so I didn't pay attention to what was going on outside." "You rascal. I'm telling you, it was really exciting just now." Building 4 was stormed by thugs from other buildings. "Ha! That sounds interesting, go on." Yang Xiao was also intrigued. Tian Chichi said the information she knew with a face full of excitement, and then asked him, "I heard that they are going to auction off a beautiful girl, the school flower of the art college, and she is still intact." Yang Xiao's eyebrows shot up, "Why do I feel like you are provoking me?" Tian Chichi looked guilty. "No, I just feel that it is a pity that such a beautiful girl has been victimized by those scum. Why don't you save her?" "Ha, I'm not the Messiah. But then again, those thugs are really hateful. Not only do they break into people's homes and kill innocent people, but now they're openly auctioning people off. Is there any justice? Is there any law? So what? My conscience won't let me just sit back and do nothing. I have to teach them a lesson and show them what instant karma is." Tian Chichi looks at him with contempt. "Ha, if you're willing to take me with you, I'll believe you. So what are we waiting for, let's go." Yang Xiao decided to drive there to save time. Tian Chichi was already waiting at the door, and when she saw the modified Mengsher, she lit up. "Wow, what a great car. It must have cost a lot to convert it like this, right? Get in." Okay. Tian Chichi was so excited. She never imagined there would be a car that could be enjoyed normally with air conditioning and extreme heat. By the way, did you bring a gun? Of course, I carry it with me at all times. You rascal, I was talking about a rifle machine gun. What are you thinking about? I was talking about a rifle machine gun too. Tian Chichi blushed, glared at him fiercely, and turned her head away to concentrate on the scenery outside the window. Soon, the two arrived in the basement of Building 4. The auction was nearing its end, with the bidding reaching 9 boxes of instant noodles, and few people were still bidding. It's just a good-looking skin, not worth paying such a huge price. Everyone looks the same when the lights are off. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer the gavel, an untimely voice came from the back of the room. I'll bid 10 boxes of instant noodles. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Xiao. They were all stunned and quickly made way for him. Tian Chichi, feeling like a fox in a tiger's hide, walked proudly ahead, beaming with satisfaction. Lu Zhang swallowed hard, a little flustered. Yang Xiao, why are you here? As you can see, I'm here to bid. Does everyone have any objections? He looked carefully at Zhou Pei on the stage. She was indeed extremely beautiful, with a top-notch figure that was in no way inferior to Tian Chichi, who was in cahoots with him. Zhou Pei and Yang Xiao locked eyes, and in their eyes was nothing but disgust and resentment. Ha, men are really the same, none of them are any good. Yang Xiao didn't indulge her either, and immediately retorted, yes, you women are the best, all good things. You. Zhou Pei was half dead with anger, glared at him with clenched teeth, and then turned her face away. Brother Bao thought about how he had previously injured Yang Xiao's leg, and now he had the nerve to show up here, and immediately wanted to get back at him. Humph, she is our trophy, why should you be allowed to participate in the auction? What are you? Yang Xiao turned her head and a smile suddenly appeared. Hey, isn't that Brother Bao? Your leg is better? Brother Bao instantly broke through the defense. What the hell, can't you see that I'm in a wheelchair now? It's all you're doing. Oh, so it was my doing, you're welcome. Bastard, you're looking for death. Bang! There was a gunshot and Brother Bao was shot in the head on the spot. Ah! There was another scream. But many people were used to it, except that they couldn't see where Yang Xiao pulled out his gun from, which made them very wary. Yang Xiao smiled and said, I always like to see a good deed through to the end. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Okay, let's continue the auction. Does anyone else want to bid higher? The leader of Building 6 is a strong man who has just been released from prison. He has been single for nearly 40 years and is very eager for a simple love, so he gritted his teeth and said, I'll bid 11 boxes. Everyone looked at him like they were looking at a fool, speechless. With all that supplies, what kind of woman can't he find? Why does he have to fight for it? Yang Xiao asked in surprise, do you have 11 boxes of instant noodles? Of course I do, I'll have someone bring them over right now. The big man was very confident and proud after being released from prison, and immediately told his subordinates to go back and bring the instant noodles over. Soon, all 11 boxes of instant noodles were brought over, except for one box that had been opened, and there were less than 10 packs left in it. Where's my instant noodles? Who ate them? The man was very angry and shouted at one of his subordinates. Just then, a woman with heavy makeup walked over and asked in a high-pitched voice, Honey, I took some home to give to my parents and brother. What's wrong? You bitch, how dare you ruin my big plans? The man slapped her hard, swelling half her face. Chapter 30, Mutual Attacks. This woman is a Voldemort. Before the end of the world, she united with her in-laws to cause her ex-husband to die, and she became a widow. Before her ex-husband's bones were cold, she was eager to give all her family property to her in-laws. She just didn't expect the end of the world to come, and the money in their hands became worthless. In order to survive, the woman had to lower herself and seduce the ex-convict. The ex-convict had been single for nearly 40 years and had long since had enough of women, so the fire was lit as soon as the kindling was added. The woman, relying on the ex-convict's favor, desperately sent supplies back to her family to support her younger brother. The ex-convict felt that these were trivial matters and so turned a blind eye. He just didn't expect that his indulgence would lead to him being unable to pay the stakes now and losing face in public. Thinking that the goddess was about to pass him by, Brother Chu came unglued. He grabbed the woman by the hair and punched and kicked her to vent his anger. Damn it, I let you use my supplies to subsidize your family, and let your whole family become vampires. I'll beat the shit out of you, you bitch. The woman covered her face and begged for mercy, afraid to resist. Her family members hid in the crowd, watching and not daring to make a sound. Yang Xiao waved his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, since you can't come up with 11 boxes of instant noodles, the woman on the stage is mine." "No, I still have some. Just give me some time, I'll be able to come up with 11 boxes of instant noodles." Juyuij wanted to make a last-ditch effort. But Yang Xiao didn't indulge him and rewarded him with a peanut. Bang! The scene fell silent, everyone was scared out of their wits. After a moment of silence, the Voldemort didn't know if it was a wrong connection in his brain, but suddenly he screamed out loud, "Ah! You murderer, you killed my husband, I want you to pay with your life. Are you all dead? Didn't you see him kill your boss? Hurry up and kill him, avenge your boss." After yelling a few times, he discovered that all his subordinates were bowing their heads, not daring to look at Yang Xiao. Voldemort was furious and angrily cursed these people as useless, then snatched an iron rod from one of the subordinates and charged at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's mouth curled slightly, and he raised his hand and shot. Bang! This shot completely broke everyone's psychological defenses. Yang Xiao glanced at the bosses present and smiled. "I killed one boss, so his supplies are my spoils of war, is that okay?" No. That makes perfect sense. I have no problem with it." None of the bosses dared to object. Yang Xiao nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the auctioneer and said, "I haven't paid for the chips yet, so I'll pay with my spoils." Without waiting for the crowd to voice their opinions, he went up to the stage and dragged the dazed Zhou Pei away. It wasn't until they got into the car and a cool breeze hit her that Zhou Pei came back to her senses. She looked at Yang Xiao's profile in a daze, feeling more at ease than she had ever felt before. The car was speeding, and in no time at all, they were back at the villa. Tian Chichi wanted to take the opportunity to go in and enjoy the air conditioning, but Yang Xiao stopped her. Tian Chichi said indignantly, "Hey, I did you a big favor, and you're not even inviting me in to sit down. Is that polite?" If she hadn't provided the information, how would Yang Xiao have been able to win the beauty tonight? Yang Xiao said with a smile, "It's inconvenient." "Are you kidding? He's going to be a bridegroom soon, how can he invite a big lamp home to get in the way?" I'm leaving then." Tian Chichi puffed up her cheeks and glared at him fiercely, then turned around and left, taking a banana with her. Zhou Pei was shocked. "Is this the most expensive villa in the community? The decoration is really luxurious." This news had spread more than 2 months ago, so she had heard something about it, but she had never seen the buyer. "Have a seat." Yang Xiao poured her a glass of water and pushed the fruit plate in front of her. "Thanks." Zhou Pei was really hungry and picked up a banana and started munching on it. "Thank you for saving me, I don't know how I can repay you." She blushed a little and thought that if she could be with Yang Xiao, it would seem pretty good. But the next second, her dream was shattered. Lu Ruyan and Su Rui woke up, got out of their loose and sexy pajamas, and sat directly to Yang Xiao's left and right, intimately close. Zhou Pei asked in shock, You guys." Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "We, as you can see, are all his women." This was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering Zhou Pei's beautiful fantasies. She had thought that Yang Xiao was still single, handsome, rich, and powerful. What a good man. But it turned out that he already had 2 women, and they were living together. It was ridiculous. She felt very disappointed, and her favorable impression of Yang Xiao quickly dropped. Yang Xiao glanced at her and saw what she was thinking in her eyes, but he didn't care. He was greedy for her body, not her heart. "I'm going back to my room to rest, you guys chat. If she can't figure it out tonight, just send her away tomorrow." With these words, Yang Xiao went to take a shower and go to bed. Zhou Pei, however, panicked. If she was sent away tomorrow, what would she do? Those thugs would definitely catch her and bully her mercilessly, leaving her unable to live or die. But she didn't want to share a man with other women. What should she do? Lu Ruyan and Su Rui smiled at each other and began to persuade her. After about an hour of persuasion, Zhou Pei seemed to have come to her senses. With courage, she blushed and walked into Yang Xiao's room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the supplies divided up from Building 4 were also exhausted, and everyone was at risk of starvation. In order to survive, the fragile gang alliance instantly fell apart. The director of the neighborhood committee took the lead and launched an attack on the weakest Building 18. Seeing this, people from other apartment buildings also picked their targets and started fighting, and the neighborhood once again erupted in chaos. This was a war without smoke. People fought with short weapons, stabbing each other, fighting for their lives, just for a mouthful of food. Every day, many people were injured, and every day, many people were seriously injured and could not recover. However, instead of stopping the attacks, the leaders of the major gangs intensified their attacks, fighting relentlessly. Because the more people who died, the more remaining supplies there were. This was not like a war, but more like a life and death duel, and only the victor was qualified to eat well. After several days of fighting, the old, the sick, and the disabled in the community had almost died out, and all that remained were strong men and beautiful young women. Most of these women were imprisoned and forced to work. Since there were no legal or moral constraints, the customers were unrestrained and quite perverted. Many women were overwhelmed and died from exhaustion at their workstations. After these women died, instead of being properly disposed of, they were pickled as reserves for emergencies. Chapter 31, The Brothel. After the neighborhood committee gang occupied Building 18, they brutally killed all the old, weak, sick, and disabled people. The young women were detained separately and personally trained by the neighborhood committee director, Auntie Wang, in preparation for their work as prostitutes. Auntie Wang transformed into a madam and was very skilled at her job. She divided the girls in Building 18 into 3 grades: second-rate, first-rate, and supreme. The second-rate girls were average in appearance and figure, the first-rate were better, and the supreme were the best. On the first day of business, there was a big discount. Second-class girls were 50% off, and you could have 2 bowls of instant noodles for the price of 1. This activity attracted countless passionate young people to come and support the business. Auntie Wang not only ran her own family's business, but also lured young men from other gangs to come and have fun, making a lot of money. And in order to make even more money, she stipulated that second-class girls must receive at least 10 customers a day, otherwise they would not be fed. Those unfortunate girls could do nothing but swallow their pride and let Auntie Wang exploit and oppress them in order to survive. As for the first-class girls, they weren't available to everyone. You had to accumulate 10 purchases before you could unlock them. The conditions for seeing the best girls were even more stringent, and you had to accumulate 50 purchases before you could unlock them. The girls with extremely beautiful appearances and perfect figures were kept as canaries, just like courtesans. Tian Chichi is very similar to Bai Xiaoshang, who knows everything and has first-hand information. She borrowed the excuse to go to Yang Xiao's house for dinner, and while nibbling on the lobster, she chattered away about how Auntie Wang had opened Ji Yuan. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I never thought that Auntie Wang was quite a businesswoman. She really is a natural madam, and she is really wasted as the director of the neighborhood committee. Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he thought about how Wang had called in Yang Jian before. He wondered how such a person had become the director of the neighborhood committee in the first place, and whether it was because of her physical charms. Lu Ruyan was slightly surprised. Chichi, are you saying that Auntie Wang led a group of people to take over Building 18 and keep all those pretty girls there for the sex trade? Yes, is there a problem with that? Tian Chichi took a big bite of the fresh lobster and blinked. Nothing, I just remembered the time we went shopping in the basement of Building 18. Yes, I grabbed a bunch of instant noodles and ham and sausage and traded them all for a bag. Oh, that woman selling the bags was pretty, and she had a great body. Even though she made her face dirty on purpose, I could tell she was a real beauty. If she cleaned up a bit, she'd definitely be stunning. After praising him, Tian Chichi glanced at Yang Xiao, as if hoping that he would make a move so that she could go out with him again. Yang Xiao gave her a blank stare, didn't say anything, and continued to eat the crab legs. Tian Chichi was impatient and quickly took out her phone, opened the photo album, and said, "You don't believe me? Here, I also have her promotional photos. She's like a fairy come down to earth." Lu Rui and the 3 women were curious and came over to take a look, and then let out a series of gasps. Wow, she's really pretty. This can't be photoshopped, can it? From my years of experience with photoshopping, this is definitely the original photo. I didn't realize it, but the last time I saw her, I thought she had a great figure, but I didn't realize she was also so outstanding looking. The women were chattering away about the other beauty, which made Yang Xiao feel restless. Cough cough, let's just eat. What beauty are you talking about? A lobster that big can't keep your mouth shut. Tian Chichi said with a smile, brother, don't you want to rescue the beauty? Look how pitiful this girl is, so cute. Look at the way she's looking at you, like she's waiting for you to come and rescue her on a rainbow cloud. She's trying so hard to get your attention, just so she can go out with a bodyguard and have some fun, because she's been cooped up at home for the past few days. Zhou Pei was momentarily stunned, and looked at Tian Chichi with a strange expression on her face. For some reason, she really wanted to slap her. Lu Ruyan gave a charming smile and gave Yang Xiao an encouraging look. She didn't mind adding another member to the family, and once the camp grew stronger, they could band together to bully Yang Xiao. That would be so exciting. Yang Xiao glanced at Su Rui and Zhou Pei. What about you guys? Do you also think I should rescue the beauty? Su Rui smiled and said, go ahead if you want to. I support you. It's good to have an extra sister in the family to share the pressure with us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pei's pretty face flushed slightly, and she buried her head in her rice. Yang Xiao is too strong, and it seems to be slowly getting stronger every day. The three of them combined are no match for him, and it's good to have more people to share the load. Seeing that the three of them had no objections, Yang Xiao was delighted. But on the surface, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, and said seriously, since you all have no objections, then I'll go pick her up tonight. Tian Chichi said with a face full of excitement, then remember to let me know before you go. Yang Xiao asked with a strange expression on his face, do you want to visit a brothel? You're such a sex-crazed lecher. Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm going to be really angry. Tian Chichi's ulterior motives were exposed, and she instantly exploded. Lu Rian smiled and stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine, Chichi, don't pay any attention to him. Let's eat, the food's getting cold. Humph, for the sake of Ruoyan, I won't hold it against him. By the way, Ruoyan, can I take home a crab leg later? Lu Ruoyan smiled and said, I'll get you a fresh king crab later. Hee, that's great, thanks Ruoyan, I really want to kiss you. Get lost, don't be ridiculous. Hee. The dinner ended in laughter. Before leaving, Tian Chichi packed a live king crab and a live lobster, which she took home to appease her grumpy, stupid cat. Mimi, I'm home. Look what I've brought you. Humph, I don't want to look. Untie me quickly, or I'll never forgive you. Su Mimi was really angry. She repeatedly said that she had deeply realized her mistake, promised that she would never act like a saint again, and hoped that Tian Chichi would unlock the shackles and set her free. But Tian Chichi just didn't believe her and insisted on continuing the investigation for a while before coming to a conclusion. Her best friend's distrust made her very angry, so she decided to ignore Tian Chichi for a few days. But when she couldn't help but look back, she saw Tian Chichi holding a lobster in her left hand and a king crab in her right, and her eyes sparkled. At that moment, all the grievances and grudges instantly disappeared, and they reconciled and made up as if they had never had a quarrel. Wow, it's my favorite lobster and king crab. I want to eat it, Chichi, give it to me. Tian Chichi teased, you want to eat it raw? No, I want to eat it steamed, the original flavor, so hurry up and cook it for me. Sumi started to pout. Tian Chichi asked with a smile, so you're still going to reject me tonight? No, do whatever you want. Sumi is very generous. After all, playing around won't make her lose a few pounds, but it might even make her gain a little. That's more like it. I'll get you the king crab tonight, and the lobster tomorrow night. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 32, Intercepting the Courtesan. Tian Chichi had been eyeing Yang Xiao for a long time. When she saw him leaving, she immediately dashed out. Yang Xiao was speechless. He couldn't get rid of this dog tag, so he had to take her with him. Building 18 is very close to the villa area and they arrived quickly. On the first day of business, the business was booming and there was a steady stream of guests. Auntie Wang was waiting to greet guests at the entrance to the unit and was smiling like a chrysanthemum, her business skills very proficient. When she saw Lu Zhen coming, she quickly smiled and greeted him. Oh, it's President Lu, welcome. Director Wang, congratulations. I wish you a prosperous business and a wide stream of wealth. This is a small token of my respect. Lu Zhang handed over a few packs of instant noodles with a smile. Ha. Mr. Lu is really too polite. Please come in, and I'll arrange for you to have a young and clean girl tonight. Ha. Thank you so much, Director Wang. Auntie Wang asked one of her subordinates to take Lu Zhang in, and she continued to serve her clients. Soon, the leaders of several gangs came, all bringing small gifts and receiving Auntie Wang's warm hospitality. Tian Chichi happened to see the scene and immediately showed an expression of disgust. This neighborhood committee director is really something. Usually he acts like a saint, talking about positive energy all the time. I never thought he would be such a natural as a madam. Could it be that he used to do this for a living? Yang Xiao smiled, maybe he was born to do this kind of work? Now that there are no legal or moral constraints, it suits her just fine. Tian Chichi looked at her with disdain. She said, cut it out. After all, she is just a social outcast. It's the end of the world, don't expect too much. She's just running a brothel, and at least she's giving the girls a way to make a living. To put it bluntly, she's robbing people of their freedom and forcing decent girls into prostitution. She's using innocent girls as her personal tools for her own benefit. People like her deserve to die. Do you have a gun? Lend it to me, I want to shoot her. Tian Chichi was indignant, her face full of anger. Yang Xiao teased, don't you have a silent arrow in your sleeve? It's a crossbow, right? That thing is silent and unobtrusive, not domineering enough. A gun is more intimidating. Tian Chichi stared at Yang Xiao's trouser pocket with glowing eyes, convinced that he was hiding a gun there. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and said, stop it, let's get down to business first. Okay, let's save the girl who sold the bag first. The two of them strolled towards Building 18. Welcome. Auntie Wang came up to them with a smile on her face, but when she saw who was there, she was struck like by lightning, and her whole body froze in place. You? Tian Chichi smiled and said, Director Wang, congratulations on your thriving business and good fortune. Auntie Wang trembled all over, her face turned pale, and cold sweat ran down her face. She stammered, thank you, thank you. Yang Xiao glanced at her and said in a calm tone, I heard that your courtesan is very beautiful. Can I go and meet her? That is not good. Okay, I'll take you there right away. Wang Dama wanted to say that this was not according to the rules, but when she saw Yang Xiao put his hand in his pocket, she almost died of fright. This guy is not a reasonable person, and he is ready to draw his gun at the slightest disagreement. She didn't want to lose her life here. Tian Chichi pouted, looking unhappy, and said, what a coward. Why don't you dare to fight with him? Wang Dama pursed her lips, pretended not to hear, and let Yang Xiao in. The three of them walked down the stairs to the underground parking lot, which was 2 floors below ground and much cooler than the surface. The parking lot had been converted into a number of small rooms with fans, food, and water. These small rooms were like cages, specially designed to hold beautiful girls, and in the future they would be the local tyrants' leisure and entertainment venues. The three of them arrived at the most luxuriously decorated small room, where 2 burly men were guarding the door. Wang Dama asked them to open the door, and then followed Yang Xiao and the others inside. There was a young and beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, her eyes were vacant, her heart was ashen, and she didn't respond when someone came in. Tian Chichi recognized this woman at first glance as the one who had sold her the bag in the first place, so she immediately became angry and grabbed Wang Dama by the collar and asked, Old hag, what have you done to her? Wang Dama hurriedly explained, No, absolutely nothing, I swear to God. This is a carefully selected cash cow, she would never dare abuse her, she just gave her a little training. Cut it out, it's time, you're still swearing to heaven. If the heavens really had eyes, there wouldn't be this natural disaster. It seemed that because she heard a familiar voice, the beautiful woman looked up and saw Tian Chichi, her eyes immediately lighting up. It's you! Tian Chichi pushed Auntie Wang aside and waved to greet her, It's me, little sister, we meet again. You were arrested too? Do I look like I was arrested? The beautiful woman looked at her, at the somewhat disheveled Aunt Wang, and then at Yang Xiao, and suddenly a desire to survive sprang up in her. She grabbed Yang Xiao's hands and pleaded, Please, save me, I don't want to be a man's plaything. Yang Xiao didn't say anything, but looked at her carefully. Last time they met, she was so disheveled that her appearance was hard to make out. Seeing her again, he was truly amazed. The courtesan was afraid that Yang Xiao would not agree, so she hurriedly said, Help me, as long as you can rescue me from this hellhole, I will do whatever you want. She knew that there was no free lunch in the world, and that in order to gain her freedom, she would need to pay a corresponding price. Rather than being trapped here in the flesh trade, being toyed with by countless men, she might as well bind herself to a quality man. Yang Xiao smiled slightly, But you said it. I swear. From now on I will be yours, never to be parted. The beautiful woman's eyes were sincere and her face full of longing. Yang Xiao nodded, Well, then take her back and have a look, and if you're not satisfied, send her back. Yang. Auntie Wang tried to say something, but it was like a lump in her throat, she didn't dare say anything, and could only swallow her words. Yang Xiao turned his head and looked at Auntie Wang, pondering in his heart whether or not to kill her right now. But after careful consideration, he changed his mind. First, the two had no grudges from the past or recent quarrels, and at most there were some minor conflicts, so there was no need to kill her. Second, if he killed Auntie Wang now, the girls would lose their protector and their situation would be 100 times worse than it was now. Finally, this Auntie Wang was quite a talent, and he could let her help him discover the hidden supermodel. So he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. Since I used 10 boxes of instant noodles to capture Joe Pei, I'll now use 10 boxes to trade her back. What do you think?" "No problem, I'll do whatever you say." Wang Dama wiped a cold sweat from her brow. As long as she didn't get killed, she didn't dare to ask for 10 boxes of instant noodles. "Well, in that case, you can come with me to my house to get the noodles." "Ah? Really, you're giving it to me?" "Of course, I can afford to give you some instant noodles." Auntie Wang was stunned, and followed Yang Xiao around, at a loss for what to do. Chapter 33, Bai Yi. With 10 boxes of instant noodles in hand, Wang Dama felt like she was dreaming and quickly thanked Yang Xiao. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, you are so generous. In the future, if there is anything the neighborhood committee can do for you, please just let me know. Anyway, not only did I save my life today, I also got 10 boxes of instant noodles. I've made a fortune." Yang Xiao nodded slightly and said, "Well, to be honest, I do have a favor to ask of you." Wang Dama immediately perked up, her face full of flattery. "Oh, just tell me what you want, Mr. Yang, and I'll do my best to get it for you." Yang Xiao smiled and said, "There's a beautiful doctor in our neighborhood, and I'm sure she's having a hard time these days. I'm a kind person, and I can't stand to see a pretty girl suffer, you know?" I understand very well. Mr. Yang is really a man of character." Yang Xiao held out a palm. "Then I'll leave this to you. As long as you invite her to my house, I'll give you 5 boxes of ham as a reward." "No problem, I guarantee I'll bring her to you in one piece." Wang Dama was overjoyed and left happily. Tian Chichi stared at Wang Dama's back, wanting to rush up and give her a kick. "Humph. What's wrong? How could you let that evil woman go so easily and even give her 10 boxes of instant noodles?" Tian Chichi pouted, very unhappy. Yang Xiao laughed, stroked her little head and explained, "Auntie Wang is just a jumped-up clown, her life or death is irrelevant. But have you ever thought about what will happen to the girl she has captured if you kill her now?" Tian Chichi was a little speechless and thought of something bad. As you can see, the whole neighborhood is in chaos. There is looting and burning everywhere, and women have become one of the main targets of plunder by criminal gangs. Most of the women they capture are subjected to inhumane abuse and torture. Many are even tortured to death while still alive, and after death they are used as food reserves, leaving no remains. Now that Auntie Wang has taken the lead in opening a brothel, the girls she captures have become her cash cow. She will at least feed them, so they will at least be able to stay alive. If she killed Wang Dama at this time, the other gangs would divide up the cake, and the girls would face an even more miserable fate. "Then I can." Tian Chichi was about to say that she could take in these girls, but she gave a start and instantly came to her senses before the words could leave her mouth. Although she had quite a lot of supplies, using them to support so many women would obviously be suicidal. She patted her chest and muttered, "That was close. I was hot-headed and almost did something stupid." Cough, "Okay, you're right. It's getting late, I need to go home, take a shower and go to bed. It's so hot, I'm dying." Tian Chichi blushed and prepared to go home. "Wait, this is for you, as a reward." Yang Xiao took out a pistol from his pocket and handed it to her. Tian Chichi's eyes lit up and she quickly took it. "Wow, this is great, thanks brother. There are only a limited number of bullets, so use them sparingly." "Huh? So after I've used all the bullets, can I ask you for more?" "That depends on how you behave." Hee, okay." Tian Chichi skipped back home, leaving all her unhappiness behind. Yang Xiao looked at the pretty woman and asked with a smile, "I still don't know your name, so introduce yourself." The pretty woman paused for a moment before introducing herself. Bai Yi, a member of a dance troupe, 26 years old, 168 centimeters tall, 99 kilograms, 361 centimeters, single since birth, mildly misogynistic. Yang Xiao nodded slightly and led Bai Yi into the villa. After all, Bai Yi had been to many high-end places, so she was not shocked by the luxurious decoration of the villa. She was just surprised that everyone's air conditioning had failed, but this place was still so cool. Lu Ruyan and the other 2 women were watching videos in the living room when they saw Yang Xiao bring the newcomers back, and they all warmly welcomed them. "Wow, what a pretty girl. Welcome to our big, warm family. From now on, we're all family, so if you need anything, just let me know." The 3 women warmly befriended them. Bai Yi was surprised. She had originally thought that her arrival would make the women jealous, but in the end, they only had sincerity in their eyes, and their joy was also from the bottom of their hearts, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Okay, you guys go about your business, I'll show her the rooms. Yang Xiao couldn't wait to drag Bai Yi inside. Choosing a room was the top priority, and then, in the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. The long silent authorities suddenly issued an announcement, reminding everyone to try to store more water in the near future. Due to the ongoing high temperatures and drought, the water levels in rivers and lakes have rapidly dropped, and they have now fallen below the warning line. Some cities in the arid northwest have now experienced intermittent water outages. At this rate, in less than a month, everyone will face a crisis of no water available. Upon receiving this news, everyone panicked. They could go without food for 2 or 3 days, but they could not go without water. So everyone was forced to go out again to find water storage equipment. All kinds of bottles and cans became popular. Because there were so many people scrambling for them, many people got nothing, but they didn't want to wait to die, so someone with a bright idea targeted condoms. If you wash them, they're a pretty good watertight and flexible water bag. So balloons and plastic bags also became popular. Tianqiqi pushed a cart full of plastic bags to Yang Xiao's house to get a lobster, and said with justification, "I guess you don't have any water storage containers at home, so I'm giving these to you, no need to thank me." What is this? Several women came over curiously to take a look. Tianqiqi nibbled on the lobster while saying, "These are PVC water bags with a capacity of 200 L. There are 100 here. If you fill them all up, they will be enough for your family to use for a while." After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to glance at Yang Xiao, as if waiting for him to thank her. Bai Yi was surprised and asked, "Chichi, how did you get so many water bags?" "I bought them before the end of the world." What? Did you learn about the end of the world in advance? How could that be? At the time, I just heard Yang Xiao say that it hadn't rained for 2 months around the world, and I deduced that there would likely be a major drought, so I purchased a large number of water storage containers. Now I have enough water stored at home for the rest of my life, so I brought the extra water bags to you. Seeing his smug look, Lu Ruyan couldn't bear to hurt his feelings, so she just smiled and thanked him. But Yang Xiao didn't let her off the hook, and told her bluntly, "My family has a well that goes straight to the water-bearing layer." His words sent the scene into a dead silence. The 4 women held back their laughter but didn't dare to laugh, for fear of making Tianqiqi cry. "What did you say? Your family really has a well?" Tianqiqi was flabbergasted. How could he have thought of digging a well in such an upscale villa? Chapter 34, Encounter with Zhang Yuan. Since Wang Dama's business was booming, many gangs began to emulate her marketing model. Some girls who had been tortured to the brink of death and were about to be disposed of were given a second chance. As long as they agreed to accept customers, they would be able to eat. In order to survive, they could only agree with tears in their eyes. At least they survived. But problems soon followed. Due to the high turnover in the industry, in just a few days, the entire neighborhood became almost like a red light district. Almost all the women who did not join any gang were arrested and forced to work, and those who had already joined a gang were not spared, but were treated a little better. It can be said that almost all women with a certain degree of beauty were not spared. In such a fierce environment of internal competition, many gangs began to engage in price cuts and promotions. Over time, the market price dropped significantly. But the market is only so big, and with so many people involved, even price cuts don't make much profit. In order to ensure that they don't lose money, some gangs force the girls to work overtime and take on more clients every day. Once someone starts, the others naturally follow suit. Wang Dama is a woman herself, and knows that a sudden increase in workload is likely to kill the girls, so she hasn't increased the workload. But the downturn is so severe that her business is getting worse every day. It is estimated that it won't be long before everyone gives up this business and starts looting and killing again. This is not a solution. The stability of the community must be maintained, otherwise it will be impossible to do business. So Auntie Wang invited the leaders of each gang to meet together to discuss the big plan. Compared to before, the temperature has dropped a little. During the day, the maximum temperature remains between 55 and 60 C, while at night it is between 40 and 45 C. After dinner, Yang Xiao takes a walk in the community to digest his food. However, there are very few people walking at the moment, because exercise will increase consumption, and only people who are full will walk to digest food. So Yang Xiao really has nothing to do after eating. Passing by Building 18, he saw a heavily made-up middle-aged woman soliciting customers, shouting at the top of her voice. Yang Xiao did not go in and continued to wander. Building 15 has also been converted into a place of vice, and it is said to be jointly owned by several gangs. However, the treatment here is far inferior to that in Building 18, so the girls all want to jump ship. If only there were human rights in this world, those girls would have already started boxing. Walking downstairs to Building 14, a shout suddenly came from the second floor. Yang Xiao looked up and saw a young man in his 30s, waving at him. "Hey, man, come up and have some fun? Just a pack of instant noodles, and my girlfriend is very hospitable." Without waiting for Yang Xiao to reply, a head poked out of the balcony on the third floor. It belonged to a good-looking MILF. "Young man, my cat can do backflips. Do you want to come up and play? All you need to do is bring a pack of instant noodles." Another middle-aged man appeared on another balcony. He looked like a successful person. "Hey, young man, my new wife is beautiful, fresh, juicy, and hospitable. She feels a connection with you and would like to invite you to my home. What do you think?" Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and he turned around and walked away. He didn't expect the industry to be so competitive. Not only were there major conferences controlled by major forces, but all kinds of private small workshops also sprang up like mushrooms after rain. To be honest, the MILF just now still had a lot of charm, and her figure and appearance were not bad. If she had seduced him before the end of the world, she might have succeeded. As he walked, suddenly a girl appeared. She was carrying a medical kit and was walking with her head down when she bumped into Yang Xiao's arms. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't notice anyone." The girl looked up, full of apologies. Yang Xiao looked at her quietly, a thin face, a little yellow, obviously hungry. Despite this, it was still difficult to hide the breathtaking appearance, but instead it gave a haggard beauty. "Are you Zhang Yuan? Well, do you know me?" The beauty was a little curious. "Oh, Dr. Zhang has a great reputation, how could I not know you?" Yang Xiao looked at this girl carefully, his eyes full of appreciation. "Oh, handsome, you're joking. If there's nothing else, I'll be going, I have another patient." She was in a hurry to go cure people and earn food, so she just wanted to say goodbye. Yang Xiao could tell that she was in a hurry, so he didn't bother her, but just told her, "I also have a patient at home, I wonder if Dr. Zhang could find time to come to my house and take a look." "Sure, where is your home?" "I'll go take a look later." Yang Xiao said with a smile, "The most expensive villa in the community." "Okay, what?" "The most expensive villa in the community." Zhang Yuan froze, her face showing signs of panic, and she hurriedly took a few steps back, almost falling. Yang Xiao was quick and quickly walked over and put his arm around her waist. The classic scene of the heroine almost falling and the hero coming to the rescue in time. Unfortunately, it's not romantic. Zhang Yuan quickly broke free, scared, pale, trembling, cold sweat running down her delicate body. Yang Xiao gave a helpless smile. "Am I that scary?" Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to herself, "You're not scary, you're just a cold-blooded killer." "Sorry, I have things to do, I'll go first." "What about my patient?" "Don't worry, you'll definitely get paid." I'll go." Zhang Yuan gritted her teeth, as if she had to summon up all her courage to agree. "I'll be waiting for you then." Yang Xiao gave a small smile, turned around and continued walking. Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh, glanced at Yang Xiao's back, and then walked away too. A lawless brat, who took advantage of his family's inattention during the day to sneak out and play, ended up getting sunburned. Now he was dying, and the whole family was frantic. So they asked Zhang Yuan to come and treat him. After some observation, Zhang Yuan concluded that it was a sunburn caused by ultraviolet rays. This would not normally be a problem, but now it was a matter of life and death. Without medication, there was nothing she could do. Seeing that the naughty boy was about to die, the grandmother was unhappy and grabbed Zhang Yuan and wouldn't let her go. "Dr. Zhang, you can't just stand there and watch him die. If anything happens to my grandson, it's your responsibility, and I want you to pay with your life." Bear Dad also threatened, "Dr. Zhang, if you can't cure my son, then you stay here and give me a grandchild." Zhang Yuan was shocked. Doctors have a very high status in the apocalypse, and no one wants to offend them, so she had recently let her guard down. She just didn't expect to encounter such a rogue family, and they deserved it for their sunburned brat. But she is not stupid, and knows that she cannot escape the clutches of the devil alone, so she can only ask for help. So she said, "I know an aunt with a kind heart. She used to run a pharmacy. I'll call her and ask if she has any sunburn cream. Grandma Bear hurriedly urged, then hurry up. Now the whole family's focus is on the bear child, where is there time to think about other things? So Zhang Yuan dialed Wang Dama's phone. Chapter 35, Rescuing Zhang Yuan. Wang Dama and the meeting of the decision makers had just ended, and everyone agreed to expand the business externally. As soon as she had seen everyone off, her phone rang. As soon as she saw the caller ID was Zhang Yuan, Wang Dama's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. Ha ha ha. It seems that this girl has finally come to her senses, and it has not been in vain for me to persuade her all these days. Ever since she took Yang Xiao's order, she has been trying to win Zhang Yuan over. Like a matchmaker, she often finds her to chat and speak well of Yang Xiao. However, because Yang Xiao has a notorious reputation, Zhang Yuan believes that he is an unrepentant scumbag and not worth marrying, so she has always been very resistant. For this reason, Auntie Wang is very distressed and has racked her brains over this marriage. Now she receives a call from Zhang Yuan, and she thinks that Zhang Yuan has come to her senses, so she quickly answers the phone. Oh, it's you, Zhang. What can I do for you? Auntie Wang, I have a difficult patient here. The situation is a bit serious. I need a sunburn ointment. Can you bring it to me? Wang is a shrewd person. As soon as she heard the tone of voice, she sensed that something was wrong, so she asked for the address without showing it. After hanging up the phone, she immediately took a dozen maids and a stand-in fat ant to the battlefield. The Xiong family was waiting anxiously for the delivery of the medicine to arrive. Grandma Xiong was about to open the door when Dad Xiong suddenly became alert. Mom, wait, let me ask first, be careful, it might be trouble. Okay. Grandma Xiong stepped aside. Dad Xiong asked through the door, who is it? My niece asked me to deliver the medicine. Hearing the voice of an elderly woman, Dad Xiong let his guard down. Looking through the peephole, he saw only an unremarkable, fat middle-aged woman, and he completely relaxed. The door opened, and the old woman beamed like a daisy. Then she quickly squeezed in, jamming the door shut behind her. Papa Bear suddenly felt something was amiss, and tried to push the woman away and slam the door. But the woman was so heavy, how could he possibly shift her? The next second, a dozen burly men suddenly rushed into the house and quickly overpowered the Bear family. Only then did Auntie Wang come in, and she let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhang Yuan was safe and sound. Luckily nothing had happened, otherwise not only would her 5 boxes of ham be ruined, she might also be implicated. Dr. Zhang, what happened? Zhang Yuan didn't hide anything and told Auntie Wang what had just happened. Auntie Wang had kind eyes and a gentle smile. As long as you're fine, let's go. What about here? Don't worry, just leave it to them, they're experienced. Oh, that's fine. Zhang Yuan didn't know what Wang meant, but she could guess that the Brat's family was in for big trouble. Sure enough, after the two left, the gang of strongmen started to get to work. The thigh meat is top grade, and the leader of the gang loves it. Don't clean the bones too well, we'll make soup. Don't use the offal, it's too much trouble to clean. Zhang Yuan is still shaken and scared. But life goes on, so she has to continue treating patients. Today, the Brat's order is cancelled, so only Yang Xiao's order remains. Should she go? After some soul searching, she finally decides to go, for the sake of survival. Auntie Wang, please take me to Yang Xiao's. Auntie Wang is overjoyed. Great, girl, you've finally come to your senses. Zhang Yuan shook her head. No, I just agreed to go and see his family tonight. Oh, that's fine. It's good to see a patient, it gives you a more intuitive understanding of the person. Anyway, as long as she's willing to give in, this is a good start. The two of them arrived at Yang Xiao's villa and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and Yang Xiao came out. He was a little surprised to see Auntie Wang there. What's this, did you settle it? Wang Dama didn't dare take the credit and quickly shook her head. No, just now Dr. Zhang encountered some trouble, so I helped her solve it. She briefly recounted what had happened to Zhang Yuan. After hearing this, Yang Xiao's face looked a little unpleasant. He didn't expect Zhang Yuan to encounter such a bad thing, and it was his negligence. To express his gratitude, Yang Xiao gave her 6 boxes of ham sausages on the spot. 5 boxes were the agreed-upon remuneration, and the other box was to thank her for helping to solve the problem tonight. Auntie Wang was overjoyed. She never expected that the match had not yet been decided and Yang Xiao would pay the matchmaker in advance. What a good person, a really good person. She decided that in the future she would find every way to capture beautiful women from all over the world and give them to Yang Xiao in exchange for food. This was Zhang Yuan's first time at Yang Xiao's house, and she was stunned as soon as she entered the villa. This is air conditioning. She didn't expect Yang Xiao's air conditioner to still be working properly. It was unbelievable. Seeing that there was a newcomer, the four beauties, Lu Ruyan, Su Rui, Zhou Pei, and Bai Yi, immediately surrounded her. It turned out to be Dr. Zhang, whose name they had long admired. They all knew Zhang Yuan, and the beautiful doctor had a reputation. However, Zhang Yuan did not know them, and she had only met them a few times and was just nodding acquaintances. But she was sure that Lu Ruyan and Su Rui had husbands, because she had seen them. She felt disgusted at the thought of the villain Yang Xiao taking advantage of the apocalypse to steal someone else's wife, but she had to endure it for a bite to eat. "Excuse me, which one of you needs to see the doctor?" Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "We all have some physical problems, so we'll talk about it later. Dr. Zhang must be hungry, so let's eat first." "How can I do that?" Zhang Yuan refused, but her stomach made a rumbling sound at this moment, making her feel extremely embarrassed. "Dr. Zhang, you don't need to decline. You can only see patients better after you've eaten, right?" Lu Ruyan took her by the arm and led her to the dining room without further ado. The rice in the pot was still hot, and although the dishes on the table were all leftovers, they were very hearty and still warm. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swallow, feeling that she had made a fortune on this house call. Lu Ruyan served her a bowl of rice and smiled, "Dr. Zhang, please help yourself. I won't disturb you." With no one watching, Zhang Yuan gradually opened her heart and feasted on a beautiful meal. These days were even more comfortable than before the end of the world. Is this the life of the rich? It really is enviable. With her beauty, she could easily marry a rich man before the end of the world, she just didn't want to. Now her thoughts had changed. If she followed a rich man who could provide for her, then she could slightly humble herself, right? After eating her fill, Zhang Yuan cleaned the bowl and then walked to the living room, feeling a little awkward. "Excuse me, may I begin the treatment now?" "Oh, let me do it first." Lu Ruyan entered the room first and was considered the eldest sister, so it was necessary for her to set an example. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and carefully examined Lu Ruyan. Chapter 36, Personal Doctor. Soon, all four beauties had been examined. They all had common gynecological problems. They just needed to pay attention to their diet and hygiene and exercise more. "Do I need to take medicine?" "If possible, you can, but medicine is in short supply right now." "That's okay, we have medicine at home." "Dr. Zhang, what medicine do you need?" Zhang Yuan was a little surprised, but she thought it was reasonable, so she named a few medicines. Bai Yi gave a slight smile and winked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao shrugged, opened a cabinet at random, and took out several boxes of medicine from the space. "There really is. But why is it in Japanese?" "But it doesn't matter, I can read it." Zhang Yuan was even more surprised, feeling that this Yang Xiao was somewhat extraordinary. Moreover, after a short period of getting along with each other, she felt that this man was not as evil as what was rumored outside. On the contrary, he was very humane and was very good to his family. Although these women are all stealing from other people, in the end times, this is not a big deal. Lu Ruyan nodded and smiled, "It's okay, our man has a strong sense of crisis. He sensed something was wrong before the end of the world, so not only did he hoard a bunch of food, he also hoarded a lot of medicine." Zhang Yuan was surprised, "That's amazing." Su Rui smiled wryly, "Of course it's amazing, otherwise how could he keep the four of us under control?" Bai Yi blushed, glaring fiercely at Su Rui. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly, feeling that it was inappropriate to stay any longer, or she would easily lose her guard. "Well, I have some things to do at home, so I'll be going first." Although she was reluctant to leave the air conditioning behind, she had to go. A girl has to be reserved. "Dr. Zhang, please wait a moment." Lu Ruyan held her back and said sincerely, "We would like to hire you as our personal doctor, and you will be responsible for the health of our family in the future. As for compensation, we can provide you with 3 meals a day and a room. If you have any other requests, please let us know." This was not her own decision, but something that she had discussed with Yang Xiao a long time ago. They told Yang Xiao that Zhang Yuan was a strong-willed person and could not be forced. But once she enters the house, it's just a matter of time. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect the other party to offer such generous terms. An air-conditioned room and 3 meals a day are practically top-level treatment in the end times, and it's estimated that only big leaders have it. This. Zhou Pei took her hand and said, Sister Yuan, just agree to Sister Ruyan. The world is so chaotic right now, what if one of us gets sick? Just consider it a favor. Su Rui also spoke up to persuade her, yes, just say yes. I can't promise anything else, but as long as we have something to eat, you will never go hungry. Seeing that the other hostesses were all so sincerely inviting her, Zhang Yuan couldn't refuse, and nodded her assent. Great, welcome Sister Yuan to our family. The women cheered in unison, then dragged her inside to choose a room. Zhang Yuan felt compelled to go inside, a little helplessly. I'll go home first to change. Don't go back, we have all kinds of clothes here, many of which I've never worn before, so there's bound to be something that suits you. But? Don't but me, there's everything here. Yes, the worst that can happen is that Yang Xiao will accompany you home later to pack your luggage, so let's go choose a room first. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, half a month had gone by. After spending this time together, Zhang Yuan's impression of Yang Xiao had improved greatly. Sometimes she would secretly observe him, and sometimes she would daydream and mutter to herself. This guy isn't completely useless. He does have a few good qualities, like being a particularly doting husband. Alas, it's just a pity that he has so many women. God is unfair. Why didn't I meet him sooner? Hey, what were you muttering about? Zhou Pei suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. No, it's nothing. Zhang Yuan blushed and looked away. Zhou Pei deliberately shouted in a loud voice, Ha, I heard it all. You just said that God is unfair, and why didn't you let you meet Brother Xiao earlier, right? The other three women, who were on full alert, all let out exaggerated expressions. What? Zhang Yuan likes Yang Xiao? What? Zhang Yuan and Yang Xiao are already together? What? Zhang Yuan wants to have monkeys with Yang Xiao? Then several pairs of eyes stared at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched crazily, his head full of black lines, and for a moment he didn't know how to argue. Zhang Yuan's face turned even redder, and she whispered, You're talking nonsense. He didn't. Zhou Pei said to Yang Xiao with a smile, Brother Xiao, she doesn't recognize it, what do you say? Yang Xiao said seriously, Since you've wronged me, I can't let this injustice go unpunished, it has to be confirmed. What? Ah. What are you doing? Put me down. Zhang Yuan was confused 1 second, and the next, Yang Xiao was carrying her in his arms. No, we can't let them wrong us for nothing, we have to do something. You scoundrel. You big bully, put me down. Cut the crap, we have to teach them a lesson today, and see if they dare to wrong us in the future. Then go get them, I'm also a victim. With a bang, the door locked. Lu Ruyan said with a smile, After half a month of raising them, we can finally pick the peaches. Hee, we'll have another sister to share the pain in the future, happy. Time flies, and another half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. That day, the bad news came again, water suspension notice. This time, everyone was not calm. Water is the source of life, if even the water is cut off, won't that be cutting off everyone's last means of survival? But reality is cruel. The rivers have dried up and the lakes have dried up. This is a natural disaster, and no one can reverse the situation. All the survivors are frantically searching for containers, building storage tanks, and so on, to find ways to store more water. The only thing to be thankful for is that because the water level is dropping rapidly, the fish in the water have appeared. As long as everyone who is alive starts to take active action, they try to store more water during the day, and at night they go to the rivers or lakes and ponds to catch fish. It can be said that this is nature's last gift to mankind. As long as you are willing to work hard, anyone can have a bumper harvest. This is probably mankind's last reserve of food. In just 2 days, the entire community was filled with salted fish hanging from every corner. Under the scorching sun, they dried in just 1 or 2 days. For a while, the smell of salted fish drifted in every corner, making Yang Xiao not want to go out. Whether it was day or night, the doors and windows were closed tightly and the air conditioner was turned on full blast to avoid being smelled. For the past 2 days, he has not even bothered going out. At home, all he does is play poker, and he feels like he's going to rot. Tian Chichi was also bored out of her mind, so she racked her brains to think of a way to get Yang Xiao to go out for a walk with her. In fact, she just wanted to go to the river to watch other people catch fish, which must be very lively. Yang Xiao didn't want to go at first, but she couldn't resist the girl's persistence, and finally agreed. Chapter 37, Freeing the Best Friend. In the evening, Tianqiqi told Sumi that she was going to the riverside to have fun, and asked her to wait for her to come back. Sumi was unhappy when she heard that Tianqiqi was going out to have fun again without her. She pouted and said, "You're heartless. You imprisoned me and now you won't even take me out to have fun with you. Are we still best friends?" She no longer resented Tianqiqi for imprisoning her, because it was for her own good. She knew that if she hadn't done so, she would have definitely done something stupid, harming both herself and others. It was just that she had clearly awakened to the truth and had repeatedly promised not to do anything stupid, but the bitch just wouldn't believe her, which made her so angry. Tianqiqi was a little embarrassed, but she still comforted her patiently. "Am I not doing this for your own good? You are so kind-hearted, but what if you encounter someone with an ulterior motive who pretends to be pitiful and asks you for help? Will you help them or not?" Sumi answered resolutely, "No." Tianqiqi was surprised. "Why did you answer so decisively? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Sumi gave a wicked smile. "Good girl, I forbid you to scold yourself like that." Tianqiqi was stunned for a while before she reacted, and suddenly she pounced on her, baring her fangs and claws, and began to scratch her. "Good, you actually scolded me in a roundabout way, see how I'll fix you." Kiki. The two of them argued for a while before they calmed down. Tianqiqi calmed down a bit and said with deep meaning in her voice, "Have you really thought it through, and are you sure you won't be a saint in the future?" Sumi gave her a blank stare. "How can I be a saint when you've locked me in this tiny room? Besides, you've already said it yourself, it's the end of the world, and the ugliness of human nature is being magnified infinitely. In order to survive, it's not surprising that people would resort to any despicable means. I just don't like to think about it. I'm not stupid, so how could I not be cautious? Besides, you're still here, aren't you? If anything does happen, you can just help me clean up the mess." Tianqiqi's mouth twitched, and she was at a loss for words. "Okay, I'll give my neighbor a call and see if he'd like to take you out with him." With that, she took out her phone and looked for Yang Xiao's number. Sumi smiled wryly and said, "It's your lover, isn't it? Why don't you invite him over to my place sometime and let me give you some advice?" Tianqiqi rolled her eyes and complained, "Oh, he has 3 wives and 4 concubines, and he's leading a very comfortable life." "Hello, brother Yang, my best friend also wants to go out and have fun together. Is it convenient to bring her along? Is she the one you have imprisoned in the secret room? Aren't you afraid that she will suddenly become overly sentimental and harm herself and others?" "Don't worry, I have had an in-depth exchange with her, and she has deeply realized her mistake and will not be sentimental in the future." Tianqiqi glared at Sumi as a warning. Sumi blushed and stuck out her tongue. "Suit yourself, there's still room in my car." "Thank you, brother Yang, we'll come over to you now." Without waiting for Yang Xiao to reply, Tianqiqi decisively hung up the phone and then unchained Sumi. "Hurry up and get dressed and come with me to eat, I can hear them breaking the legs of the crab." "What? King crab? Just give me a minute, I'll be right there." As soon as Sumi heard that there was king crab to eat, she immediately became unruffled and her enthusiasm was directly at full capacity. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly, saying to Zhou Pei, "Go get another king crab, the foodie from next door is here again." "Okay." Zhou Pei gave a slight smile and quickly grabbed a king crab and put it in the pot. Before long, the doorbell rang, and the people who came were naturally Tianqiqi and Sumi. The women stared at Sumi, secretly marveling at her really hot body. Visually, she was a G. Yang Xiao was also taking a close look at this close friend for the first time. Although her appearance was slightly inferior to the women in the family, her devilish figure could completely raise the overall score. This girl is not bad, she can be an alternative for the harem. It doesn't matter if she's a saint, as long as she's locked up like a canary, she'll be fine. Sumi felt Yang Xiao's strange gaze and couldn't help blushing, her thoughts racing. Is this Chi-Chi's boyfriend? So handsome and rich, he's really an ideal husband. With a man of such quality, should I meddle or steal his love? In the time it took to finish dinner, Sumi had secretly looked at Yang Xiao 108 times, and she was about to fall for him. After dinner, Yang Xiao drove the women from the family out together. Such a high-end and stylish modified car has strengthened Sumi's determination to get involved. As long as she becomes Yang Xiao's woman, she can ride in this modified car to travel and sightsee in the future. What does the end of the world have to do with her? The car slowly drove out of the residential area, and the streets along the way were slightly desolate. None of the shops along the road were intact either, they had been burned down or their doors and windows had been vandalized. A little further away was an elementary school. Some people were going in and out of the school, everyone wearing a face mask. The people going in were pushing or carrying long, heavy bags on handcarts, all of them looking sad. Sumi asked curiously, "Hey, what are those people pushing in? Why are they all looking so sad, like they've just lost someone?" Tianqiqi gave her a blank look and said, "You're really smart, you guessed it right away." "Well, what do you mean? Don't you understand? Those people pushing or carrying in are all corpses." "What?" Sumi was shocked, and her whole body felt bad. Although Tianqiqi often told her that the end of the world was cruel and how difficult it would be for survivors, she had never seen it before, so she didn't feel deeply about it, and just thought her best friend's words were greatly exaggerated. Now that she had witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she felt like her worldview had been shattered. How could they carry corpses into the campus? What about the hospital? What about the funeral home? Tianqiqi said helplessly, "Do you still think it's like it used to be? The hospitals have long been overflowing with the injured. Without medicine, no one knows how many people will die each day, and the morgues and funeral parlors can't hold them all. Many people have family members who have died and cannot be dealt with, and they cannot keep them at home forever, so they can only be concentrated on the school playground to be exposed to the sun to sterilize them and prevent the spread of the plague. Oh my God, doesn't the government care?" Sumi felt numb. Lu Rian explained, "You can't blame the authorities, after all, this is a global disaster, and they are all struggling to survive. The worst thing is that many doctors have died in this disaster, and a large amount of medicine has been burned, so most people can only actively save themselves." Su Rui echoed, "I heard a friend say that the crematorium is also full of bodies, and it's impossible to burn them all. Some people suggested taking them to the thermal power plant to be used as fuel, but this was strongly rejected by the bereaved families." Zhang Yuan shrugged, "Of course they refused, who would want to use the remains of their loved ones as fuel for power generation?" Baiyi said helplessly, "Right now, there are still people willing to help dispose of the bodies, but after a few more days, I'm afraid they will just be left in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, the women were silent. Chapter 38, Goofing Off. Under the sparse street lamps, the once prosperous city has become a thing of the past. Now there is only devastation and ruins. The once bustling streets are now desolate and devoid of life. Occasionally, you can see some emaciated corpses that look like they died not long ago. Seeing this scene of decay, the women are all silent and saddened. Zhou Pei sighed and broke the silence. "Why are there so few corpses on the roadside?" Zhang Yuan explained, "Because corpses will breed plague if not disposed of in time, so the officials have been busy collecting corpses." "I see. It's really hard on them. Alas, I hope the disaster will pass soon." Soon after, the car drove to Riverside Avenue. It was very lively here, full of parked cars, and almost all the survivors gathered here. Yang Xiao found a place to park the car and everyone got out. They went down to the riverbank and looked down. The river was full of people, many of them with flashlights, fishing for fish and clams in the mud. Some used buckets, some used sacks, and some used fishing nets. Most of them were families working together, with a clear division of labor and good cooperation. Tianqiqi held her flashlight and walked down the steps, followed by everyone else. When they got close to the river, they realized that the water level had dropped very low. The mighty river had turned into a small stream, showing all the signs of decay. Tianqiqi wanted to go down and play in the mud, but no one wanted to accompany her, so she had to give up. The group wandered along the riverbank, watching the people below actively fishing, and they had mixed feelings. Occasionally they could see some quarrels, and there were even fistfights. But both sides were very rational. After all, the most urgent task was to catch fish. There were also some local thugs who wanted to get something for nothing. A group of them set up roadblocks on the shore and tried to rob people. They had obviously tasted success, as they had quite a few fish in their buckets. However, everyone had since learned their lesson and formed temporary teams of many people to fight back against the roadblockers. After observing for a while, Tianqiqi noticed that the gang of bandits only dared to pick on people who were alone. She immediately felt bored and said with contempt in her voice, "Pfft, a bunch of little trash, cowards who bully the weak," she said with disdain. Sumi comforted her, Okay, don't mind them, let's just go." It's too chaotic outside. It makes her a little panicked, afraid that the gang of thugs and rascals will make things difficult for them. After all, they are all so pretty. "Let's go, see what's up ahead." Yang Xiao also risked his life to keep his sister company, and endured the hot evening to accompany them on a walk along the river. "This is crazy. When they passed through the checkpoint, the group of thugs couldn't help but sit up when they saw so many stunning beauties. Without hesitation, they blocked the road and looked at the women recklessly, their eyes greedy and their smiles lewd. Ha, I never thought we'd meet so many stunning chicks. We're in luck tonight. Who's to say? Maybe the gods saw how hard we work and sent them here to reward us. Ha, you kid really know how to talk. The yellow-haired leader greedily surveyed the women, with a lewd smile on his face. Hey, little sisters, where are you going to play at this late hour? Do you want your brother to keep you company? Yes, there are a lot of bad people out there, and it's not safe for you girls to be out on your own. You'd better let us keep you company. Hey, hey, hey. Sumi was terrified and clung to Tian Chichi's arm, asking, Chichi, what do we do now? Tian Chichi shrugged, looking disdainful, and said, Pfft, they're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Her voice was loud, and the gang of thugs heard her, which immediately angered them. Bitch, who are you calling country bumpkins? You want to die, don't you? Dare to look down on us like this, you're dead tonight, and it won't matter if you beg for mercy. To punish you, we've decided to keep you up until dawn. After listening to them clatter for so long, Yang Xiao's patience had reached its limit. He turned to the women and said, You step back a bit, don't get your clothes dirty. Sumi was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Yang Xiao's mouth curled up in a sneer, you'll see in a moment. The women glanced at each other, nodded slightly, and stepped back together. When they came back to their senses, Yang Xiao already had an extra tangdao in his hand. He charged at the thugs like death itself, slaying one child with each swing of the sword. Those who weren't cut were stunned, overcome by fear. In just 2 minutes, the robbery gang of 10 fled, dead, injured, or wounded. Yang Xiao's heroic and decisive performance quickly captured Sumi's heart. The woman greedily stared at his back, her heartbeat accelerating and her sense of security bursting. It was almost gone. Oh no, it's love at first sight. Chichi, I'm sorry, I'm determined to get this man. Sumi secretly made up her mind and, as soon as she got home, set about seducing Yang Xiao. Tian Chichi hadn't realized that her best friend was trying to steal her man, and at the moment her attention was focused on the barrels of fish. Brother, there are so many fish here, should we take some back? Steamed fish, braised fish, grilled fish, just thinking about it makes her almost drool. If you like it, take it. Yang Xiaoduo left with these words. There were plenty of freshwater fish in his space, more than he could eat in a lifetime, so why would he care? But Tian Chichi cared. She didn't have any space, and she hadn't stocked up on fish before the end of the world, but she did have some canned fish. She hesitated for a while, but ultimately chose to give up because it was inconvenient to carry. Damn it, if only I had a modified car, I could easily carry a few barrels of fish. Seeing that she had even given up the fish herself, Lu Ruyan and the other women were shocked. Had she changed her mind? Or did Chi-Chi not like river fish? They were all wild fish, so there was no way she wouldn't like them. Chi-Chi, why don't you want these fish? Yes, why don't you just keep the fish, don't waste them. Facing the questions of the girls, Tian Chi-Chi reluctantly revealed the truth, which made the girls laugh uncontrollably. After wandering around for a while, the river was still full of people, and suddenly it didn't seem so fun. Some fishing enthusiasts were even fishing on the shore, chatting and laughing, not at all like survivors of the apocalypse. Chapter 39, Meeting by Jia again. The river, which stretched for tens of kilometers, was full of people, and there were hardly any spare fishing spots. When they got hot, they would go for a swim in the water, and when they got hungry, they would build a fire on the shore and grill fish. Everyone was there to fish all night long, in order to catch as many fish as possible before the sun came up. Tian Chi-Chi was bored and felt that there was nothing more to see, so she suggested changing positions. Zhou Pei had a sudden idea, how about we walk along the riverbank upstream and see how many people are fishing? Tian Chi-Chi was full of excitement. Yes, that's a good idea. The other women were also interested and were eager to see how long the army of fish gropers could be. So the group prepared to go to the car. As they passed the checkpoint where they had just been robbed, they saw 6 women carrying 3 buckets of fish and preparing to leave. At a glance, every woman was filthy, with multiple sunburns and frightening scars on their bodies. Tian Chi-Chi frowned slightly and muttered with displeasure, if I had known, we would have carried the fish back to the car just now. They had worked hard to fight off the roadblock robbers, but the spoils had gone to someone else. She was upset that someone else had reaped the rewards. Lu Ruyan smiled helplessly. Who let you not know how to cherish it? Forget it, let's go. As a woman herself, she didn't want to be too extreme, so she let the others live. However, Yang Xiao didn't go, but stared straight at one of the women whose face had been badly sunburned. Following the gaze, he looked carefully, and the woman had a hot body, it was just that her face was a bit creepy. Lu Ruyan poked him lightly and asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I might have just run into an acquaintance." Yang Xiao walked over to the women carrying the fish buckets with an expressionless face, blocking their way. The women were startled, lowered their heads and huddled together, some of the timid ones crying on the spot. Yang Xiao stared at a woman with unkempt hair and asked in an uncertain tone, "Bai Jie?" The woman trembled when she heard someone call her name, and slowly raised her head. When she saw Yang Xiao's face, her eyes reddened instantly. "Mr. Yang." Yang Xiao gave a faint smile. "It really is you, how did you end up in such a miserable state?" The other women let out a sigh of relief when they saw that it was an acquaintance. Bai Jie smiled bitterly, "We all deliberately made ourselves into this miserable state because we didn't want to become men's playthings. Those men couldn't bring themselves to do it when they saw us all turned into ugly monsters, and they didn't want us to die easily, so they made us work like slaves to take revenge on us." "You?" Yang Xiao looked suspicious. He couldn't say he doubted her, so he could only say he didn't believe a single word she said. He knew exactly who she was. After all, they had had so much fun together in the past, so her words were completely unconvincing. Bai Jie was unhappy when she felt Yang Xiao's questioning gaze. "Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you think I'm a woman who is easy? Isn't that the case?" Yang Xiao didn't mean to mock her in any way. He was simply respecting the objective facts. Bai Jie's chest heaved with anger, and she glared at him with clenched teeth. "Oomph, think what you like." She felt aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do to explain herself. She admitted that the reason she had thrown herself at Yang Xiao and actively offered her services in the first place was partly because he was rich, and partly because she was attracted to his body. In fact, Yang Xiao was her second man. So her flirtatiousness was all an act, just to attract customers and save money. But this is not a convincing explanation, and trying to explain and clear himself only makes him look bad. It would be better to just shut up. Yang Xiao didn't care, and he leaned in to observe her closely. He asked with some concern, "Does your face hurt?" This was meant as a sincere expression of concern, but in Bai Jie's ears it sounded like she had been slapped in the face, and Yang Xiao was asking if her face hurt. "You bastard!" Bai Jie was furious, her face full of grievances, her eyes brimming with tears. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and without saying a word, he took 2 steps back and turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, "You come and have a look at her. Can this face still be cured?" "Well." Zhang Yuan was full of questions, but she still took the trouble to give Bai Jie a thorough examination. "It's not a big problem. Just apply some sunburn cream for a few days and take some anti-inflammatory medicine, and it will be cured." This was like a roller coaster for the 6 women. The words "not a big problem" were good news, but the sunburn cream was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Jie laughed miserably. "Sunburn cream is now more precious than human life, who would be willing to take it out for women like us?" This is indeed the truth. Nowadays, a bottle of sunburn cream can get back several virgins, so who would be happy to give it to these broken flowers and fallen leaves? Yang Xiao, however, smiled lightly. "Sunburn cream is not a big problem, but the key is to ensure that no scars remain, right?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "It's just a sunburn on the surface of the skin, and the time is relatively short. If you treat it now, there won't be any scars, but it's hard to say if it gets worse over time." "Well, then let's treat her. After all, she was once a woman who shared the mountain with you." Out of respect for the past, Yang Xiao naturally would not leave her to die. "You, what did you say?" Bai Jie was shocked. "Didn't you hear? I'm asking her to treat you. Don't worry, she's a doctor, she won't leave any scars." "Really?" Bai Jie was deeply moved, her eyes brimming with tears. But after a moment of emotion, she suddenly shuddered, then shook her head furiously. "No, you can't treat me." The other women were also full of horror, their bodies trembling. "Why?" Yang Xiao was a little puzzled. Bai Jie said shakily, "Because, we'll die a horrible death." Another slightly older young woman took a deep breath and sighed. "You don't know, our community has gone completely mad. As long as a woman is slightly good-looking, she will be taken away to be used as a tool for men's pleasure. Those who are lucky only need to serve 1 or 2 people a night, but those who are less lucky have to serve a dozen, even hundreds, or even thousands. Many girls were tortured to death, not to mention their bodies were even dismembered into food. Yes, we did this on purpose to avoid being tortured to death by them, so we made ourselves ugly and didn't bathe every day. They therefore bear a grudge against us, and in line with the perverted mentality of if you can't have it, destroy it, they torment us to death, give us all the dirty and tiring work, and don't even give us enough to eat. Yang Shao's eyebrows rose as he listened to the women's complaints. So, before you died, ahem, you were all beautiful women? Bai Jia said with a smug look on her face, of course, we were all famous beautiful young women in the community, and which man didn't drool over us? Bai Jia, what are you talking about? We can't compare with you, you are the acknowledged number one beauty in the community. Alas, it's just a pity that you have bad eyesight and met a scumbag who almost ruined you. Oh? What happened to her boyfriend? Yang Shao was intrigued. Chapter 40, The Original Wife and the Mistress. To be fair, Bai Jia is also a pitiful woman. She has been with her boyfriend since graduating from university, and it's been almost 3 years now. I thought it would last forever, that they would be inseparable and grow old together. But her boyfriend had already grown tired of her and had been cheating on her with 2 of his female classmates. What's more, the 2 girls had both become pregnant and he had supported them after they graduated. His family was well off and he was an internet celebrity with a good income, so supporting 2 mistresses who had jobs was not a big problem. The day after the outbreak, her boyfriend brought his future-in-laws over, saying that it would be convenient for them to look after each other. 2 days later, the 2 concubines were also brought to his home one after the other, along with a son and a daughter. This made his family extremely happy, and they devoted themselves to those 4 people. Bai Jia was very angry at the time, but she could hardly fight 5 people on her own. Coupled with the very harsh survival environment at the end of the world, she had no way to support herself, so she could only swallow her anger. As time went on, the 2 schoolgirls teamed up to ostracize Bai Jia and planned to drive her out of the house. The grandparents only had eyes for their grandchildren and grew increasingly cold towards Bai Jia, until they came to loathe her. Then the food crisis broke out, and the entire community fought each other for food. Her boyfriend, in order to protect himself, resolutely joined one of the factions and secretly sent the 2 concubines to be played with by the faction leader. Everyone had a good time, so their family was temporarily safe. As the food crisis worsened, people's moral bottom lines repeatedly broke the bottom line, and in the end everyone became inhuman. The 2 schoolgirls whispered in the boss's ear, telling him how beautiful Bai Jia was, how hot her body was, and how passionate she was. The boss was tempted, came to visit the family, and immediately took a fancy to Bai Jia. He hinted, both explicitly and implicitly, that Bai Jia should be his woman, but was politely refused. He was very unhappy and vowed to make Bai Jia regret it. 2 schoolmates suggested giving Bai Jia to their subordinates to play with, and this evil plan was adopted. One of the subordinates, who was a dog licker, revealed the news to Bai Jia, and was eventually beaten to death. In order to save her life, Bai Jia had to act self-destructively, pulling herself out into the sun and making herself dirty. The men lost interest in her because she was even more disgusting than a beggar, but they didn't want to let her go easily, so they used her like a cow or a horse. After hearing Bai Jia's tragic story, Yang Shao's face was expressionless, but inside, he was filled with murderous intent. He looked straight at Bai Jia with a tone of rebuke. You were bullied so badly, why didn't you tell me? Bai Jia said with grievance, what's the point of telling you? I'm someone else's girlfriend, and you're the idiot I stole. Do you want to go to his house and argue? As soon as she said this, the room immediately fell silent. The other women stared at Yang Shao with strange looks, unable to speak. Su Rui puffed up her cheeks and gave Yang Shao a fierce glare. This situation was so similar to her own. At first, she had been captivated by Yang Shao's wealth and prosperity, but then Yang Shao had ignored her. Oof, scumbag. Tian Chichi couldn't hold back any longer after holding it in for a long time. Puff ha 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 ha. You heartless big radish, you thought that if you just pulled up your pants and ran away, everything would be fine. It must feel great to get hit by a boomerang, right? You talk too much. Yang Shao glanced at her with a warning. Tian Chichi disagreed, teasing, oh, I'm just feeling sorry for these suffering sisters. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are grateful for 100 days. How can you be so heartless? Yang Shao glared at her with clenched teeth, thinking to himself, you're meddling in other people's business. A husband and wife for a day is worth 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and you're actually asking me to compensate you for 100 days. You must be crazy. Cough cough, grown-ups business, kids don't butt in, go cool off. Yang Shao pushed Tian Chichi aside and then said to Bai Jia, why don't you come home with me? I'll let Zheng Yuan heal you. He really likes this little beaker. He's open-minded, fun, knows a lot, and can bring a bit of a change to the family atmosphere when he brings it back. Otherwise, all those women are so reserved they're going to die. I. Bai Jia was deeply moved, happier than if someone had proposed to her in public. Bai Jia, just say yes to him, what are you hesitating for? Yes, I can see that he treats you well, 1,000 times better than your scumbag boyfriend. Say yes to him, don't hesitate, once you miss this village, you won't find it again. You guys? Seeing that her friends were all happy for her, Bai Jia's heart was filled with mixed emotions, her voice choking as she didn't know what to say. If I go with him, what will you do? Hey, don't worry, we'll just say you couldn't bear it and drowned yourself in the river. They won't bother to find out. Yeah, just go with him, one less mouth to feed. This is how our lives will be, so just consider us dead. You guys? Bai Jia burst into tears, covering her mouth and sobbing quietly. These women were her lifelong companions, and they had all supported each other through thick and thin. Now they were suddenly going to be separated, and she didn't want to let go. Can you? She cast a pleading look at Yang Xiao, hoping that he would help her sisters out of friendship. Yang Xiao was a little surprised. Aren't women jealous? When they see someone else about to have a good life, shouldn't they try to sabotage it? The women misunderstood Yang Xiao's intentions and thought that he wanted to get rid of them. Handsome guy, you don't need to worry about us, as long as you treat Bai Jia well in the future. That's right, we won't be a burden to you, we'll leave now. We wish you happiness. Bai Jia, you must be good and live up to our hopes. The ugly women gave a small smile, then lifted the fish bucket and were about to leave. Just then, an untimely sound suddenly rang out. Pop, pop, pop. Wonderful, truly wonderful, what a deep sisterly love. A dozen men walked over, led by a handsome young man, Bai Jia's boyfriend. Bai Jia was very nervous and hurriedly explained, Wang Kai. This has nothing to do with them, don't make things difficult for them. Wang Kai looked amused, whether it has anything to do with them or not, that's not for you to decide. I never thought that they would risk their lives to help you escape, it seems that they don't want to live anymore. An old man said with a smirk on his face, Hey, Kai, can I pick one to play with for a few days before I deal with it? Wang Kai looked disgusted and said, Xia, you can even say something like that? Hey, wash up and turn off the lights, they're all the same. Besides, old Xia, I've been a bachelor for 50 years, I'm not picky. The little old man licked his lips and smiled lewdly. He was originally the guard of the community, but because he was poor and unpromising, he had never been able to get a wife. These women were originally famous beauties in the community and were coveted by everyone. He often fantasized about solving the problem with their backs, and now that he could get one without any effort, naturally he would not begrudge it. Chapter 41, Killing the Original Wife. Upon hearing the little old man's words, Wang Kai laughed heartily and agreed on the spot. Xia, you need to open up your horizons and have a long-term perspective. One woman is not enough, so you can have all 6 of them. Heh, thank you, brother Kai. The little old man bowed and kowtowed, looking flattering. Wang Kai, you bastard. Bai Jia trembled with anger and shame. Wang Kai mocked, me an asshole? You think it's not an asshole to hook up with a guy in public? I knew that none of the women who worked as account managers at the bank were clean, and I suspected you of cheating on me a long time ago, I just never had any evidence. I thought that your clients were all those pot-bellied, greasy Mediterranean men, but I never imagined that you would hook up with such a gigolo. I really underestimated you. You. Bai Jia was so angry that her chest was heaving, and she didn't know what to say. Yang Xiao interrupted them, saying, Buddy, you're wrong. I'm not a playboy. I have a name. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding? We're both about to die, and you're still concerned about these things. But then again, you little white face are so lucky to have so many stunning women around you. I think I'm not any less good looking than you, so why is my luck not as good as yours? Probably because you have such a bad character. Yang Xiao looked calm and collected. Maybe so. I admit, my character is indeed not good. But so what? Can character be used for food? In today's chaotic world, strength is king. Just like right now, I'm stronger than you, so you have to die, and all these women will be mine. Wang Kai is arrogant, as if he has the upper hand. Yang Xiao raises an eyebrow, oh? Are you sure? Wang Kai shook his head, not necessarily. If you are willing to kneel down and beg me, perhaps I will spare your life. And I can show mercy and let you observe on the spot how Lao Xia just sheer love her. After saying that, he looked at Bai Jia with a resentful gaze, as if he wanted to tear her to pieces. It's a disgrace to be publicly cuckolded by your girlfriend. How can he hold his head up in front of his friends in the future? So he now hated Bai Jia to the bone, and could not eliminate his hatred until she was tortured to death. However, Yang Xiao revealed a faint smile. You are a good person, willing to give your enemy a chance to live. I'm different, I prefer to cut off the root. As soon as he finished speaking, a tang sword appeared in Yang Xiao's hand. A flash of cold light, and the scene fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, Wang Kai let out a heart-wrenching scream. His legs had been neatly cut off, and blood was spraying wildly. Before the other henchmen could react, they saw a dark figure rush between them and slash wildly. The screams echoed along the riverbank, attracting the attention of many people. Yang Xiao had been born twice, and his knife-fighting skills were precise and tricky, ensuring that no one could survive under the blade. 2 minutes later, Lao Xia, who had fled in a panic, was also caught up, and a knife pierced his heart, sending a chill through his body. Yang Xiao walked over to Wang Kai with the blood-stained knife, and revealed a faint smile. See? I really wasn't lying to you. You're a good person. Don't come any closer, please let me go, I'll never do it again. By the way, Bai Jia will be yours in the future, I'll break up with her now and set her free. Please don't kill me, I have an old man and a young child, if I die, they won't survive. Please be merciful, for the sake of the old man and the child, let me go. Wang Kai begged for mercy with tears in his eyes, the fear of death made him forget the pain of his broken leg. Yang Xiao ignored him and looked at Bai Jia and asked, what do you want to do with him? Bai Jia was still in shock and didn't know what to say for a while. She had thought that Yang Xiao was a well-dressed rich young man, whose job was to eat, drink, play and flirt with girls, but how could he be so decisive when it came to killing? Bai Jia, someone is asking you a question, answer quickly. If you have a grudge, take revenge, listen to your sister, kill him now. Yes, this scumbag has caused you so much suffering, you must not let him go. Her companions were all urging her to kill him, and the opportunity was now or never. Bai Jia hesitated for a long time, and finally let out a deep sigh, turned around, and said, don't kill him. Let him die in pain. I have loved and hated, and now I just want him to taste the suffering I have experienced. This is the end of the world, there is no medicine, no doctor. Having his legs cut off, he will surely be living a life worse than death from now on. Oh? Since you have said so, I will grant your wish. Yang Xiao naturally knew what Wang Kai would face next. Without anti-inflammatory drugs, his days would be more and more painful. He took a bottle of purified water from his space, rinsed the bloodstains off the blade, then dried it with a paper towel and sheathed the knife. Let's go. Tian Chichi raised her hand in approval, okay, and took the fish back. By the way, don't let someone else take advantage of it. The group climbed the stairs to the road and put the fish in the car. However, the women were embarrassed to get into the car because they were dirty and smelly. Lu Ruyan saw their embarrassment and quietly told Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was slightly taken aback. This is something I overlooked, but it's okay. Our car has been modified and can take a shower. There are some change of clothes. You arrange it. Okay. Lu Ruyan immediately arranged for them to take a shower. Then the group of women immediately surrounded Yang Xiao and excitedly asked him about his love-hate entanglement with Bai Jia. Yang Xiao was speechless, but he calmly told them about their past. Gee, it turns out they were after your money. It shows they have good taste. Indeed. The women chattered on, expressing their opinions. An hour later, the 6 women were all clean and white. They had taken medicine and applied sunburn cream. They had thrown away their old clothes and put on new ones. Tian Chichi's body was still so hot, the clothes were small and at risk of tearing at any moment. Lu Ruyan suspected that Yang Xiao had done it on purpose. He had obviously had large-sized clothes, but he had deliberately taken out the small ones, showing his true intentions. Tian Chichi asked Yang Xiao with a face full of expectation, brother, are we going home now or are we going to continue with the plan we were just doing? Yang Xiao thought about it and said, let's continue. Maybe the river will completely dry up tomorrow, and this kind of grand occasion is unlikely to happen again in the future. Just like in his previous life, the river dried up quickly, and by the time it did, the fish had already started to stink, and no one wanted to come to the river anymore. Yes. Tian Chichi jumped into the passenger seat. This Mighty was originally a military version, and could carry 10 people. After being modified, the space was even bigger, so it could completely accommodate these 10 people. Everyone was crowded in the car, talking and laughing, just like they were on a road trip. Chapter 42, Meeting Lao Zhang again. The car drove along the river upstream, and the number of people fishing for fish did not stop. It was not until they left the city that the number of people fishing for fish suddenly dropped. After arriving in the suburbs, there were no more people fishing for fish. After driving for another 10 kilometers, they encountered a police roadblock. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, cursing himself for being so stupid. Why did he do such a stupid thing for no reason? He had wanted to turn around and leave, since the police cars couldn't catch up to him anyway. But then he saw an old acquaintance, so he decided to get out of the car. One of the policemen pointed his gun at Yang Xiao, raising his hands in the air. The policeman looked very young and nervous, like an American cop who had just met someone and was ready to empty his magazine at any moment. Yang Xiao ignored him and looked at a middle-aged man, smiling and saying hello. Hey, Lao Zhang, we meet again. Ha! When the police officer Zhang came over and saw Yang Xiao, he laughed in surprise. Ha! So it's you, young man. What are you doing here alone in the middle of nowhere so late at night? Seeing that he was an acquaintance, the young man immediately let out a sigh of relief and silently put away his gun. Zhang explained with a smile, Yang Xiao, don't be offended, but we've been attacked by thugs more than 10 times these past few days, and we've lost a few brothers. This kid has been so scared that he draws his gun at the sight of anyone. Yang Xiao was slightly surprised. Are the rioters that brave now? They dare to attack the police. Hey, it's the end of the world, what are they afraid of? They all think that we have a lot of supplies and that we are easy to bully, so they dare not shoot at them. At first we really felt constrained, which resulted in the sacrifice of a few good comrades. Later, everyone woke up and resolutely fought back when they encountered such situations. Well, you did the right thing, you should have done it this way. If you don't show them some color, they won't even remember their own names. Yang Xiao didn't think they were at fault, but rather that they had done a good job. Ha ha ha. By the way, why are you here and where are the others? Yang Xiao stretched his neck and looked around, searching for the heroic figure. The police officer Zhang was slightly taken aback, but then smiled knowingly. Hey, the others are guarding the base, we're out fishing. Base? Well, we set up the base in an air raid shelter in the nearby mountains. It's cool inside and can accommodate more than 1,000 people. That many people? Yang Xiao was a little surprised. Hey, the capacity is over 1,000, but in reality there are less than 300 people. It turns out that the air raid shelter was home to the families of the police. Lao Zhang told Yang Xiao that on the night of the outbreak, they all got out of bed to participate in rescue work. However, because they ignored the damage caused by ultraviolet light, the next day a large number of staff were unable to move, and the system directly collapsed. To treat them, the authorities spent a lot of medical resources, which resulted in many citizens being unable to receive timely assistance. As the disaster became more and more serious, the authorities realized that it was the end of the world, so they implemented the Firestarter project. The original intention of the Firestarter project was to use limited supplies to preserve a group of top talent, so that after the disaster was over, these top talent could quickly restore society. However, the reality was cruel. Everyone has a selfish side. When faced with a life or death decision, would you choose to let someone else's child live or your own child live? The answer is of course your own child. So the top leaders tacitly agreed to replace the places in the Torch program with their own relatives. The Torch program became a joke, and only the children of the powerful and wealthy were eligible for selection. Lao Zhang, a civilian police officer, was only a low-level public servant, so in any case he would not be selected, and naturally became the part that was abandoned. In order to survive, they could only join forces and stick together. They could not enter the Torch program base, so the air raid shelters in the mountains became their first choice. So they took their families there, and while they were out looking for supplies, they expanded the shelter to make more living space. Yang Xiao listened patiently to this uninspiring news, and then asked in a low voice, "Is the policewoman in the shelter too?" Lao Zhang nodded and said with a smile, of course, in her position, she could have gotten a place in the shelter. But she didn't want to be with those hypocritical villains, so she gave it up. Ha! She has another identity? Yang Xiao looked curious. Her father is our director, do you think she is qualified? Ha! That's a powerful background, no wonder she dares to bully people in the bureau. Hey, you're wrong about her, Team Leader Zhao has never bullied people because of his power, on the contrary, he takes good care of his subordinates. Oh? tell me about it. Yang Xiao took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, then passed it to the other colleagues. After a round, the pack of cigarettes was completely empty. Lao Zhang smiled awkwardly at Yang Xiao and then began to tell him the news. At the beginning, the police officer sensed that something was wrong, so she took all the more than 6 million she had earned from her investments and the more than 300,000 that her father, the police chief, had saved up over half a lifetime and used it all to buy supplies. Then she asked her mother to take out a loan of more than 30 million in the company's name, all of which was used to buy supplies. She gathered a group of police officers and secretly delivered the supplies to the air raid shelter in case of an emergency. Everyone originally thought that Zhao Ying had gone crazy, but they never imagined that the end really came. At the most difficult time, the authorities abandoned them and told them to fend for themselves. But Zhao Ying did not abandon them. She prepared an escape route for them in advance and chose to share their joys and sorrows with them. So they owe their lives to Zhao Ying and are willing to go through fire and water for her in this life. Yang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. As long as she is fine. Lao Zhang's eyes lit up. You kid, are you eyeing our Zhao team leader? Then you'd better hurry up. There are quite a few young guys at our base who have their eyes on her. Yang Xiao shrugged, looking disdainful, and said, just because they are not worthy of competing with me. But then again, although she has hoarded quite a lot of supplies, you guys are quite a few too, so how long can you last? Lao Zhang estimated in his heart that if they just consumed, they could last for a year. But of course we won't just sit around and wait to die. We are fishing while the Shijiang River is low. And we are digging caves to grow food and raise animals, so we believe we can last a long time. Yang Xiao shook his head, not enough. You lack medicine. In case someone gets sick, you'll just have to watch. Also, there are a lot of snakes, rats, insects and ants in the mountains. Once bitten, it will be very troublesome. Alas, how could we not know what you are saying? But what can we do now? We can only take things one step at a time. After chatting for a while, several small trucks were already loaded with fish. Lao Zhang said goodbye to Yang Xiao and urged them not to go any further. The upstream area is the territory of the army. Unlike before, the army is not like it used to be. If Yang Xiao drives such a flashy car with a load of beautiful women, something will definitely go wrong. Yang Xiao thought this made sense. Although he was not afraid, he would not unnecessarily get himself into trouble, so he turned back. Chapter 43, You can't guard against a thief in your own home. There are 2 large air raid shelters in the mountainous countryside, separated by more than 10 kilometers, which were left over from the war years. They were expanded several times before reaching their current size. In addition to the 2 large air raid shelters, there are also more than a dozen small ones scattered across the various hills. These were dug by the local people at the time to escape the war, and were completely abandoned after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Now they have become a place for survivors to stay, and it is much cooler inside than outside. The police have taken over a large air raid shelter. It has plenty of space, a ventilation system and a well, making it perfect as a base. Recently they have recovered a lot of building materials and are digging new caves, planning to build farmland and a farm. They have also dug a lot of small caves and assigned them as residential buildings to some colleagues. In short, as long as they guard this base, they won't starve to death for a while. Under the light, the excavator is digging the cave with all its might, and the roar of the machine resounds through the valley. Zhao Ying is supervising the work, her expression grim, wondering what to think. Standing next to her is her money-obsessed best friend Lin Cece. This woman is lucky, as she happened to be indoors when the solar storm broke out, otherwise she might have died. After the disaster, she was the first to call Zhao Ying for help. As a police officer, and since it was her best friend asking for help, there was no reason for her not to help, so she conveniently rescued her. Afterwards, she brought her here. However, this best friend has the mentality of a princess but not the life of one, and she is not used to living frugally. She has just finished dinner, which is only porridge with stir-fried salted vegetables, and some minced meat has been added to the salted vegetables. This is already very precious food for many survivors, but Lin Cece dislikes it very much. She comes over and complains to Zhao Ying about the poor food, demanding that there be meat every meal in the future, and preferably fresh vegetables and fruit. Zhao Ying gave her a disgruntled glance, suppressed her anger, and scolded her patiently. Some words are good enough, but you're still being picky. Do you know how precious food is right now? People outside are fighting and even killing each other for a mouthful to eat. Not only do you have plain kanji to drink, but there's also minced meat in the pickled vegetables. You're already happier than 90% of the people in the world. Lin Cece, however, was discontent and muttered discontentedly, I don't care, I want meat. Didn't you hoard a lot of supplies? Shall we have a secret extra meal tonight? No way, we are in a state of pure consumption and must conserve supplies. We can only consider adding extra dishes after the food is grown and we achieve self-sufficiency. Zhao resolutely rejected her request, which made her very dissatisfied. Just then, the sound of a horn sounded outside. Zhao Ying's eyes lit up with a hint of expectation. It was the fishing team returning. Let's go and see how much they've caught. Lin Cece said with disgust, the fishy smell is unbearable, I'm not going. She then walked back into the air raid shelter, returned to her own small room, and took out a bag of potato chips from her backpack. She was happily eating when a long-lost second-generation rich kid suddenly called, which surprised her a little. It turned out to be Xie Xiao. I didn't expect him to call me. Could it be that he has a crush on me? Lin Cece was overjoyed. Xia Jingyang is a rich second generation, and Lin Cece has always wanted to hook up with him. However, because she doesn't look good enough, the rich second generation has always treated her indifferently. Even if she often sends messages to greet him, he rarely replies. Now that the rich second generation has taken the initiative to contact her, how could she not be ecstatic? Hey, Xia Xiao, why did you suddenly feel like calling someone? Nian, it's been a long time. Lin Cece whines in a high-pitched voice, darn it, it's Cece. Oh, I'm sorry, I've had a fever for the past 2 days and my mind is a little fuzzy. As soon as she heard the other person say they had a fever, Lin Cece immediately transformed into a dog licker and proactively offered her attentions. Oh, Mr. Xia, how careless of you. Is the fever bad? I'm so worried about you. There was a long silence on the other end before the person said, ahem. I'm fine, I just can't buy any fever-reducing medicine, but I'll be fine after a few days. Lin Cece said anxiously, that won't do. You should take medicine when you're sick. Tell you what, just tell me where you are and I'll bring you some fever-reducing medicine. The other person, breathing heavily, asked urgently, what did you say? Do you really have fever-reducing medicine? Lin Cece said proudly, of course I do. Great, do you have anything to eat? Yes, my best friend has stocked up on 40 million supplies, everything you could possibly need. Every meal is plain congee with pickled vegetables, and although there is some minced meat, it's not satisfying. Lin Cece kept on complaining about how Zhao Ying treated her harshly, not noticing at all that the other person's tone was very strange. Xia Jingyang on the other end of the phone was already trembling with excitement, his eyes red. He hurriedly interrupted Lin Cece and asked, Cece, your best friend has hoarded so many supplies, she shouldn't be able to finish them all, can she sell some to me? Yes, I can, but the price will definitely be higher than before, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to her. Don't worry, I don't lack money. How about this, you sell me half of the supplies, and I'll give you 200 million, no, 500 million, I can transfer the money to you right now. Really? Don't go back on your word. I keep my word, just send me your bank card number, I'll pay first, and then arrange for someone to pick up the goods. Okay. Lin Cece happily sent her bank card number. She didn't believe in the end of the world. In her opinion, this natural disaster would soon come to an end, and everyone would return to their normal lives. So she wanted to sell the supplies at a high price before the disaster ended, and she would become a rich woman and reach the pinnacle of life. Xia Jingyang was about to die of happiness. He never thought that he would meet a living Buddha now, and he couldn't wait to kowtow to her on the spot. After receiving the card number, he immediately arranged for the transfer, which was completed in no time. Lin Cece jumped with excitement after receiving the money. Then she offered to deliver the medicine to Xia Jingyang, but Xia Jingyang wanted to come and see her in person, which made her even more excited. She sent him the address on the spot, and even thought of a name for the baby. She had earned a lot of money tonight, and she had to hurry and tell her best friend the good news, so that she would be impressed. At this time, Zhao Ying was busy directing Lao Zhang and the others to unload the goods. Several trucks of fish were poured into several ponds converted from caves. Many people were busy fishing the dead fish out of the ponds and everyone was busy with their own tasks, having a great time. Zhao Ying was deeply gratified to see the fish ponds full to the brim and she couldn't help but smile. Just then, Lin Cece ran over happily and shouted at her, Ying, I have some good news for you. I've just made a lot of money for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's eyebrows furrowed slightly and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 44, Bestie Goes Offline. Lin Cece told Zhao Ying about her great achievements in vivid detail, her face beaming with a smug smile, as if saying, "Praise me quickly." Everyone heard her words, and the lively scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone looked at her with angry expressions. Some people's fists were clenched, and they didn't hide their desire to stab her in the slightest. Lin Cece finally realized something was wrong. She took Zhao Ying's hand and asked in a panic, "Ying, why are they looking at me like that? It's so scary." After waiting for a while, she didn't hear a reply from Zhao Ying. She turned her head in confusion, but met Zhao Ying's cold stare. "Ying, why are you?" Zhao Ying slapped her in the face, so hard that it sent her flying, half her face swollen. Lin Cece let out a miserable scream and covered her face, sobbing. "Zhao Ying, you're crazy. Why did you hit me?" Zhao Ying snapped, "You're the crazy one. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted in the first place and brought this scourge of yours here." "What do you mean?" Lin Cece was furious, with some grievance in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhao Ying was full of disappointment, sighed, turned around. "Lao Zhang, give her a quick death." And left. "No, Ying, what do you mean?" Lin Cece shouted, but Zhao Ying did not turn back and left in big strides. Lao Zhang sighed and slowly walked towards her, accompanied by a few survivors. "Alas, you said it's not good to be honest, but you had to stir up so much trouble." Several survivors surrounded her with machetes in their hands, all of them with murderous expressions. Lin Cece finally panicked and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Zhang, why is this happening?" She didn't understand what had happened and why Zhao Ying was doing this to her. Could it be that Xie Jingyang contacted her and Zhao Ying became jealous? So Zhao Ying also liked Xie Jingyang? Lin Cece's brain, which was never very good, was now a mess and completely down. Zhang coldly said, "In that case, I'll let you know exactly what's going to happen. It's the end of the world as we know it, and food and medicine are life. You privately revealed the news that our base had a large amount of supplies, and you also exposed our location, which will cause us endless trouble and even deal a devastating blow to our base, and I don't know how many people will die. This is impossible. The experts all said that this natural disaster will soon pass. I just wanted to make a profit while prices are high, what's wrong with that?" Lin Cece shouted loudly, her heart full of resentment. Seeing that she was stubborn, Lao Zhang shook his head helplessly. "You are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong, and you are still living in the past. Take her far away and give her a quick death." "Okay." Several people immediately carried her away. Lin Cece struggled desperately, calling for help loudly, her voice getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. In the air raid shelter, Zhao Ying's eyes were red and she was silent. Zhao Ju patted her shoulder lightly and said softly, "Don't be sad. This world is not suitable for her, and death is a relief for her." Zhao Ying took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and asked in a faint voice, "Dad, do you think we can really get through this?" Zhao Ju sighed and said, "Who knows? Do your best and let fate decide." After a long silence, Lao Zhang walked in. Zhao Ju asked, "Lao Zhang, is there something the matter?" Lao Zhang nodded and gave a mysterious smile. "Zhao Ju, Zhao team, guess who I just ran into?" Zhao Ju laughed and scolded, "Go on, stop teasing us, spit it out already." Lao Zhang said with a smile, "Hey, we just ran into Yang Xiao." "Yang Xiao? Oh, so it was him, what about him?" Both father and daughter were deeply impressed by Yang Xiao, because he was probably involved in the theft of a large amount of supplies from the United States and Japan, as well as the murder of more than 3 million people. Lao Zhang took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju took a closer look and his eyes lit up. "Hey, Huazi. This stuff is so rare these days, where did you get such high-quality goods? He ran out of stock 2 days ago, and the entire base is suffering, enduring excruciating pain." Fire. "Hey." After a while of puffing away, Director Zhao felt like a new man. Zhao Ying watched the two of them perform in silence, her patience at an end. She asked in a bad temper, "Lao Zhang, can you tell us now?" Lao Zhang gave an embarrassed laugh and said, "Hey, he's the one who gave me the cigarettes. The guy was generous, he gave me a whole pack." "What? A pack? Where is it? Show it to me." Zhao Ju was so eager that she directly searched him. Zhao Ying's eyes were about to burst into flames, her fists clenched. "If you don't want to say, forget it." Lao Zhang hurriedly stopped her. Don't go, miss, I'll tell you now." Zhao Ying took a deep breath and stayed patiently. When we met the kid tonight, he was driving a modified car and pulling a dozen beautiful women. Then what? Are you trying to say that the guy took a whole busload of women home to be his harem? I advise you to say something useful. Zhao Ying's gaze was unkind, and she felt like she was being tricked, ready to fight. Then he even made a point of asking about you, Captain Zhao. You can tell that he still cares about you. Zhao Ying sneered, teasingly saying, there are a lot of people who care about me. If you can't come up with something useful tonight, then get ready to take a beating. Ki. Lao Zhang hurriedly said, No. What I mean is, since that guy dares to keep so many women, doesn't that mean he has a lot of supplies? The father and daughter froze for a moment, then smiled at each other. Zhao Ju said with a smile, of course he has supplies, and at least 15 billion yuan worth. What? That much? Lao Zhan was shocked. At the beginning, I even gave him a fake certificate, so he hasn't donated any of his supplies at all, and they must be hidden somewhere. That's great, can we borrow some from him? Lao Zhan was full of excitement. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, what a silly idea. Food is life these days, why would anyone lend us any? And there are a lot of us here, how much can he lend? Lao Zhang thought about it for a moment, then suddenly broke out into a cunning smile. We can always ask, can't we? What if the guy really likes Missy? Then you'll be in a tight spot if you ask him for supplies. That's a great idea, don't mention it again. Zhao Ying kicked Lao Zhang and walked away angrily. Hey, why did you hit someone? Lao Zhang didn't want to take a kick for nothing, and chased after Zhao Ying to reason with her. Borrow supplies? Zhao Yu's gaze was deep, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 45, Burgled Home. Meanwhile, after learning that Yang Xiao and Tian Qiqi, two ruthless people, had gone out to play, the evil forces in the community rose to the top. Lu Zhangbing, who was not afraid of death, split into two groups and climbed over the wall directly into the courtyards of the two villas. Although Tian Qiqi's villa had undergone some modifications, it was no match for the locksmith, so it only took a few minutes to open her door. The crowd was so excited that they immediately dispersed to search. Nothing on the first floor. Nothing on the second floor. Nothing on the third floor. The basement floor had it. There were instant noodles, ham and other fast-moving foodstuffs, almost filling the entire basement floor. There was also food on the second basement floor. Rice, frozen meat, alcohol, drinks, purified water, etc., the supplies filled several rooms. Everyone was so moved they were about to cry, eating like crazy and spending recklessly. Lu Zhang's smile of excitement was almost distorted. He had only been trying it out, never expecting the little girl to have hoarded so many supplies. The heavens really do have an eye for justice. As long as he guards this villa well, he will be the king of this neighborhood in the future. Just then, one of his subordinates shouted, "Boss, you have to come and see, there are some good things here." Lu Zhang hurried over to the sound and saw dozens of crossbows in one room, as well as a dozen cold weapons such as swords and spears. His eyes lit up. Good stuff, this is great. I was just worried about what to do if Yang Xiao retaliated, but now that there are so many powerful crossbows, I'm not afraid of anyone. Congratulations, boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. The subordinates all offered their rainbow farts. Lu Zhang was immersed in the rainbow farts and soon drifted away. Those cowards, to think I sincerely invited them to conspire with me against the master, what a bunch of idiots, not worthy of plotting with. He then immediately arranged for people to guard the fort. For at the entrance, each equipped with a compound crossbow. A few were also arranged upstairs to pay close attention to the movements outside, especially those from Yang Xiao's side. After a while, news came from Yang Xiao's villa as well. The locksmith was unable to do anything, as the lock could not be opened. Lu Zhang thought about it for a while and decided to take the unusual route, break down the wall. Smash the window. Climb up to the second floor. So a group of minions started smashing with sledgehammers. 80. But after smashing for half a day, it was useless. The windows were bulletproof glass and the walls were alloy, so they could not be moved with hammers. Lu Zhang had no choice but to give up. Tian Qiqi had more than enough supplies anyway, so they weren't in a hurry. So the group threw a house party in the villa and had a blast. They even bragged about it in the owner's group, jeering those who didn't dare come and missed out on a great opportunity. Although those people were jealous, they couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Yang Xiao's Hitler chainsaw. Good supplies were useless if you didn't have the life to enjoy them. They didn't think they could beat Yang Xiao with just these cold weapons. Tian Chichi saw that her villa had been vandalized in the owner's group and immediately flew into a rage, her teeth chattering with anger. Hurry up, brother, I want to go back and kill them. How dare they occupy my villa, they're asking for it. Sumi felt a wave of fear and her delicate body trembled. Fortunately, Tian Chichi had brought her along for the fun. If she had stayed at home, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Xiao pointed to the storage locker in the car, where there were several sets of bulletproof vests. You guys put them on first. Great. Tian Chichi didn't hesitate, and immediately took out the bulletproof vests. There were 4 sets in total, one for Tian Chichi, one for Lu Ruyan, one for Su Rue, and one for Zhou Pei. Hey, these look like combat uniforms, don't they? Where did you get them? I bought them abroad. I see. The women didn't pursue the matter, and immediately changed into the combat uniforms. Yang Xiao accelerated, and soon returned to the community. At this time, the 4 punks waiting at the entrance of the villa each had a bottle of ice beer in their hands, and there was also a box on the ground. Seeing Yang Xiao's car return, they were not at all panicked, but instead made an international friendly gesture to greet him. Damn it! Tian Chichi immediately flew into a rage, pulled out his pistol, stuck his head out the window, and shot continuously at the punks watching the door. 2 of the punks were killed by surprise, and the other 2 immediately hid when they saw what was going on. The gunfire attracted the attention of many people. The people in the villa, who were indulging in their pleasures, were also attracted by the gunfire, so they took up their weapons and came out to kill. Lu Ruyan was a little worried and reminded Tian Chichi, this battle may cause damage to your house. It doesn't matter, I just want them dead. Tian Chichi was very angry, and she couldn't be pacified. Yang Xiao pulled out 4 AK-47s from nowhere and gave them to the women. Then the 4 heavily armed women and Yang Xiao got out of the car. This time, Yang Xiao didn't carry a Hitler chainsaw, but a bazooka. Lu Zhang and the others, who had been arrogant, were shocked on the spot when they saw the other side's firepower configuration. Yang Xiao didn't give them time to react and pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! Boom! A loud noise, with Lu Zhang as the center, more than 10 people were blown away. Tian Chichi yelled, pulled the trigger, and held the gun tightly. The other 3 women also did not hesitate, firing their guns together. Da-day-day-day. The members of the Zhengdao society could not withstand this fierce firepower at all, and they were all too scared to show their heads. Some people took the opportunity to shoot arrows at Tian Chichi and the others, but they were blocked by the combat uniforms. As the enemy camp went offline one after the other, the remaining people became even more cautious and hid more tightly. Some hid behind stone pillars, while others hid in the house. Seeing that she had lost all her targets, Tian Chichi was furious and cursed at them. However, the remnants of the Zhengdao Association just wouldn't come out, not giving her a chance to attack. Tian Chichi asked Yang Xiao with a face full of grievances, what should we do? They're hiding in my house and refusing to come out. Yang Xiao smiled and said, what are you afraid of? We're invincible now, so we'll just go in and kill them. Yes, yes. Tian Chichi was so excited that she immediately killed her way in, brandishing her gun. Chichi, don't be rash, there might be an ambush. Lu Ruyan was a little nervous and hurried after her. Su Rue and Zhou Pei followed too. Yang Xiao retracted the bazooka into the space and took out his Tangdao dagger, slowly walking into the villa. Ta. The 4 fierce women took a little while to clear out the people and enemies hiding in the courtyard, and then walked into the villa. There were 5 floors in total, and Tian Chichi suggested that each person search one floor. Yang Xiao gave her a brain cramp directly, a few dishes have made you drunk like this. You are overestimating yourself. If you are weak, you should stick together, otherwise you will easily be broken one by one. Oh, okay. Although Tian Chichi was a little upset, she had to admit that Yang Xiao was right. If everyone searches one floor, what if they encounter enemies gathered together and besiege them? After all, they are just weak women with no strength. Tian Chichi found an enemy in the bathroom on the first floor and immediately let out a loud laugh. Ha, I found you, prepare to die. Bang! Chapter 46, Gunfight. With the cooperation of the 4 women, they spent quite some time and finally killed all the enemies in the villa. Seeing the rivers of blood and the mess all over the house, Tian Chichi wanted to cry but had no tears, and she wanted to die. She asked Yang Xiao in a pout, what should we do? Yang Xiao shrugged and said, hire someone to clean up the mess. But, there have been so many deaths in the house, it's so unlucky and scary, I'm afraid to live here anymore. Can I live with you? Tian Chichi pouted, pitiful, waiting for Yang Xiao to take the initiative to take her in. Yang Xiao sighed and said seriously, alas, I really can't do anything about you. You guys go ahead, I'll clean up here. In fact, he was overjoyed. Once this girl entered his lair, there was no reason for her to move out again. Hee, thanks, Yang Xiao, we'll go ahead then. Tian Chichi ran happily to Yang Xiao's villa with her eyes and eyebrows curved. The happiest person should be Sumi. As long as she can live under the same roof as Yang Xiao, she will find 100 ways to get what she wants. Yang Xiao went to the second basement level and waved his hand, collecting all the supplies into the space. Then he went to the first basement level and collected all the supplies into the space. He then sent a message to Auntie Wang, asking her to help clean up Tian Chichi's villa. Auntie Wang was so excited that she immediately arranged for her younger brother to come over and start working. When he returned home, pairs of eyes were staring at him. Yang Xiao touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? In the end, none of them said a word. Tian Chichi asked curiously, where did you get that bazooka from? My trouser pocket. Yang Xiao gave her a dirty look, left a sentence, and then went to take a shower. The women looked at each other, and in the end, they had to let it go. So the question is, with 13 women, how should they be arranged? There was enough room, but they didn't want to sleep in separate beds. Everyone was still scared after witnessing the massacre. So after some discussion, they decided to share one room with 3 people. They were all exhausted from the night's activities, so they just wanted to get some sleep as soon as possible. Zhou Pei drew the best fortune slip and was assigned to serve as the bed partner for the night. Meanwhile, in the bomb shelter, the police officer is in a crisis. The invader is Xie Jingyang. He has teamed up with the city management and there are more than 50 of them. They have obtained a batch of handguns from an unknown source, one for each of them. These people are aggressive and pushy. Xie Jingyang claims that he has spent 500 million to purchase half of the supplies here, and the money has been transferred. Zhao naturally would not admit it, and said, find whoever you paid. Xia Jingyang was very unhappy and immediately confronted Zhao on the spot. Zhao, I advise you to be sensible and immediately hand over half of the supplies, otherwise these brothers behind me won't agree. The urban management officers behind immediately yelled at the top of their lungs, creating a huge commotion. Zhao sneered, do you think these amateurs can scare us? None of us has survived this long by being outwitted by criminals, and we are not to be compared with the scum that bullies ordinary people. With a wave of her hand, all the police officers were ready for battle. Handguns were only issued to the civilian police, while the special police had rifles and submachine guns. Although this force was not as formidable as a regular army, it was more than enough to deal with these riffraff. Xia Jingyang was a little panicked. He didn't expect Zhao to be so tough and actually want to fight him over supplies. He didn't care about the lives of his men, the key was to ensure that he didn't get hurt, so his attitude softened a bit. Let's discuss this, why does Officer Zhao have to make such a big deal? I'm just here to get back my supplies. You collected the money on the one hand and then denied it on the other, isn't that a bit unscrupulous? You're doing a job to protect the interests of the people, isn't this kind of behavior now smearing your own reputation? Zhao replied indifferently, whoever took your money, you go ask them for the supplies. Fine, I paid Lin Cixi 500 million yuan for goods, and she promised to give me supplies worth 20 million yuan before the end of the world. If you don't believe me, ask her to come out and face me. Xia Jingyang gave a smug smile, looking confident. He knew that Lin Cixi was Zhao Ying's best friend, so if he made things difficult for Lin Cixi, Zhao Ying would feel sorry for her and be willing to help her out. Zhao Ying's face turned very ugly when she heard this. Just then, a faint light appeared in the enemy's rear, signaling that they were ready. Zhao Ying's mouth curled up slightly, and with a look of death in her eyes, she looked at Xie Jingyang and teased, you want to confront Lin Cixi? Fine, I'll send you down to see her. She finished and directly pulled out her pistol, aimed it at Xie Jingyang, and pulled the trigger. Fat. The gunshot sounded the horn of attack, and the base members quickly surrounded the enemy and attacked indiscriminately. Fat. Day. In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached a fever pitch, with casualties on both sides. The criminals took cover in their vehicle and put up a stubborn fight, like cornered beasts. The police slowly closed in, throwing tear gas grenades, sleeping gas grenades, and Molotov cocktails. The criminals sensed that things were not going well and, taking cover from the hail of bullets, climbed into their car and tried to escape. Before they could turn around, 2 special police cars blocked their escape route. A group of special police officers, armed with rifles, opened fire wildly on the gangsters' vehicle. Seeing that they were stepping on the gas to force their way through, the special police immediately blew out the front tire. The front car lost control and the rear car crashed directly into it, unable to move. Several Molotov cocktails landed right at the scene of the crash, igniting the spilled gasoline. Boom! Several explosions and flashes of light in the sky announced the outcome. The gangsters were all killed, and the base members went up with their knives to finish off the enemy and prevent anyone from feigning death. It didn't take long for the battlefield to be cleaned up. Lao Zhang reported the casualties to Zhaoying. 3 comrades and 7 family members were killed, and 18 people were injured. Damn it! It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Lin Cixi join our team. Zhao Ying's eyes were red, and she slammed her fist against the wall, regretting bringing Lin Cixi into the team. If I hadn't been so indulgent with her again and again, how would this disaster have happened? Lao Zhang comforted her, saying, "Boss, you can't be blamed for this. You're just kind-hearted. We're also at fault. If we'd done our ideological work properly and made Lin Cixi realize the reality sooner, maybe this disaster wouldn't have happened." Zhaoying laughed at herself, saying, "Kind-hearted? In these troubled times, being kind-hearted is just a burden." Seeing that Missy was on the verge of losing her mind and risking self-destruction, Zhang quickly changed the subject. "Well, shouldn't we plan our next move? Xia Jingyang is dead, and his father will definitely retaliate furiously. We need to prepare in advance." Chapter 47, A Dutiful Daughter and a Kind Father. Zhaoying came back to her senses upon hearing Zhang's words. "You're right. Xia Jingyang died at our hands, and in any case, his father Xia Zhaoying will not let it go. The Xia family is a real estate tycoon in Tianhe City with extensive connections. They have a group of capable bodyguards and also employ a group of demolition experts. The construction team is no pushover either. If they bring a group of excavators over, their bomb shelter won't be able to protect them." Lao Zhang has also thought of this, and says with a grave face, "A Xia family that has lost its legal constraints is like a mad dog. Once you provoke it, it will never stop until it has killed you." Zhaoying nodded, saying, "Well, the Xia family is already a thorn in our side, and now they've even formed a relationship with the urban management base." Lao Zhan was a little worried. "They've also lost a lot of people tonight, and I'm afraid they'll take the opportunity to make trouble." This is certain. Ever since the news that there are large amounts of supplies stockpiled here spread, we have been destined to become the target of siege by various forces. That's 40 million worth of supplies, who wouldn't be jealous? Lao Zhang sighed helplessly and asked, "So what are you going to do to deal with the challenges ahead? Are you going to ask for help from friendly forces or secretly move your position?" Zhaoying said in a low voice, "Moving our position will cause too much commotion, and it will make people think that we are easy to bully. If that happens, a pack of mad dogs will pounce on us and we will be torn to pieces. So, should we ask for help from friendly forces?" Ask for help? From whom? Lao Zhang thought for a moment and asked cautiously, "How about asking for help from another air raid shelter?" Zhaoying glanced at him and didn't answer, but her gaze was sinister and dangerous. That's because the other air raid shelter was occupied by the armed police. The two sides were supposed to be friendly forces that helped each other, but because the head of the armed police detachment and Lao Zhao had both pursued the same girl when they were young, the two secretly competed with each other, neither willing to admit defeat, and eventually turned against each other and became sworn enemies. The girl felt that she was the cause of the two friends turning against each other, and she blamed herself very much. She hoped that they could reconcile, so she married a wealthy bachelor. It turned out that the wealthy bachelor was a womanizer, who infected their white moonlight with AIDS after fooling around with other women. In the end, it didn't last long, and the white moonlight was gone. The two brothers blamed each other, thinking that it was all because of their fierce rivalry that led to this tragedy. So after the funeral, they arranged a fight on the rooftop, and they fought until they could hardly move. They were both bruised and battered, and they eventually parted on bad terms. From then on, the two of them embarked on a path of mutual rivalry that led them all the way from rookie to municipal police level. What's even more terrifying is that this competitive spirit has been passed down to the next generation. Their daughter has been fighting with each other since she could walk, they don't like each other, and they never hesitate to get physical. When they were young, they fought over snacks and toys. When they went to school, they competed with each other over their grades. When they grew up, they competed with each other for credit. These sworn enemies often arranged fights at the boxing gym, using each other as an outlet for their work stress. After the end of the world broke out, the armed police also suffered heavy casualties and were basically paralyzed, much like the police station. Later, they received orders to develop freely, and they also learned from the old Zhao father and daughter to occupy another air raid shelter. In short, they can't be too far away, and they'll see who gives up first. However, both sides had their advantages. The armed police had more firepower, but they hadn't stocked up on supplies in advance, so they were relatively short of supplies during this period. But they didn't know that Zhao had stocked up in advance, so they kept thinking they had the advantage. Now the news has spread, and I guess the father and daughter are sulking. Zhao couldn't help feeling smug at the thought of her rivals being embarrassed, but she was unhappy when she thought about how she had fallen on hard times and had to ask her rivals for help. Lao Zhang also realized that he had stepped in it and quickly tried to make amends. Ahem, we have enough people on our side, and we've captured dozens of pistols, so we shouldn't need help for the time being. He was smart to admit it, and Zhao gave him a look of appreciation. But then she immediately realized another problem: where did they get the pistols? Speaking of which, Lao Zhang said with a grave face, it looks like they were homemade. What do you mean, homemade? Zhao Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, and she was shocked. She quickly asked someone to bring the seized pistols over and, after observing them carefully, came to a shocking conclusion. They were all handmade. So, it is possible that there is an illegal workshop producing firearms and ammunition hidden within our territory? This made her think of the weapon workshop in the Bat Iron Kingdom, which was purely handmade. It's hard to say, but it's also possible that they were smuggled in from abroad after the end of the world. But it's pointless to pursue this issue now. If they were able to get their hands on a batch of handguns, it's likely that they could get a batch of rifles, machine guns, and even explosives. Lao Zhang's face was very bad, and he was very worried. They were not afraid of fighting, but they didn't want to involve others. Everyone living here was the family of their comrades, and it would be bad for everyone if anyone died. How dare they? Pass the word down, tell the brothers to be on high alert and ready for battle at any time. If the enemy comes, don't hold back. Zhao was really angry. It was understandable if you got a gun or two, but now they've even got an arsenal, how can you stand for that? Good. Lao Zhang immediately went down to make the arrangements. After a while, Lao Zhao came to her with a document. Daughter, take a look at this. What? Zhao took it and read it. It recorded Yang Xiao's recent actions, and the more she read it, the more it made sense. Pistols? Rifles? Light machine guns? Even RPGs? Is he the devil? Where did he get all this stuff? Lao Zhao glanced at her and said, are you blind? The point is not that he has weapons, but that the little girl next door stocked up on a lot of supplies before the end of the world. Oh, so what? Don't you see that the little girl is very weak and helpless? Does she need our protection? Oh, she is quite weak and helpless. She came back from a trip to find her home had been burgled, and had to call the police. By the way, when did you arrange an informant in that residential area? I didn't know anything about it. Zhao looked at her father carefully, as if she wanted to see right through him. Lao Zhao said with a smug look on his face, ahem, your level is too low, so it's normal that you don't know about this. Zhao Ying's mouth curled up slightly. You've run out of pickles for this week. Old Zhao was immediately intimidated and said, no, let's talk about this. In fact, it's not top secret. When the apocalypse first broke out, someone reported that Yang Xiao had shot and killed a dozen bullies in public. At the time, we were all involved in rescue work and didn't have time to deal with him, so I sent someone to keep an eye on him. I see. So what? Lao Zhao said solemnly, so that kid is an extremely dangerous person, and that girl called Tian Chichi is in danger at any time. We have to save her. Zhao glanced at him and said with contempt, really, why do I feel that Yang Xiao is interested in the young girl? Otherwise, why would he give her a gun and help her take back the villa? Lao Zhao, I think you simply fancy the young girl's supplies and want to find a reason to requisition them, don't you? Chapter 48, Hypocritical. Lao Zhao was caught by his daughter and simply stopped pretending. Okay, I admit it, I do fancy her supplies. But do you know how much she stocked up before the end of the world? Zhao couldn't help but be curious. How much? Lao Zhao held up one palm. Zhao guessed, 5 million? Lao Zhao shook his head. Zhao guessed again, 50 million? Lao Zhao continued shaking his head. Zhao Ying glared at him. Confess. Cough, it's not much, I had someone look into it, it's about 550 million. What? Zhao Ying was dumbfounded on the spot. She had thought that she was invincible after stocking up 40 million supplies in advance, but she never imagined that someone was even more courageous than her. How did she manage to do it? Lao Zhao gave a brief explanation, probably the same as you, after hearing Yang Xiao say that it hadn't rained on Earth for 2 months, and seeing Yang Xiao hoarding supplies in large quantities, she also decided to take a gamble. The problem is, where did she get all that money? That's 550 million yuan in liquid assets. Even if you're the boss of a company with 100 billion yuan in assets, you can't just take it out whenever you want. Where could a college student like her get that kind of money? Zhao Ying was shocked. Suddenly, she felt like nothing. Lao Zhao raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, like you, she made a fortune by profiteering. Goodness, so he's also profiting from other people's national disasters. Cough cough, I suddenly feel that she is a very nice girl and we have common topics, so we can consider helping her. Zhao Ying's face flushed, embarrassed to admit that she had also coveted the 550 million yuan worth of supplies. Lao Zhao immediately seconded the motion, saying seriously, you're right, the point is that she can't use that much supplies by herself, and it will instead bring her great danger, so we have to help her. The father and daughter had a tacit understanding and had always been thinking about Yang Xiao's supplies. However, because he was a highly dangerous character, they had never dared to take action. Now this Tian Shichi was a good breakthrough, and they could use it as a springboard to test Yang Xiao. If possible, it would be best to recruit him, or even form an alliance with him. After determining the target, the father and daughter began to make further plans. The battle at the villa had far-reaching consequences, resulting in the tragic deaths of dozens of people and the virtual end of the Zhengdao society. After learning the news of her husband's death, Lu Zheng's wife Lin Fang was inconsolable and wept heartbreakingly. In order to seek revenge, she decided to seek help from her cousin. Her cousin Tang Xuan was a drug dealer and arms smuggler. Before the end of the world, he was a sewer rat who could not be seen in the light. After the end of the world, he became a big brother, burning, killing, and looting with great enthusiasm. Tang Xuan's father, Tang Ritian, was also not a good guy. He used to be a human trafficker, but then he kidnapped a very beautiful woman, fell in love with her accidentally, and had Tang Xuan with her. After having a wife and child, Tang Ritian planned to wash his hands and retire from the world, but his actions harmed the interests of the family. The beautiful woman was a task entrusted to their family by a big shot, but Tang Ritian betrayed it, causing the family to suffer huge losses and lose face. In order to take revenge on Tang Ritian, someone in the family secretly reported him. As a result, he was pursued by the police. During his escape, Tang Ritian successfully fled to Southeast Asia with his infant son Tang Xuan at the cost of his wife's life. Since Tang Xuan came of age, Tang Ritian has been brainwashing him, telling him that his mother was killed by the police and that he must avenge her when he grows up. So Tang Xuan grew up and returned to China, becoming a ruthless and unscrupulous drug dealer and arms dealer who secretly engaged in things that were immoral and heartless. But on the surface, he was a well-known entrepreneur, one of the top 10 outstanding young people, and a philanthropist who was humble and generous. His motto was, "I'm always right." There were many girls who had a crush on him, and the ones who got to be by his side were all rich, powerful, well-connected, and good-looking. But he has always adhered to the 4 no-nos principle of never refusing, never accepting, never taking the initiative, and never taking responsibility, taking advantage of the situation while still being able to get away with it. Every time he is forced to do something, he will say, "I'm sorry, you're a good girl, but I only love my wife." Once he was caught cheating on his wife in bed, and when he couldn't hide it anymore, his wife wanted a divorce. He didn't want to part with her, so in order to keep her by his side forever, he killed her, made her into barbecued pork, and ate it all up. He was very happy and shouted excitedly, "Rise, my love, and merge with my soul." From then on, he lived with his wife inside him, never to be separated. Why did Lin Fang know all this? Because once during the Chinese New Year, Tang Xuan came to her house to pay New Year's visits, and got drunk with her husband, and the truth came out in the wine. After learning that her cousin was a beast in human clothing, Lin Fang was terrified, and gradually distanced herself from Tang Xuan from then on. She had never thought she would have contact with that kind of person again in her life, but now she had to ask him for help. Lin Fang laughed to herself, and helplessly dialed Tang Xuan's phone number. "Hey, cousin, it's been a long time. What can I do for you?" Tang Xuan's tone was still so gentle, like a warm spring breeze, and subconsciously made people think he was a good person. Lin Fang, however, shuddered, and with great difficulty suppressed her fear as she told him what had happened to her. After a moment of silence, Tang Chuan asked with some urgency, "You mean to say that the guy who killed my brother-in-law has a lot of supplies?" "No, what I mean is that guy killed innocent people just to rob my brother-in-law's supplies?" "Well, cousin, please avenge me." "Cousin, don't worry, whoever dares to hurt my relatives, Tang Chuan, has already sealed his own fate." "Thank you, cousin." Lin Fong was so happy that she burst into tears. Tang Chuan comforted her, "Silly girl, I'm your brother, it's not polite to say thank you." After hanging up the phone, Tang Chuan showed an excited expression, so excited that his face was distorted, looking very evil. Someone. A female secretary with a hot body opened the door and walked in, asking, "Chuan Shao, what's the matter?" "Tell everyone to go down and gather in 10 minutes, let's go loot supplies." The female secretary didn't ask any more questions and gave the order directly. Then she walked towards Tang Chuan with a wiggle in her hips, her smile charming. Tang Chuan grinned, "Okay, close your eyes, I'll let my wife's spirit possess you." Ew, gross. The secretary cooperated enthusiastically, pretending to be possessed by Tang Chuan's wife, greatly satisfying his sick mind. Half a minute later, Tang Chuan felt refreshed and full of energy. "Ah, that feels good. You go downstairs and get ready, I need to fix my makeup." "Okay, Mr. Chuan." The secretary smiled and left, but her heart was full of contempt, and she secretly cursed him as a waste of space. Chapter 49, Here He Comes. Here he comes, here comes the big hammer. Tang Chuan brought hundreds of his henchmen and dozens of large trucks, ready to loot the entire community. He went to Lin Fong's house and told his men to stand guard outside while he went in to catch up. Lin Fong wasn't very attractive, but she had a good figure and was easy on the eye. When she saw Tang Chuan, she felt like she had found a rock to cling to. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Cousin, your brother-in-law suffered so much. You must avenge him." Tang Chuan gently reassured Lin Fong, "Cousin, don't worry. If anyone dares to harm my loved ones, no matter who they are or who was right and who was wrong, I will make them wish they were dead." Old Tang is such an honest person, siding with his relatives and always righting himself. Lin Fong stopped crying when she heard Tang Chuan say this, and then told him about the suffering she had endured over the past few days. It was nothing more than a lack of food, the heat, not being able to eat or sleep well, and feeling generally unwell. Tang Chuan listened quietly, his gentle and considerate manner making him seem like a kind and reliable older brother. Lin Fong wiped away a tear and asked in a whimpering voice, "Brother, when will you avenge my husband?" Tang Chuan reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take my brothers and kill that scoundrel Yang Xiao tonight." "Well, thank you, brother. Don't be formal, we're brother and sister." In the middle of the night, Yang Xiao got up to let the water run. Suddenly, he heard some noise outside, so he turned on the surveillance camera to check it out. Then he saw a large group of people breaking into Tian Chichi's villa. He couldn't help but grimace. It's so tragic, it's been taken over again. Fortunately, he had already stored all the supplies in the room, so he didn't bother and continued to sleep. Tang Chuan led his men to break into Tian Chichi's villa and searched it top to bottom, inside and out, but they found nothing. He frowned slightly and looked at Lin Fong beside him, unable to resist asking, "Didn't you say that this place was full of supplies?" Lin Fong also panicked and hurriedly explained, "That's right, when they came in, they did see the house full of supplies, and they even ate some. There are photos and videos of it." She immediately pulled out the live videos and photos that Lu Zhang had sent her. Tang Chuan confirmed that there was no mistake, and that a large amount of supplies had indeed been stored here before, so we were too late and the supplies had already been moved. A capable person with dyed yellow hair questioned, "It's only been a few hours since the incident, who was so capable that they could have emptied all the supplies in such a short time?" Lin Fong thought for a moment and said that it should have been the neighborhood committee director, Auntie Wang, who helped with the transfer. Neighborhood committee? Well, after the gunfight was over, many people saw people from the neighborhood committee enter the villa to clean up the battlefield. I guess they also transferred the supplies. Where is the neighborhood committee? Take us there. It's in building 18, you guys come with me. Lin Fong showed them the way. A woman was trying to attract customers when she suddenly saw a large group of men approaching. Thinking that business was coming her way, she immediately went up to them happily. "Oh, welcome, gentlemen, come on in." A fat man walked up quickly and slapped the woman who was guarding the door directly, sending her flying. "Ouch, how can you hit someone? It hurts like hell. Someone, come quickly, someone's hitting a woman." At the woman's yell, the thugs guarding building 18 immediately rushed out. The fat guy spat out a mouthful and said with disgust, Pa, look at what kind of person you are. Do you have the qualifications to speak to our young Master Chuan? Call out your boss. Seeing that the other party was too numerous to be trifled with, the thugs immediately called Auntie Wang to explain the situation. It wasn't long before Auntie Wang arrived in a hurry, and she called all her little brothers. The neighborhood committee had more than 200 little brothers, which looked like more people than the other party. But everyone on the other side had a gun, so Wang Dama was intimidated. Hey, big brother, don't be so angry, let's talk it over. Tang Chuan had no interest in talking to this kind of auntie, so Huang Mao took over. Hey, let me ask you, did you move the supplies from the villa? Wang Dama looked confused. Supplies? What supplies? You mean Tian Chichi's villa? Hey, when we went to clean it, we didn't see any supplies. You can ask them if you don't believe me. The subordinates behind him also shook their heads to deny it. They really didn't see any supplies. They just carried away the bodies, cleaned the house, and then went to Yangshao to get paid. Huang Mao didn't believe it and thought they were conspiring to deceive him. Feeling insulted, he shot one of the subordinates next to Auntie Wang and cursed. Damn it, we have video evidence that the villa is full of supplies. Now you're telling me there's nothing there? Do you take me for a fool? Wang Dama was scared out of her wits and didn't dare to breathe. Huang Mao shot and killed another subordinate. Damn it, are you going to talk? Are you going to talk? Bang bang bang. He killed several people in a row, terrifying the people on the other side, who trembled in fear, but still didn't get the answer they wanted. He wanted to continue killing, but Tang Chuan stopped him. Well, it seems that they really don't know what's going on. Wang Dama let out a sigh of relief, thinking that she was saved. She beamed and said, "This big brother is sensible, we really don't know." Before she could finish her sentence, she was mercilessly interrupted by Tang Chuan. "If you don't know, then let's kill them all." Hearing this, everyone froze. Wang Dama gave a start, reacted super fast, immediately turned around and pushed her way into the crowd, successfully hiding in Building 18 and closing the door behind her. Outside, there was heavy gunfire, and people were being shot and killed. The remaining people also fled in all directions, and they simply didn't have the means to fight back. Guns, why do other people have them and they don't? A crushing battle came quickly and went just as quickly. More than 100 people died, their bodies littering the ground, and the blood staining the earth red. Huang Mao asked, "Chuan Shao, what now? Should we find the ones who escaped and kill them all?" Tang Chuan smiled and said, "No rush. That woman just said she was hired by a man named Yang Shao to clean out the villa, which means he was the last person to see the supplies. Let's go find him and find the supplies first." Yes. So the 100 or so thugs killed their way back in again. The villa in front of them had been modified and was impenetrable. Tang Chuan had originally wanted to break in, but now he changed his mind. "I never thought there would be a doomsday safe house here. This is truly a gift from the heavens. I have decided that we will take this villa by force. No damage is allowed. I will set up our base camp here." Huang Mao asked, "So we climb over the wall and go in?" Tang Chuan shook his head, "No. As you can see, there are spikes on the wall. If I'm not mistaken, as long as someone touches it, the spikes will protrude and pierce the person." Huang Mao felt a sense of dread. "So, let's go in through the front door? The main gate is also specially made and very sturdy. Go, get my big hammer, I want to test the strength of this gate." Chapter 59,981 Hammers. Day of the Hammer, Chaos Cloak. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Chuan swung the big hammer and smashed it hard on the big iron gate, each blow heavier than the last, so loud that it kept people awake. Yang Xiaogang had just woken up from a dream in which a police officer had asked him to go to the woods to discuss some business. Damn it, who is disturbing my sleep again? He threw on a t-shirt and headed out. The loud noises outside had woken up all the women in the house, who came into the living room in their pajamas, looking worried. Seeing Yang Xiaogang come out, Lu Ruyan hurriedly asked, "What's going on outside?" Yang Xiao said indifferently, "Nothing, just a bunch of trash who don't know when they're dead." Tian Chichi said excitedly, "Then let's go and get rid of them together. She really likes playing with guns these days and is always looking for opponents to practice with." Yang Xiao thought for a moment and nodded, "Well, go to my room and get the equipment. They have guns, so you guys watch out for cover and don't get hurt." "Okay. What about you?" "I'll go in the front." Yang Xiao was now very angry, and he rushed out with his knife in hand. Tang Xuan was sweating heavily after smashing a set of chaotic hammering methods with his cloak, panting like a dog. Seeing someone actually come out with a knife, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. This idiot, can't he see that there are so many of us, and yet he dares to come alone? Does he think he's Guan Yu? Ha 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 ha. Everyone was laughing wildly, not taking Yang Xiao seriously at all. Yang Xiao held up his knife and pointed outside through the large iron gate, coldly asking, "You have 1 minute. Say your last words." Tang Xuan was suddenly amused and laughed even more crazily. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stepped forward and accused Yang Xiao. "Yang Xiao, you are a demon with blood-stained hands. My husband and his men only occupied the villa next to yours, so why did you have to kill them?" Yang Xiao glanced at her and asked, "Which one is your husband?" Lu Zhang. "Oh, he should have died a long time ago. I even let him live a little longer to help you solve your personal problems. You should be thanking me. You're shameless." Lin Feng was so angry that her face turned red. "You have 30 seconds left. Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Xiao looked at them with cold eyes, as if they were dead. Tang Xuan really couldn't stand someone who could put on a show better than him, so he laughed mockingly. "Ha, since you're so arrogant, I'll let you know exactly how you're going to die. My name is Tang Xuan, and she is my cousin. You killed my brother-in-law and transferred all the supplies from the villa next door, so you're already on your way to death. But I'm not an unreasonable person, so as long as you hand over the supplies in your safe house obediently, I can let you die quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs behind him immediately let out a roar of power. At that moment, the women inside all put on their combat uniforms, carried their AKs out of the villa, and then sought cover. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, Tang Xuan was also amazed by their appearance. "Dances, so many dances, they're all my dances." He looked like a crazy man, smiling lewdly, and couldn't help but approach the iron gate. Tian Chichi looked disgusted and immediately shot at him. Bang! Sparks flew as the bullet hit the iron gate and bounced off. Tang Xuan instantly came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. But this angered him, and he immediately ordered an attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xiao's figure disappeared like a ghost, and the next second he appeared outside the large iron gate. With a raised hand, he cut down a thug directly in half. This scene stunned everyone. They had seen ruthless people before, but this was the first time they had seen someone so ruthless. Tang Xuan was the first to react, shouting, "What are you waiting for?" Bang bang bang. Everyone fired wildly at Yang Xiao. But Yang Xiao moved like a ghost through the crowd, and wherever he went, people screamed and blood splattered. Tang Xuan was horrified and shouted, "Scatter, create distance, and wear him down." Hearing this, the thugs immediately dispersed, trying to make room. After they had pulled back, Yang Xiao's trajectory slowly emerged in front of everyone's eyes. It was just that he moved so fast that it was hard to hit him. His technique of hacking people was also very professional, and every blow killed. What was even more strange was that although someone had clearly hit him in the back, the bullet had inexplicably disappeared. Everyone panicked, but now the arrow was on the string and the tiger was hard to ride, so they could only grit their teeth and fight to the end. The women in the courtyard were all stunned by Yang Xiao's performance, their eyes sparkling and their hearts pounding. Lu Ruyan saw that they were all so mesmerized that they had forgotten their business, so she took the lead and fired. The women were startled, blushing, and they also learned from Lu Ruyan and fired. Although their marksmanship was terrible, there were people everywhere outside, so they could always hit one or two, sharing the firepower for Yang Xiao. Tang Xuan felt very frustrated. His men were all armed with pistols, while the other side had more than 10 AKs, which was a complete blow to their morale. They are so bullying, quickly move aside and avoid their firing circle. He is not stupid and knows that the situation is not in his favor, so he immediately changes his strategy. At least he needs to get out of the range of fire, otherwise these few people are not enough to kill. After receiving the order, the subordinates quickly moved to the sides, taking cover behind the wall. The wall was made of thick alloy steel plates and was airtight, so they could not see what was going on outside. Tian Chichi pouted and complained, "Which genius designed this kind of wall? Wouldn't a fence be better?" Lu Ruyan gave her a cold stare and said, "I'm the genius who designed it, and you have a problem with it?" Cough cough, this design is good, it's sturdy and unbreakable. Tian Chichi gave an awkward but polite smile. Lu Ruyan didn't bother arguing with her, and said, let's go to the second and third floor balconies, and kill as many as we can. Okay, let's go. The women immediately changed their positions and ran upstairs. Yang Xiao outside was already killing like crazy. While opening his spatial ability to absorb bullets, he used his spatial ability to assist in killing the enemy, like a humanoid weapon, quickly harvesting the lives of his enemies. Tang Chuan hid under the wall and didn't dare to move, scared and sweating profusely, trembling with fear. No, I still have great ideals to achieve, I can't die here. He gritted his teeth, turned around and ran, giving orders to retreat as he ran. When the boss ran away, the remaining brothers and sisters had no heart to fight, and immediately threw down their arms and desperately fled. In less than a minute, those who weren't dead sprinted 100 meters away from the battle. The battle was over, and the women walked out of the villa and happily cleaned up the battlefield. They won a resounding victory in this battle, killing 65 enemies and capturing 65 pistols. However, on closer inspection, half of the enemies had been beheaded. Tian Chichi looked all around but couldn't find Lin Fang's body, and she was a little upset. Damn it, that woman got away. Zhou Pei asked, do you have a grudge against her? Tian Chichi nodded and said solemnly, of course. Who let her husband destroy my villa? This debt has to be settled with her, right? Ha ha ha. These women were chatting and laughing, no longer feeling the fear they had at first, but rather a little disappointed. Tian Chichi leaned over to Yang Xiao and asked with a smile, brother, should we go after them? Seeing the girl's expectant and excited eyes, it was obvious that she was about to go astray. Yang Xiao glanced at her and couldn't help but give her a brain cracker. What's there to chase? It's better to sleep than to waste time like this. Hey, you're right. Let's let them go. I hope they don't let us down. Next time, they must bring more people, because it didn't feel like enough fun. Seeing all these women going astray, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Forget it, let it be. He took out his phone and sent a voice message to Auntie Wang, come out and mop the floor. Then he left 20 boxes of instant noodles at the door and went home to take a shower and go to bed. Wang Dama hid in Building 18 and witnessed the entire battle, and she was so shocked that she went numb. Fortunately, she had 20 boxes of instant noodles, which made her feel a lot more stable. Soon, Wang Dama gathered a group of her subordinates to come over and carry the bodies, and then fetch water from Tian Chichi's villa to rinse the floor clean. After making sure that she couldn't smell a hint of blood, she dared to let the people take the instant noodles back. The next morning, when Su Rue and Lu Ruyan got up to make breakfast, Bai Jia appeared in the kitchen with two unknown beauties, vying with each other to help. The other three went to clean up, very motivated. Lu Ruyan knew that they didn't want to live for free and were worried that they would be kicked out, so she let them go. She looked Bai Jia over carefully and smiled, my sister's injuries have recovered a lot. I'm sure she'll be a delicate beauty after she recovers, otherwise Yang Xiao wouldn't have come to your rescue. Bai Jia smiled awkwardly, Sister Ruoyan is joking, you are the real beauty. Ha ha ha. My sister doesn't need to be humble, I'm not a jealous person, it's enough for everyone to get along in the future. Bai Jia was very moved. She thought that her arrival would cause these women to compete with each other, but she didn't expect them to have no intention of competing for favor. Su Rue looked at the other two unnamed beauties and asked, what are your plans for the future? The two unnamed beauties looked at each other, their eyes a little dull and uncertain. We don't know either. We can only take things as they come. They knew their own limitations. They had only been able to escape their miserable lives thanks to Bai Jia, but that was no reason for them to stick around. Even though it was the end of the world, they had their own principles and didn't want to be disliked. Su Rue smiled slightly, I do have an idea, you might as well hear it. Su Rue said, just go ahead and say it. You can discuss it with Chi-Chi and temporarily live in her house, or work as her maid. That girl's family has a lot of supplies but few people, so it's usually pretty quiet and there's no sense of security. I don't think she'll refuse. After last night's battles, she knows very well that if a beautiful woman wants to survive in this apocalyptic world, she must have her own power, otherwise she will only be reduced to a man's plaything. The reason Su Rue made this suggestion was partly because Tian Chichi had plenty of supplies, and it wasn't a big deal to raise a few more beauties. The other reason was because the girl was restless, and these women were reliable, so they were perfect to watch the house and protect the family. Moreover, with Yang Xiao backing them up, these women wouldn't dare to have any other ideas. The nameless beauties were a little excited. If Miss Tian doesn't mind, of course we'd be willing, as long as we're given something to eat. What do you mean I don't mind? What are you talking about behind my back? Tian Chichi yawned, stretched, and smiled seductively as she walked over. Su Rui smiled and said, "We were just discussing letting them stay at your place. What do you think?" Tian Chichi immediately put away her lazy attitude and looked carefully at the two unknown beauties. To be fair, these women were willing to disfigure themselves and get dirty in order not to become men's playthings, which took a lot of courage. Add to that their sincere friendship and willingness to sacrifice for each other, which is even more commendable. So Tian Chichi really admires them. Well, since Sister Su Rui has asked, naturally I have no objection. Her house is so quiet and she often gets burgled, so it's only right to find some maids to watch over the house and protect it. On hearing this, the nameless beauties were overjoyed. "Thank you, Miss Tian, for taking us in, we will definitely not let you down." Tian Chichi nodded slightly. "Well, I hope so." She couldn't show too much happiness, lest these people would take advantage of the situation and get ideas above their station. "By the way, have you seen Nini? Your best friend?" "No, didn't she sleep with you last night?" Tian Chichi frowned slightly. "I didn't see her when I got up, and I looked all over for her, but I don't know where she went." Lu Rian comforted her. "Don't worry, your best friend is not a child, she can't get lost." "Oh, I hope so." Tian Chichi's eyelids kept twitching, and she had a bad feeling. She was right. Sumi was up to something. After witnessing Yang Xiao's bravery and strength many times last night, she had become deeply infatuated and couldn't extricate herself. In the morning, while Tian Chichi was still asleep, she quietly got up and went to Yang Xiao's door, knocking softly a few times. Yang Xiao opened the door and was a little surprised to see it was Sumi. However, she was wearing a pretty nightgown, with snow-white shoulders and a hint of fullness, a tall and hot figure, and a charming body odor that made people feel restless. Sumi gave a charming smile. "Brother, the water pipe in my room is blocked, can I use your bathroom for a while?" "Of course." Yang Xiao smiled slightly and invited her in. "Thank you, brother." Sumi twisted her waist and walked towards the bathroom. Originally, Zhou Pei was supposed to serve as Sumi's bed partner last night, but after experiencing a gunfight, she was very tired and afraid of being tossed again, so she ran to another room to sleep, so at this time there was only a man and a woman in the room. Yang Xiao looked at Sumi's charming figure and daydreamed. After a while, Sumi shouted, "Brother, the pipes are also blocked here, come and take a look." "Oh? Let me see." Yang Xiao walked into the bathroom and tried to turn on the faucet, and it splashed. "It's not blocked." Sumi gave a charming smile, put her arms around his neck, and breathed in his ear. "No, it's the other faucet that's blocked. Could you help unblock it?" Yang Xiao froze for a moment, then smiled. "Of course, I'm a professional plumber." "Ha ha ha. Then I'll trouble you." "No trouble at all." After an hour of hard work, breakfast was finally ready. Bai Jia volunteered, "I'll go get Yang Xiao." However, just as she was about to knock on the door, it opened. "It's you." Sumi was caught red-handed, her face turning red like a monkey's bottom, and she was at a loss for words. Yang Xiao came to the rescue and said to Sumi, "You go ahead." Sumi was relieved and quickly ran away. Bai Jia looked at Yang Xiao with a smile, teasing, "Brother really is full of energy, this early in the morning." Yang Xiao smiled and said, "I'm glad you understand. Don't tell anyone about this, or you'll know what it's like to be in heaven and on earth at the same time." He had just made a promise with Sumi not to disclose their relationship, but they kept hiding it from everyone, which was always a source of irritation. "Ha ha ha. I understand. A wife is no better than a concubine, and a concubine is no better than an affair. Isn't this kind of playing around exciting? How about we also start underground work? Forget about us, I already confessed to them about our relationship a long time ago." Bai Jia sighed, "Alas, that's a real shame. Okay, let's wash up, it's time for breakfast." Yang Xiao gave a sly smile, turned around and put his arms around Bai Jia, and kissed her unexpectedly. "Oh no, I look so ugly now, how can you do that?" Bai Jia blushed, her heart fluttered, and her heart pounded. "It's okay, we've been together for a long time, I don't mind." "I hate you, I'm ignoring you." Bai Jia pounded him with a little fist, then quickly ran away. Dumplings, buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, pickled mustard tuber, millet porridge. The breakfast was simple but nutritious. Tian Chichi puffed up her cheeks and said, "Brother, I just went home and took a look, and found that all the supplies are gone." "Did you hide them?" Yang Xiao nodded. "I've kept it for you. Just let me know if you need anything." "Okay, thanks, brother." Tian Chichi's eyebrows curved up. Instead of worrying about the supplies being stolen, she felt a sense of relief. These days, she had been on edge, always afraid of someone breaking in and robbing her, which had kept her up at night. Now that she has a reliable brother to keep them for her, she can rest assured. Lu Ruyan saw her carefree appearance and couldn't help but scold her. "Are you stupid? Don't you worry that he'll take over the supplies?" Tian Chichi said thoughtfully, "It wouldn't work with anyone else, but my brother is different. He's reliable." "Okay, as long as you're happy." Lu Ruyan was also speechless. She thought to herself that this girl was rushing to fall in love, and she couldn't stop her. Tian Chichi was very carefree. While eating a bun, she said to Yang Xiao, "Brother, do you want these new sisters? If not, I'll take them home." "Well, it's up to you. By the way, I haven't yet asked your names, beautiful ladies." Upon hearing this, the older unnamed beauty took the lead in introducing herself. "Hello, Mr. Yang, my name is Li Xin. I'm Yen Cheng. I'm Chen Shu. I'm Meng Ying. I'm Su Hui." Yang Xiaowei nodded slightly. "Well, we're family now, so if you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, Mr. Yang." After breakfast, Tian Chichi suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call, so she ran to the balcony to answer it. When she came back, she pouted her lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Bai Yi asked, "What's wrong?" Tian Chichi gathered her thoughts before saying, "Well, it seems like I've been targeted by the police." "Huh?" The other women were stunned. "It's the end of the world, do they still want to arrest you and put you in jail?" Tian Chichi gave them a blank look. What were they thinking? People are not stupid, how could they arrest someone at a time like this? Besides, I haven't committed a crime, why would they arrest me? Then last night. What happened last night? I was in the right last night. As everyone knows, last night was a war of self-defense. What was she wrong about? Everyone was amused by her appearance. Lu Ruyan asked, "So tell us, what did they want with you?" Tian Chichi sighed and said, "It's all the fault of the Righteous Way Association. After they stole my villa, they bragged about the supplies in my house in the group, but an undercover agent saw them and passed the information back. So, the head of the association called me personally, saying that he was only thinking of me, saying that a young girl like me couldn't guard so many supplies. The only thing he meant was that he hoped I would join them and hand over the supplies, and they would keep me safe." Zhou Pei asked, "So if you don't hand it over, they'll come and take it?" "No, they won't, but they'll say that now they're sure that they're not the only ones who know about this, and that countless forces are probably already preparing to attack us. What he means is that if you join them, then I'll be on your side, and they'll stand together with me. If you don't agree, then they'll just sit back and watch the battle, and reap the benefits." Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, her tone dissatisfied. "How can they do that?" Su Rui comforted, "It's good that they're not falling in. Everyone is equal in the face of the end of the world, and they are not obliged to help others for free." You make a lot of sense, I can't even refute it. So what do we do now? The director of the People's Congress has said that many forces are now targeting us, and it's very dangerous. Brother, can you handle it? The women all looked at Yang Xiao at the same time, full of nervousness and anticipation. Yang Xiao shrugged, "I'm not afraid myself, they can't do anything to me." "But you are different. Once a large-scale battle breaks out, you are likely to die." Upon hearing this, Tian Chichi's neck shrunk. What if I surrender? She didn't think she had the ability to fight her way in and out of enemy camps and kill indiscriminately, so she could only resign herself to her fate. The women felt that there didn't seem to be a better solution than surrendering. After all, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. The most important thing was that the director seemed like a nice person, and mixing with him shouldn't be too bad. Yang Xiao did not respond, but instead fell into deep thought. Chapter 51, You Are My Treasure. Seeing Yang Xiao in a deep thought, Lu Ruyan could not help but ask, "Hubby, what are you thinking?" Yang Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Recently, our family has been harassed for no reason, and we can't even get a good night's sleep. So I think we should form a force and have our subordinates guard our home, so that we can ward off more than 90% of the troubles." Upon hearing this, the women were all stunned. Lu Ruyan asked, "So how many people do you plan to recruit?" Yang Xiao frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought, he held up one finger and asked tentatively, 10,000 people. What do you think? Pop. Tianqiqi's mouthful of cola sprayed directly in his face. Cough cough. You, cough cough, have you gone crazy? Do you know what 10,000 people is? Even if you took all my supplies to support them, they wouldn't last long. I advise you to face reality. Yang Xiao shrugged, looking arrogant. 10,000 people is nothing, I wouldn't even think of taking your supplies. Zhou Pei had already taken out her phone and started calculating. Honey, I'll do the math for you based on the bare minimum. It takes at least 1 pound of food and 1 pound of water to recruit someone, otherwise they won't agree to work for you. So each person needs to be given 33 pounds of food and 33 pounds of water each month, and 10,000 people would need a total of 330 tons of food and water. Hubby, 330 tons a month, is our family that rich? Everyone stared at Yang Xiao with suspicion in their eyes. Yang Xiao looked calm and confident. I said I have it, and I don't mean just 10,000 people, I can easily feed 100,000 or even 1,000,000 people. What? The women let out a shocked cry. Tianqiqi's eyes widened, and she asked cautiously, Brother, you don't have a golden finger, do you? The kind that can provide unlimited supplies. Yang Xiao was about to argue, but suddenly a flash of inspiration made him decide not to answer. Not answering was the same as admitting it, and admitting it was the same as the truth. Wow, it's true. The women's eyes lit up, and they stared at him with greedy eyes, wishing they could strip him naked right now. Tianqiqi said with a smile, Brother, I'm counting on you for the rest of my life, so you can't let me down. Bai Jia licked her lips and said with a flirtatious look, After the injury on my face heals, I will definitely possess you fiercely. Lu Ruyan gave a charming smile and said, Come to my room later, I have something important to discuss with you. Bai Yi said shyly, Honey, can we go to my room first? My faucet seems to be clogged. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and then said shyly, I need some medicine, can you bring it to me later? Su Rui threw him a flirtatious glance and said, I have a pot of flowers in my room. Could you water them for me later? Zhou Pei saw that all the other wives were competing for attention, so she felt she had to do something too, but she couldn't use the same old tricks. So she took a different approach, Honey, she's your little helper. I'll go wherever you go. Yang Xiao was overwhelmed with black lines on his head, speechless. This is ridiculous. In a moment, all 5 of you come to my room, and I'll administer the family law. Another flogging? No, I don't like pain. Ha ha. What a harmonious and warm scene. The 5 rescued beauties were full of envy and even fantasized about being able to fit in. Lu Ruyan pressed her hand and smiled, Okay, stop it. Don't you want to see our husband's golden finger? Zhou Pei said excitedly, Yes, yes, honey, I want milk tea. Yang Xiao smiled and said, Okay. With a wave of his hand, a glass of iced milk tea appeared on the table. Wow, what a convenient golden finger. Honey, I want a first aid kit. Okay, you got it. A brand new first aid kit appeared on the table, and Zhang Yuan was full of surprise. Honey, I want a pair of red high heels. Okay. Honey, I want to eat caviar. We don't have caviar, but we do have sturgeon. Do you want to extract the eggs yourself? Forget it, I'll have the lobster. Okay, one for each of us. Wow, it's huge. Amidst the women's pranks, Yang Xiaoru pulled out all kinds of supplies like a magician, which was an eye-opener. Tianqiqi asked excitedly, Brother, did you use your golden fingers to transfer all of our supplies? Yang Xiao nodded, Well. Will they expire? No. That's great, I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. Tianqiqi jumped up in excitement, hanging onto Yang Xiao. Precious, you really are my precious, Mua. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, thinking that this girl didn't regard him as a man at all, and wasn't afraid to start a fight. Lu Ruyan once again pressed her hand, and the aura of the eldest sister was undoubtedly revealed. Okay, stop messing around, it's time to get down to business. Upon hearing this, the women all quieted down, took their seats, and behaved obediently. Since the problem of supplies has been solved, let's discuss the formation of forces now. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Tianqiqi raised her hand first. Didn't Director Zhao want me to bring capital into the group? Why don't we recruit them in reverse? After all, they are well trained and a very strong and reliable team. Lu Ruyan nodded, Well, Shichi is right, but it's not the time to recruit them in reverse yet. As you said, they are well trained and powerful, so how can they be easily recruited by us? What if they turn the tables and take over? We need to be strong ourselves, so we need to build our own team first. Su Rui thought for a while and said, why don't we recruit veterans from the outside? Lu Ruyan nodded, this is possible, while the internet and power are still available, Huarui, you can spread the news first. However, the recruitment information should make it clear that only elite soldiers will be accepted, and they must be loyal. The recruitment location should also be chosen in another place, so as to avoid any unruly people coming to our home to make trouble. Good. Zhang Yuan added, we also need to recruit some doctors, otherwise I won't be able to handle it all by myself. Especially obstetricians and gynecologists, you know. The women all blushed, glanced at Yang Xiao secretly, and didn't say anything. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, speechless. He has always used protection, okay? Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, okay, I'll write that down too. What else do you think? After a moment of silence, Bai Yi tentatively asked, why don't we recruit the neighborhood committee first? Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, huh? Say your reasons. Bai Yi explained, the neighborhood committee's thugs suffered heavy casualties last night, and now there are only about 50 left. They have received a lot of benefits from our family, and they are being envied. They could be swallowed up or divided up by other forces at any time. Now is the time when they are most afraid, most helpless, and most controllable. I don't think they have a reason to refuse my olive branch. Besides. Chapter 52, Recruiting and Wang. Lu Ruyan smiled, and the poor girls in Building 18 can just become our most powerful team, right? The will of those suffering girls is much stronger than ordinary people, and if you give them a bright path now, I believe the vast majority will repay you with their lives. Bai Yi nodded, well, Sister Ruyan is really smart. She had already thought of a response, but since Lu Ruyan had already guessed it, she saved herself the trouble of wasting words. Lu Ruyan praised, that's a good idea. What do you think, husband? Yang Xiao asked in surprise, aren't I the tool person? Lu Ruyan beamed, ha ha ha. We just don't want you to worry about too many things, so that you don't have any spare energy to spend with us. Yang Xiao looked proud and arrogant, okay, in view of the fact that you are so understanding, I will forgive you. The idea of recruiting a neighborhood committee is a good one, and I agree. So, should we keep Auntie Wang? In the hearts of the women, Auntie Wang was just a madam who had led those girls into a life of prostitution. Yang Xiao did not answer this question, but looked at Bai Jia and her girlfriends. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment and said, well, I think that in this world where people eat people and spit out their bones, Auntie Wang is already very conscientious. Tian Chichi looked shocked, hey, are you kidding? She runs a brothel. She's a madam. Li Xian shook her head and smiled bitterly, you're very reasonable, and at the same time, you're not. In our neighborhood, women are just tools for men to ravage wantonly, and they are even cheaper than silicone cups. They don't care about the lives of women at all, they just want to hear women's heart-wrenching screams and see women's pitiful and helpless cries, because that will make them even more excited. They will also have a dozen or even dozens or hundreds of people ravish a woman together, just to see when the woman will be played to death and what she will look like when she dies. After death, they still won't have peace, and they will be made into bacon and dried in the sun. In contrast, Auntie Wang did not abuse those girls, and she didn't let them starve to death either, so she is already considered a great benefactor. After listening to these women, everyone suddenly felt that Auntie Wang didn't seem so hateful. Especially Zhang Yuan, when Auntie Wang previously tried to matchmake her, she was extremely polite and was always worried about her safety. So after thinking about it, she decided to say something good about Aunt Wang. Well, I think they're right. Compared to the beasts of other powers, Aunt Wang really isn't a bad person. And those girls are more dependent on Aunt Wang now, so we just need to win her over. Yang Xiao made a final decision after careful consideration, in that case, let's do what you say. After winning over the neighborhood committee, you can divide up the girls. As for Aunt Wang, let her do the ideological work in the future. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, well, this is kind of her job, so let's do it this way. The other forces in the community were not considered for the time being, because those people were disgusting. Although they were not as heinous as those in Bai Jia's original community, they were also considered to be full of evil and devoid of humanity. If they recruited those people, they were afraid they would have nightmares at night. Zhang Yuan then called Wang Dama and asked her to come over to discuss something. Wang didn't hesitate and hurried over. She was shocked when she entered the door. She knew that Yang Xiao's villa had been remodeled, but she didn't expect it to be so impressive that it could even have air conditioning. Lu Ruyan negotiated on her behalf and got straight to the point, Director Wang, let's not beat around the bush. I asked you to come over today to discuss just one thing, and that is to incorporate you. Wang was stunned. Incorporate us? Lu Ruyan nodded, saying, well, in the final analysis, your neighborhood committee is nothing more than a civilian organization that runs errands for the authorities. Now that the end is near, the authorities are too busy saving themselves to be concerned about your lives. So what should you do? Wang Dama asked with a smile, so what does Miss Lu suggest? Join us and work for us in the future. We can't give you riches and glory, but we can ensure that you have enough to eat and wear. Do you have that much supplies? Auntie Wang obviously didn't believe her. Lu Ruyan said calmly, of course we have supplies. As you have probably heard, Shichi stocked up on a lot of supplies, enough to feed people like us for many lifetimes. Your situation doesn't seem to be optimistic. You've earned dozens of boxes of instant noodles from us, and other forces should be jealous, right? Auntie Wang's heart skipped a beat, and her face became a little solemn. As Lu Ruyan said, the current situation of the neighborhood committee is not optimistic. After last night's killings, she now only has more than 50 thugs, and she could be swallowed up by other forces at any time. She didn't want to be a lamb to be slaughtered, so there was only one way to go now. I can promise you, provided that you can come up with enough compensation. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, I already said just now that I can guarantee your food and clothing. For example, the basic daily treatment for the most ordinary little brother is 1 caddy of food and 1 caddy of purified water. If you perform well, your treatment will increase, and your treatment will double. Upon hearing this, Auntie Wang's eyes lit up and she was very tempted, but she did not immediately agree. I admit that your conditions are indeed very attractive, but that is not enough. Lu Ruyan's eyebrows shot up, oh? What else do you want? Auntie Wang sighed and said, as you know, other forces in the community have set their sights on us, and I expect they will make a move tonight. We need weapons. Lu Ruyan did not immediately agree, but looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao said indifferently, I'll give you guns. Wang Dama was full of joy, really? That's great, I thank you on behalf of my men. Don't get too happy, I have conditions. Tell me. First, your men will only follow my orders in the future. Second, your brothel is closed, and the girls will follow the arrangements of the few of them. And third, you will only be responsible for doing ideological work for your men in the future to ensure the purity of the team. Wang Dama frowned, thinking hard. She was being asked to hand over her military power, her property, and become a member of the ideological committee. These demands seemed harsh, but now she was facing a crisis of life and death. Even if she survived this crisis, what about the future? Where would she get food and water? After weighing the pros and cons, she made up her mind and nodded firmly, I promise, I'll go back and announce the news now. Good, we'll be waiting for your good news. Chapter 53, Warsong. The recruitment went exceptionally smoothly. No one refused because they were given food, water, and guns. The happiest were the girls, who would no longer have to put on a smile and face those smelly men. Otherwise, with so many people coming in and out every day, they would really have broken down. Aunt Wang took in a total of nearly 100 young girls, some with average looks and some with stunning looks, all with their own charms. Lu Ruyan, Su Rui, Zhou Pei, and Bai Yi each took charge of 20 girls, and the rest were handed over to Tian Chichi. All of the 50-odd men were placed under Yang Xiao's command. At this point, his own power base was born, and it was called Battle Song. Yang Xiao gave all the men an AK and all the women a pistol. Then he made careful plans, released the bait, and waited for the enemy to walk right into the trap. This time, he wanted to pull off a big job and settle things once and for all. He asked Aunt Wang to deliberately spread the news that she had received a secret mission from him and would be paid 10 tons of rice. This time, all the forces could no longer sit still. They met in private and quickly reached an agreement to cooperate and work together to eliminate Aunt Wang and then divide up the rice. Just as all the forces were planning a night attack on Aunt Wang, they didn't know that Aunt Wang had already opened her mouth and was ready to welcome them. In the evening, the people from the various factions collected the dried salted fish early, and after dinner they began to gather secretly. No guests were coming to Building 18 tonight, and the entire community seemed very quiet and very strange. It wasn't long before there was movement in the community. Hundreds of people quickly converged on Building 18, each with a controlled knife in their hands, menacing and murderous, much like the scene of the Hung Hing Gang calling their minions to prepare for a fight with the Tung Hing Gang. The leader, holding a loudspeaker, shouted, Officer Wang, please come out and talk. After waiting for a while, and just when they were about to lose patience, the door to Unit 18 finally opened. But it wasn't Auntie Wang who came out, it was Yang Xiao. He was carrying a Gatling gun and an oversized ammo box on his back. He grinned and said slowly, "Leave no one alive." Day. After just a brief encounter, a large number of the other gang members fell, at least 100 of them. The remaining people were panic-stricken and fled in all directions. They were about to escape the range of fire when suddenly a group of men and women appeared from several intersections. They were all armed with AK-47s, and they were all armed with pistols, firing wildly at the crowd. The women were the most ruthless, as if they wanted to vent all the humiliation they had suffered over the past few days on them. Fire in the hole. One grenade after another was thrown into the crowd, blowing them to pieces and scattering them all over the place. The gang of thousands of people was utterly vulnerable in the face of the fierce firepower. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing, and at this time, everyone was only thinking about escaping for their lives, so who had the heart to think about Aunt Wang? Some of the enemies joined forces and concentrated on breaking out in one direction. After several charges, they finally blazed a bloody path and fled in disarray. At this time, the main battlefield was already covered in corpses and rivers of blood, and there was no longer a single living person. Yang Shao put away the Gatling gun and gave a big wave of his hand, "Chase after them." His subordinates then scattered to hunt down the remaining soldiers who had escaped by chance. Bang bang bang. Day. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the entire residential area, and screams could be heard everywhere. Everyone who was hiding at home looked out of the windows, curious about the situation. But no one dared to go downstairs to find out what was going on, because it was too scary. Some of the surviving bosses didn't even dare to stop, and hurriedly drove away from the residential area, leaving their wives and children behind. The people from Battlelim swept through the entire community and then began searching house to house. They killed every last remnant of the other factions they found. This purge lasted all night. At dawn, all the living people were brought together in the square. Before the end of the world, there were 10,000 people in the community, but now there were less than 2,000 left, and more than 70% of them were women. There were no old people because they had all died long ago. Due to the practice of cannibalism, there are less than 100 children under the age of 10 left. Yang Shao announced in public that this community would be his base in the future and was officially renamed Battlelim. As long as they join Battlelim, they can stay, and those who don't want to can leave on their own. After the words fell, the crowd looked at each other and whispered. Leaving is impossible, it's no different from looking for death, so everyone agreed to join Battlelim. With Yang Shao's approval, Aunt Wang took the megaphone and began to reassure the people. In summary, there were the following points. 1. 1 caddy of food and 1 caddy of drinking water per person per day. 2. A children's hall was opened, where children under the age of 14 could receive free upbringing in the war song and 3 nutritious meals a day. 3. A hospital was opened, where all members of the war song could receive free medical treatment. 4. A security department was opened, responsible for maintaining the security of the base. 5. An external affairs department was opened, responsible for going out to find supplies. 6. The Ministry of War is set up, which is responsible for external combat. For the time being, there are only 6 departments, and detailed arrangements have been made for each of them. For example, teachers are recruited, with twice the basic salary, to be responsible for the daily lives of the children in the temple, teaching them to read and write and be polite. Chefs are recruited, with twice the basic salary, to be responsible for logistics. Instructors are recruited, with 3 times the basic salary, to be responsible for training the team. Recruit a doctor, triple the basic salary, responsible for healing and saving lives. Recruit a worker, triple the basic salary, responsible for going out to search for resources. Recruit a veteran, 5 times the basic salary, 3 meals included, responsible for fighting abroad. In addition to these, Yang Shao also made other arrangements for each department to ensure the healthy and smooth operation of the base. Everyone did their part and cooperated with each other, as if they could return to the old days. The senior management of the war song had a profound discussion about whether to hand in the salted fish. The positive side argued that salted fish is also fish, and is a source of capital that fuels the arrogance of their subordinates, so it should be collected and distributed uniformly. The negative side argued that salted fish is too salty and not tasty, and it would be better to save it for a meal to win the hearts of the people. Yang Shao felt that both sides had a point, so he made a decision that was the best of both worlds. Let's do it this way: if there are people at home, we won't touch their salted fish, but if there are no more people, we'll collect all the supplies. Good. Auntie Wang took careful notes of the leader's speech. At the end of the meeting, Yang Shao looked at the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner. He thought for a moment and asked, has the Shijiang River completely dried up? Well, it completely dried up today, and the riverbed is baking in the sun. Then it should be a lively night. Pass the word down and tell everyone to bring their gear and go fishing for loaches tonight. Fishing for loaches? Many people don't understand. An experienced senior explained, loaches usually hide in the mud. Today, the water has just dried up, and the mud is still wet. You can dig up loaches, eels, and even soft-shelled turtles, as well as mussels, whelks, and other shells. That's it, so what are we waiting for? Let's eat and go dig for treasure. Chapter 54, Enemy Attack. The news of Xie Jingyang's death at the air raid shelter base was split into two parts. After it was reported back, his father Xie Jiaying's heart was cut open, he was grief-stricken, and he was furious. You are the only child in 9 generations of the Xie family, the only male in the family. Now the only child is dead, how can he not be grief-stricken? His anger almost made him lose his mind, and he planned to mobilize all his subordinates to attack the air raid shelter to avenge his eldest son. However, although there were not many policemen in the air raid shelter, each one had a gun and their overall quality was very high, not comparable to his bodyguards. If he wanted revenge, he would need to find stronger allies and get more weapons, so that he could outlast the other side with sheer numbers. After some good persuasion from his assistant, Xie finally regained some sense. He thought about it for a moment, then contacted the captain of the urban management team, explained the situation, and hoped that he could send a group of thugs over again. When he learned that so many thugs had been lost for nothing, the captain was furious and severely reprimanded Xie Jiaying. But thinking about his recent loss of his beloved son, the captain did not make things sound too harsh. Then he changed the subject and said, Xie, it's not that I can't send someone over again, but I need something in return. Xie Jiaying politely asked, Captain Song, just name your request, I will try my best to satisfy it. Well, I'm not a person who doesn't know how to appreciate good things. This time I'll provide 50 people, and after the job is done, I want 70% of the supplies, and Zhaoying will be mine. Last time, he provided a small number of people, and the weapons were provided by the Xie family, so only 30% of the supplies were negotiated. This time is different. Xie Jingyang died in battle, and Xie Jiaying is eager for revenge. He will definitely take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing the other party's demands, Xie Jiaying's face turned pale with anger. He could do without the policewoman, because he had played with prettier women before, and his own secretary was not bad. But the other party demanded 70% of the supplies, and was only willing to provide 50 people, which was a bit of a disgraceful way to eat. Naturally, he could not agree to such a request, so he argued with the other party to the limit, and eventually lowered the price to 50-50. With helpers in place, the next step was to find someone to ask for weapons. He took out his phone and found a contact named Tang Chuan, and dialed. At that time, Tang Chuan had just suffered a major defeat at Battle Song, with heavy losses and low morale. He had nowhere to vent his frustration. After listening to Xie Jiaying's bad news, he immediately felt better, and at the same time felt a sense of sympathy for each other's suffering. Tang Chuan said that there was no problem with weapons. He could immediately have the workers at the workshop make another batch. However, the other party must send someone to help him take down the Battle Song base first, so he could get his revenge. Xie Jiaying was a bit embarrassed and had to confess to Tang Chuan that he had teamed up with Captain Song to attack the air raid shelter. After carefully studying the information on the air raid shelter, Tang Chuan became instantly interested. Although there were only about 40 million supplies there, every little bit helped. Plus, the firepower in the air raid shelter was far inferior to that of battle imps, and the number of combatants was not large, so it was possible to fight a battle. The most important thing was that the battle-hardened policewoman interested him very much. If he conquered that little fiery horse and let her soul merge with Xiaowu's, the taste would definitely be wonderful. Ah, my Xiaowu, I'm coming. This pervert immediately agreed to join forces. However, he also wanted half of the supplies, which made Xie Jiaying very difficult. He, Xie Jiaying, could do without the supplies, because he wanted to avenge his son's death even more. But the police officer was reserved by Captain Song, and if he changed his mind now, he would definitely make enemies with the other party, and the alliance would go bankrupt as a result. Tang Chuan thought for a while and proposed a diabolical plan. He suggested that after taking the air raid shelter, the two families would join forces to eliminate Captain Song's men, then split the supplies and he would get the police officer. After all, Captain Song had only sent a group of subordinates over, and he himself was afraid to fight and would not dare to take part in the battle, so they would be at their mercy. If the Xia family is afraid of Captain Song's retaliation, they can form an alliance with Tang Xuan, and they will stand together. Tang Xuan will also provide the Xia family with guns and ammunition. After much deliberation, Xia Jiaying finally nodded and agreed. He has no descendants anyway, so he might as well offend Captain Song. As long as he can avenge his son's death, it's fine. At this point, the three-party alliance was officially formed. Xia Jiaying provided information on the air raid shelter, which had a total of about 260 people. Among them were more than 50 police officers, and the rest were their families, mostly old people, women and children, who were not very combat effective. The only advantage the other side had was that they were well trained, had more firepower and were more accurate with their shooting. So if they wanted to suppress the other side, they would have to get a lot more powerful weapons. Now that transport was paralyzed, it was obviously unrealistic to buy arms from abroad, so they would have to build them themselves. Tang Xuan said that his workshop could produce AK-47s, and if they worked at full capacity, they could produce about 50 per day. They felt that the more AK-47s they had, the better, so they could be sure to win, and decided to do it 3 days later. The 3 days passed in a flash. That night, the three forces mobilized a total of 450 people to attack the air raid shelter. 150 of them were armed with AK-47s, while the rest were armed with pistols. With such a powerful firepower, they were confident that they could take the air raid shelter in one fell swoop. Zhao Ying's side had received news of the enemy attack early, so they quickly made their deployment. Although the other side was a ragtag group, they had the strength of a battalion after all. If they didn't take it seriously, they might well end up in a mess. So they decided to set up many checkpoints along the enemy's path, waiting for the enemy to come and break through, in order to consume their combat effectiveness. The first checkpoint was set up at the entrance to the mountainous area. There was a small river blocking the way, and the bridge was the only passage. Zhao had someone spread rocks the size of a head all over the bridge deck in advance to mess with their minds. Xia Jiaying was furious. He was anxious to avenge his eldest son, so how could he be stopped here? So he gave the order for everyone to start clearing the rocks. It took them half an hour to clear the stones, and then they hurried on. However, after they had traveled less than 2 kilometers, several huge pits suddenly appeared on the road. Each pit was at least 3 meters deep, and the soil was piled up next to them. It was obvious that an excavator had dug them out. Damn it, using all these clever tricks, it's so annoying. Xia Jiaying cursed and ordered the men to get to work. After another half hour, they finally filled in the large pit and continued on their way. After walking for a while, a few piles of sand suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the way. Xia Jiaying's face was gloomy, and he suppressed his anger. But there was no other way, they couldn't continue without clearing the road, so the men began to work again. It was so hot that they got out of the car 3 times in a row to do heavy work, and their physical strength was seriously depleted. Because they were overconfident, they didn't bring food or water, and now everyone was thirsty, hungry, and tired, looking half dead. Chapter 55, Ambush. Fortunately, the air raid shelter was not far away, and it was assumed that this would be the last hurdle. Everyone gritted their teeth and got through it. After taking the air raid shelter, a snack was given to everyone and the women were rewarded. The empty promise instantly boosted morale, and everyone worked with enthusiasm and passion. After spreading the sand, the convoy continued to move forward. When the convoy passed through a steep and narrow valley, dozens of boulders suddenly rolled down from the mountains on both sides, splitting the long convoy into several sections. Some vehicles were hit and destroyed, killing everyone on board. The police, who had long been lurking in the mountains, seized the opportunity to fire wildly and throw grenades at the enemy in the valley below. The enemy below was taken by surprise and scrambled around like headless flies. In just one encounter, they lost more than 30 people. However, Tang Xuan is no pushover. He immediately ordered his men to find cover in place and look for opportunities to counterattack. The situation quickly turned around. The coalition forces, who were originally at a disadvantage, had stabilized their formation and began to counterattack. For a while, bullets were flying all over the valley. Lao Zhang accidentally lost half of his ear to a stray bullet, which immediately made him grit his teeth in pain and break out in a cold sweat. But the battle was fierce, and he could not afford to be so concerned. He could only grit his teeth and fight with the enemy. As time passed, the numerical advantage of the Allied forces gradually became apparent. Although their marksmanship was not satisfactory, the poor had to fight precisely, while the rich had firepower to cover them. They had plenty of ammunition and directly aimed at the enemy's exposed heads. Lao Zhang and the others were so badly beaten that they did not dare to show their heads. He had only brought a dozen brothers out to fight guerrilla warfare this time, and their mission was to exhaust their physical strength and patience. Now that the mission was considered complete, he immediately ordered a quiet retreat, and before leaving, he threw a few grenades into the valley. Tang Xuan was very pleased with the success of the first ambush, thinking that the fighting power of the police was not much, and in the face of absolute firepower, they could only flee in disarray. Xie Jiaying, however, was not happy, because he felt that this was most likely just a test by the other side, and hoped that Tang Xuan would pay more attention. But Tang Xuan's confidence had already swelled after the victory, and he simply would not listen. He waved his hand, mobilizing everyone to clear the road and continue moving forward. Xie Jiaying was very worried when he saw his complacent appearance, but he was holding on to a fluke mentality, so he did not continue to persuade him, lest he hurt the harmony between the two families. After passing through the valley, there was a wide open road ahead, flat and open. There was obviously no chance of an ambush here, so the Allied forces completely let down their guard. As they passed through a deserted area, the sides of the road were piled high with huge stones, overgrown with weeds that were taller than a person. Xie Jiaying sensed something was amiss, because this place was too suitable for an ambush. He warned Tang Xuan to be careful of an ambush, but the other party did not take him seriously and felt that Xie Jiaying was worrying needlessly. Just then, the car in front suddenly exploded, blocking the road. Smoke bombs flew out from both sides of the road, completely enveloping the convoy and blinding the enemy. Then grenades and incendiary bombs were thrown, setting the cars on fire. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions blew the enemy into disarray. Panicked, the enemy didn't want to die in the car, so they got out and looked for a way to survive. Zhaoying saw her chance and gave the order, and the comrades ambushed on both sides of the road immediately opened fire. Screams could be heard in the thick smoke, which was very frightening. The enemy was unwilling to wait to die, and in panic, they fired back. However, they had lost their bearings, so they could only hear the sounds and fire indiscriminately. For a while, there was fighting everywhere, and it was very lively. Some cars had their fuel tanks hit, which blew up the front and back cars, sending a group of people to their deaths. The situation was one-sided and very unfavorable to the coalition forces, and hundreds of people died in the blink of an eye. But the good times didn't last long, and the situation quickly reversed. Because the enemy's convoy was so long, it was split into two sections. The rear army heard the intense gunfire and concluded that the front had encountered an ambush, so they rushed to support. When they arrived at the battlefield, they saw only a sea of smoke, flames rising into the sky, and shouts of battle everywhere. They also saw ambushers on both sides of the road firing sniper shots, throwing grenades, and dropping smoke bombs to create chaos, and immediately understood that the front army had been tricked. They immediately organized a counterattack and fired wildly at the bushes. The bullets hit the rocks, sending sparks flying. Zhaoying noticed that the enemy reinforcements were coming, so she decisively ordered the throwing of smoke bombs in the direction of the reinforcements to obstruct their line of sight, and then quietly retreated. The battle continued. The front army heard the intense gunfire from the rear, so they decisively turned their guns around and vented their anger. The rear army knew that the front army was making a mess and could not fight back, so they simply hid. The gunfire gradually stopped when the smoke cleared. Looking around at the mess, there was no sign of any ambushers. Tang Xuan was furious and raged, cursing everyone he caught. Worthless, a bunch of worthless people, the alliance is full of worthless people. Are you blind? Can't you see you're all shooting at your own people? Are you deaf? Can't you hear your brothers screaming? You're all worthless. Has your brains been eaten by donkeys? Tang Xuan punched and kicked a group of his subordinates, cursing and venting his anger. Xie Jiaying couldn't bear to watch anymore and scolded, "I told you not to underestimate them and to be careful of ambushes, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you're suffering the consequences. Shut up, you're also a waste product. What's the use of second-guessing now? Why is it no wonder your son died at their hands? Because he was a little waste product taught by you, an old waste product, and deserved to die." Tang Xuan cursed his superiors, speaking without thinking. When he realized what he had said, it was too late. His son was Xie Jiaying's Achilles' heel. Tang Xuan could curse him, but daring to curse his son like that was absolutely intolerable. So, fueled by anger, Xie Jiaying completely lost his reason, raised his hand and shot, decisively blowing Tang Xuan's brains out. Thus ended the life of a drug lord and arms dealer. "Xie Jiaying, you dare to hurt my young master, I want you dead." One of Tang Xuan's loyal subordinates was furious and raised his gun at Xie Jiaying, ready to fire. But Xia Jiaying's assistant was faster and pulled the trigger first, killing Tang Chuan's loyal subordinate. Seeing this, the others raised their guns and aimed them at Tang's army. Tang's army lost their backbone and were at a loss for what to do. They could only lower their weapons, put their hands on their heads and squat down. In the end, Xia Jiaying successfully incorporated the Tang army by using a combination of threats and promises, and by drawing a blank check and painting a rosy picture. He reflected deeply on himself and discovered that the biggest mistake in this battle was not selecting a commander-in-chief, which allowed Tang Chuan to run amok. When two people are in command, it is easy to disagree, which is a major taboo in military affairs. But it is not too late to mend the fold, and as long as the troops are gathered and consolidated, the battle can still be fought. After a headcount, there are still 220 people who can continue fighting, while the rest are either dead or injured. Xia Jiaying let out a long sigh. The two ambushes have killed more than half of his allied forces, which he did not expect. But don't be complacent, the real battle has only just begun. Chapter 56, they've used up all their resources. Although Xia Jiaying had never fought in a war, he had been waging a war without smoke and gunpowder for decades as a businessman, and was therefore very experienced in calculating, so he quickly adapted. This time, instead of rushing forward, he split the convoy into two groups, 10 meters apart, and moved slowly. If there was a thicket of grass or bushes, he would imitate Xiao Ri and shoot first. However, he was wrong. There was no suitable place for an ambush, and Zhao would not repeat her old trick. So the decisive battle was set to take place directly at the entrance to the air raid shelter. There was only one road at the entrance, and it was flanked by high ground on both sides, making it impregnable. When the enemy appeared in the field of view, Zhao Ying's side was already prepared to fight to the death. Dozens of well-trained police officers, plus 200 or so old, weak, women and children, against 200 or so armed bandits, the outcome was hard to predict. Xia Jiaying did not attack immediately, but observed from a distance. Now, if they could take the entrance, they could rush in and kill indiscriminately. However, the entrance was full of sandbags, and all the heavy firepower was deployed there, so it would be too difficult to break in. After thinking about it, he came up with a brilliant plan, so he decisively made a phone call and then waited with peace of mind. Zhao suddenly felt that something was wrong, because the other party seemed to have grown a brain and it was a bit tricky. But she was not one to sit around and do nothing, so she told Lao Zhang to take some men and quietly go around to the enemy's rear and ambush them, depending on the situation. After waiting for an hour, there was finally some movement outside. A rumble came from the direction of the noise, and when Zhao looked through her binoculars, she was stunned. A bulldozer. No wonder he's in real estate, he really knows how to make the most of things. But she wasn't worried at all, because her father had already deployed several snipers. They would play an important role in turning the tide once the situation became unfavorable. When the bulldozer arrived at the scene, a man walked over and spoke to the driver for a while. The driver seemed to understand and nodded, and then started rushing the cart. When it reached 300 meters, the guard immediately opened fire, ready to kill the driver. Unexpectedly, the bulldozer was equipped with bulletproof glass. An ordinary rifle could not penetrate it. The driver was very pleased and felt that this was a sure thing, so he directly stepped on the accelerator to the floor. But before he could be happy, a special police officer appeared carrying an RPG and fired without hesitation. Boom! After a loud noise, the bulldozer was scrapped and blocked the middle of the road. The coalition forces were dumbfounded. If an ordinary car broke down, they could push it out of the way with a combined effort. But this was a bulldozer, and they didn't have that kind of strength. Xia Jiaying's face turned pale, and he was very angry. Originally, as long as everyone stepped on the accelerator to the floor, there would always be a car that could break through the blockade. Now, the road was completely blocked, and he had shot himself in the foot. His cleverness had backfired. Giggle, giggle. Zhao couldn't hold back any longer and let out a silvery bell-like laugh. Originally, she was worried that the other party's convoy would force their way through the blockade, and these sandbags could not stop them. Now, it's fine, the other party's divine assistance is even more considerate than the national football team. If they want to attack, they will have to use their flesh and blood to force their way through the 200-odd meter vacuum zone, which is simply a group of living targets. Xia Jiaying had already lost his patience and didn't want to wait any longer, so he ordered a strong attack. More than 200 people charged forward, screaming, but dozens of them died in the first encounter, and they were scared and quickly retreated. Xia Jiaying's face was as dark as night. He knew the difference between a ragtag group and a well-trained elite, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. But they had come this far, and it was impossible for him to give up now. After a moment of contemplation, he came up with a brilliant plan, so he made another phone call. Within an hour, a pickup truck arrived in a hurry. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an improvised shield made of steel plates. He told the people with handguns to all wear shields and lead the way. Although the shields were simple, they were very effective and could easily block rifle bullets. Zhao Ying's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Zhao Ju smiled and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Do you need your dear old dad to come to the rescue?" "Humph, it's just a small scene, watch me." Zhao Ying rolled her eyes and called one of the men over to him and said, "Implement Plan B." "Yes." The man immediately went down to make arrangements. Zhao was curious and asked, "What is Plan B?" Zhao Ying gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll find out in a moment." The fire spread, and the enemy was burned and screaming, panicking, and their formation was in chaos. The people with shields could not care about others, and hurriedly ran backwards, exposing their backs. Those hiding behind the shield soldiers were thus exposed to the muzzles. The sentries seized the opportunity and opened fire with all their strength. The enemy fell like rice, and rivers of blood flowed. The loss of 2 consecutive attacks caused the morale of the Allied forces to plummet, and the troops were demoralized and exhausted. Xia Jiaying knew that defeat was certain and that there was no way to take revenge today. With no choice, he had to order a retreat. Although he was very reluctant, he was glad that he had killed Tang Chuan and taken control of Tang Chuan's supplies and weapons workshop. As long as he develops at ease for a period of time, when he is strong enough, he will definitely make a comeback. The battle was finally over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But now there was a serious problem ahead, and that was that they had very little ammunition left. Although the battle was a great victory, with almost no casualties, it had also depleted their resources, and the losses had outweighed the gains. If the enemy attacked next time, what would they use to fight back? Ask the armed police next door for help? Are you kidding, she thought, doesn't Zhao Ying want to save face? Besides, the situation at the armed police was not necessarily better than here, everyone was in a difficult situation. Just as her daughter was at her wit's end, Lao Zhao asked with a smile, "What, are you worried about ammunition?" Zhao Ying nodded and said with a worried face, "This battle has almost used up our resources, and if they continue to attack, it will be very dangerous." "So do you have a solution?" "Well, I have an immature idea." "Since it's immature, don't say it." Zhao Ying puffed out her nostrils and said, "I'm going to say it anyway. From today's situation, I'm sure the illegal arms factory is in the Xie family's hands. So I plan to send someone to find out the location of their arms factory and then lead a raid. Once we take over the arms factory, we'll have a foothold." "Zhao Ying, this kind of thinking is very dangerous and irresponsible. If they have an arms factory, it will definitely be heavily guarded and have powerful firepower. What will you use to raid it? Then what? Wait here to die? That's not necessary. I don't think the Xie family will come back for a while, so we can ask for help from outside." "Ask for help? Call the armed police?" Zhao Ying rolled her eyes, resolutely refusing to bow to her nemesis. "Of course not, I have someone more suitable." Lao Zhao gave a mysterious smile and didn't say anything more. Chapter 57, Fish Snatching. Xia Jiaying was depressed after the defeat and didn't say a word. The remaining soldiers under his command were also dejected and lifeless. On the way back, they took a shortcut and took the Riverside Avenue. What they didn't expect was that the place was very lively. The roads were full of cars, and the dense crowd was busy doing something enthusiastically, looking like they had found a treasure. Xia Jiaying was a little curious and asked his assistant what was going on. The assistant was also unsure, so he got out of the car to ask around. It turned out that the river had just dried up during the day, and there were still some fish in the mud that had not completely died. Digging them out would be just in time to dry them and make salted fish to eat later. Tonight would probably be the last time, otherwise if the sun beats down again tomorrow, the mud would definitely be completely dried out, and the fish hidden inside would rot and stink. Xia Jiaying felt a little surprised after learning what had happened. "I didn't realize that ordinary people like us also have such connections. I was negligent. If I had known, I would have sent someone to fish here." The assistant smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, it's not too late. Aren't there a lot of fish here?" Xia Jiaying was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "You're right, these fish are all ours. Ha ha ha, no matter, if anyone dares to resist, they will be executed on the spot. In addition, we can recruit a group of subordinates from here. In this way, we have food and manpower, and revenge is just around the corner. It seems that he can already see himself commanding thousands of troops to attack the air raid shelter in the near future. What a magnificent feeling! So he couldn't wait to order everyone to get off the bus and grab the fish. Day. The assistant fired a few shots into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Xia Jiaying took the megaphone and shouted, "Hello everyone, I am Xia Jiaying, the chairman of Xia's Real Estate. I now announce one thing, the fish in your hands all belong to me. Those who are not satisfied can step forward." Seeing that hundreds of them had guns in their hands, no one would be a fool to stand up against him at this time. Since no one spoke, I will take your silence as a tacit consent. I, Xia, would like to thank you all for your generosity. Everyone was thinking this to themselves, but dared not speak out. Xia Jiaying continued, "Next, I would like to say the second thing. Xia's Real Estate is hiring a large number of people, young people who can work hard and bear hardships, with food and accommodation provided. If you are willing to join, please stand behind me." The crowd looked at each other, discussing in low voices whether or not to join Xia's Real Estate. One person standing in the front asked loudly, "May I ask, Chairman Xia, what are you hiring people back for now?" Xia Jiaying did not hide anything and spoke bluntly, "Of course it is not an ordinary job. This is the end of the world, and my Xia family needs to expand and compete with other forces for world domination. I believe that everyone is an ambitious young person with lofty aspirations and definitely does not want to lead a life of mediocrity. Now I will give you a chance. If you follow me, I will lead you in conquering the world." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly boiled over. Soon someone raised their hand and shouted, "Xia Dong, I'm in. Xia Dong, I believe in you, I'm in too. And me too." In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people chose to join Xia's Real Estate and volunteered to offer up their fish. Xia Jiaying was very satisfied and immediately painted them a rosy picture, writing them blank checks and promising them that they would certainly be able to make a name for themselves in the future. Although the remaining people were a little tempted, none of them chose to join. The reason was none other than that they either had a wife and children at home or had already joined other forces. Seeing that there were still so many people who did not know how to appreciate good things, Xia Jiaying was furious and ordered someone to confiscate their fish. The other party had money, so no one dared to resist, and they could only watch as their beloved fish were taken away by the thieves. Watching bucket after bucket of fish being poured into the minivan, Xia Jiaying couldn't stop smiling, and ordered his men to work harder and quickly rob all the fish from the entire Riverside Boulevard. Everything was going smoothly, allowing them to temporarily forget the pain of today's defeat. While Xia Jiaying was basking in his joy, a sudden argument broke out in the distance, and it was very intense. Bang! A gunshot broke the beautiful atmosphere. Xia Jiaying frowned and asked unhappily, "What's going on up ahead?" Upon hearing this, his assistant immediately went to find out what was going on. It turned out that the fish collection team had encountered a tough opponent. The other party was numerous and powerful, and each one of them looked fierce, as if they were ready to die at any moment. Xia Jiaying suddenly perked up. If he could recruit these fierce people under his command, his power would quickly expand, and he would not be far from avenging his son. He was so excited that he ran over to greet his warriors with a smile on his face. Tonight was the first team building event at the Battle Song base, so Yang Shao naturally had to bring the harem with him. While the younger brothers were fishing in the dry riverbed, they were barbecuing on the shore. Several generators provided power, and a dozen cowbell fans were turned up to the maximum gear, bringing a touch of coolness to the shore. Dozens of barbecue grills were filled with fish, shrimp, crabs, and mussels, dazzling the eye. The women were in charge of the barbecue, while the children chased and played around, creating a joyous atmosphere that made people temporarily forget the grief of the end of the world. However, a gunshot interrupted this beauty. A fierce quarrel broke out in the distance. Yang Shao asked someone to find out what was going on and was surprised to learn that someone was fighting over the fish. Did no one tell them that we had booked the Warsong base for tonight? The young man reporting the situation looked embarrassed and said that they had, but the other party said that they had never heard of them and that the Warsong base was some kind of hookup, and that they were still part of the Ashan regiment. Yang Shao's eyebrows shot up, and he was intrigued. "Oh, wow, that's hardcore. Let's go, I want to see. There's nothing to do around here, so I might as well go have some fun." As soon as she heard that there was going to be a fight, Tian Chichi was overjoyed. She immediately went back to the car, put on her battle uniform, grabbed her gun, and went after Yang Shao, beaming from ear to ear. Li Xian and the other four maids hurried after them, as it was their duty to protect Tian Chichi. Lu Rian shouted at the back of Tian Chichi's back, "Chichi, your fish is burning." Tian Chichi shouted without turning around, "Help me turn it over, I'll be right back. This is really restless." Lu Ruyan smiled helplessly and helped her turn the fish over. Zhang Yuan was worried about what was going on over there, and after thinking about it, she said to Lu Ruyan, "I'll go take a look, just in case someone gets hurt." Lu Ruyan nodded, "Okay, go, be careful." "Okay." Zhang Yuan then took a few female nurses with her, grabbed her medical bag, and chased after them. Looking at their backs as they left, Lu Ruyan sighed, "Alas, they are all restless." Su Rui smiled, "Ha ha ha. Just let them go, they will be fine as long as Yang Xiao is there." "You're right." Lu Ruyan let go of her distracting thoughts and concentrated on grilling the fish. Chapter 58, Second Blooming. Xia Jiaming and the members of the battle song drew their guns and stared at each other, arguing fiercely. Apart from the first warning shot, neither side dared to fire. Just as the two sides were on the verge of firing, Xia Jiaming finally arrived at the scene. The aura of power from his long stay in a high position spread out, causing the members of the battle song to freeze for a moment. The leader, Asan, narrowed his eyes and asked warily, "Who are you?" Xia Jiaying said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I am Xia Jiaying, the chairman of Xia's real estate." "I don't know your name, brother. Just call me Asan." "So you are Brother Asan. Nice to meet you. I heard that you had a minor altercation with my men. I'm really sorry. It's because I didn't discipline them well. I hope Brother Asan can forgive me." Seeing that the other party had admitted his mistake and was in a good mood, Asan decided to take advantage of the situation and let bygones be bygones. "It's fine, as long as your people don't mess with us." Asan doesn't care how the Xia army steals other people's fish, as long as they don't get any ideas about them. Everyone just mind their own business. Xia Jiaying is still smiling, and he directly throws an olive branch to Asan. "Brother Asan, I can see that you and your brothers are all extraordinary and valiant, and you are rare talents. Fishing here is really a waste of your talents. Why don't you join our Xia real estate and join forces with me to conquer the world? The future will be limitless." The Indian looked at him with a look of contempt and said bluntly, "Conquer the world? With your ugly faces, you'd be better off going home and sucking on your mother's tits." Ha 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 ha. The members of the battle hymn burst out laughing. Their base leader was a man who could carry a Gatling gun and an ammunition box on his back, and even he had never said such big words as conquering the world. How could these ragtag troops on the other side have the courage to be so arrogant? Being ruthlessly mocked, Xia Jiaying's face turned pale with anger, and the humiliation of just being defeated once again welled up in his heart. His eyes red with anger, he glared at San, grinding his teeth. "Kid, don't make things difficult for yourself, you can't understand the power of the Xia family." San looked at him with disdain. "Ha, it's the end of the world, what's the point of talking about energy? Do you still expect those old connections to back you up? Do you see the big guy I'm holding? Whoever has the gun is the boss, that's the way it is. What the hell are you? If you dare to be a smartass again, I'll send you to hell, believe it or not." Xia couldn't hold back anymore, and exploded on the spot, yelling, "You're looking for death. Get them for me." At the sound of the order, the other party immediately opened fire. The Indian was no pushover either and immediately retaliated, and a fierce gunfight broke out between the two sides. Tian Chichi hurried as fast as she could and finally caught up, so she directed her female bodyguards to lie down on the riverbank and shoot sniper shots directly at the enemy. As the gunfire began, all members of the battle hymn immediately entered battle mode and rushed to support them. Xia Jiaying sensed that the enemy was gaining ground and immediately ordered a retreat while fighting. Yang Xiao glanced at the people on the opposite side and recognized a few of Tang Chuan's old subordinates, so he walked towards them with his sword drawn. The old subordinates also recognized Yang Xiao at once and were terrified, screaming like they had seen a ghost. Furious, Xia Jiaying dragged one of Tang Chuan's old subordinates over and beat him up, shouting, "What the hell are you screaming for? Stop hitting him, Xia understands, I've seen that person before. He's terrifying, he's not even human, let's run, it'll be too late if we wait any longer." Xia Jiaying's brow furrowed slightly, and he looked up at Yang Xiao, suddenly dumbfounded. He saw him strolling along, carrying a knife, completely ignoring the bullets flying all around him, as if he were in his own world. What kind of monster is that? Why can't the bullets hurt him? No, I don't know. A few days ago, our leader Tang took us to attack a residential area, and we ended up offending him, which almost got us all killed. Are you serious? There's no time to explain, just run. Tang Chuan's old subordinates urged desperately. Seeing his subordinates fall one after the other, Xia Jiaying gritted his teeth and reluctantly gave the order to retreat. The men were like people who had been pardoned, immediately getting into their cars, drifting in place to turn around, and then escaping. A few of them didn't have time to get in the car and desperately chased after them. In the end, only one person survived by chance. It was too easy to win, and Tian Chichi felt a bit disappointed and complained in a low voice, "Alas, there is not a single one who can fight." Yang Xiao laughed silently and gave her a brain blow. "You are arrogant, so powerful, why don't you go to heaven?" Tian Chichi's eyebrows and eyes curved, and she stuck out her tongue, giggling, "People are just saying things casually, don't take it seriously. By the way, what should I do with this person?" Yang Xiao looked at the corrupt scholar and asked coldly, "Who are you people?" The captive shuddered and quickly told him everything he knew. After listening, Yang Xiao fell into deep thought. Xie's real estate, Tang Chuan, and the urban management brigade had joined forces to attack the air raid shelter in order to capture his wife alive, but they had suffered a defeat and lost many soldiers and officers. Xia Jiaying had killed Tang Chuan, incorporated his subordinates, and seized his supplies, including an underground weapons workshop. "You guys have some nerve, attacking my daughter-in-law when I wasn't looking." It seems that neither Xia Jiaying nor the city management brigade can be kept. Tian Chichi looked suspicious. "You have a new daughter-in-law?" Yang Xiao nodded and said seriously, "Well, we've been friends for a long time, having been in the interrogation room together." Tian Chichi looked contemptuous. "It was other people who interrogated you, wasn't it?" Yang Xiao raised her eyebrows. "She interrogated me, so shouldn't she be responsible for me?" Tian Chichi rolled her eyes and argued, "If you're so capable, bring the person back to me and let me see." Yang Xiao was full of confidence. "Don't worry, it's just a matter of time." "Ha ha." Tian Chichi puffed up her cheeks and left angrily. "Hey, where are you going?" "Oomph, none of your business, my fish is burnt." As she watched the departing figure, Yang Xiao gave a devilish smile. "This girl, she's finally come to her senses, I thought she only liked women." Esan suddenly interrupted Yang Xiao's reverie and asked, "Chief, what should we do with the prisoner?" Yang Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Bring him back as a slave laborer. We may need him in the future." "Yes." Esan immediately escorted the man away. Zhang Yuan was busy commanding the female nurses to treat the wounded. When she saw Yang Xiao approaching, she smiled wryly and said, "Looks like we need to hurry and recruit more medical staff, otherwise we won't be able to treat all the wounded if there's a major battle." Yang Xiao stroked her pretty face and beamed with love. "You really are kind-hearted. Medicines are so precious these days, and other bases just let the wounded die, but you're working so hard to save them. You really are a good-for-nothing woman. Hee, I'm just trying to help you secure your career, right? Most of the wounded we've treated will be grateful to you and loyal to you. Our base will become even stronger in the future." Chapter 59, The Umbrella Project. Xia Jiaying was very angry after being double-teamed. After returning to the base, he sought out a few female secretaries to relieve his anger. Son, I want a son, you all give me a son." Having a son became his obsession. Xia Jiaying screamed and yelled, making him go completely crazy. It continued until dawn, torturing him until he was only half alive, but he was full of energy instead. Early in the morning, before he had time to rest, he immediately told Tang Chuan's former subordinates to take him to Tang Chuan's home base and take it for himself. Supplies, subordinates, weapons, underground armories, etc., all were taken into his possession. He also wanted beautiful women. In order to continue the Xie family line, he was now not picky and even took Tang Chuan's cousin Lin Feng. Tang Chuan left 10 people at the headquarters to guard it, 20 people at the armory, and dozens of other craftsmen. Now all this belonged to Xie Jiaying, and it immediately boosted his confidence. Just as he was feeling happy, Captain Song called to assign blame, which was very disappointing. Not only had he suffered heavy losses in this battle, but Captain Song had also lost many soldiers and horses, so he was definitely going to find him to get an explanation. Xia Jiaying suppressed his anger and let the other party abuse him for half an hour, but the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He sincerely apologized to the other party in a tone of self-blame, and told the other party that Tang Chuan had left behind a lot of good things, and he would meet with the other party to discuss how to divide up the supplies. Xia Jiaying deliberately over-reported the amount of supplies, so that he could bring more people to move the things. As soon as Captain Song heard that he could divide up Tang Chuan's things, he immediately put on a smiling face and readily agreed. Little did he know that a grand banquet was waiting for him. Xia Jiaying gave the other party an address, which was a secret warehouse of Tang Xuan. He lied that the place was full of supplies and if they were not taken away, they would expire. Captain Song did not suspect anything and thought that a small developer would not have the guts to play tricks with an important official like him, so he brought all his men there as porters, a total of 150 people. When they arrived at the warehouse happily, they were attracted by the boxes of supplies, their eyes full of greed. Xia Jiaying's men had already been lying in wait, and while they were all staring at the crates, they decisively ordered Captain Song to be shot. Captain Song couldn't figure out until the end where Xia Jiaying, a mere merchant, had gotten the courage to do this to him. But Xia Jiaying didn't want to answer such a stupid question, and instead mocked, "The Qing dynasty is gone, but you're still living in the dream of the Celestial Empire." Poof! Captain Song spat out a mouthful of old blood and died on the spot. The remaining 150 people panicked. They didn't have many guns in total and simply didn't dare to resist. So Xia Jiaying easily subdued this group of people without any effort, and the strength of the Xia army greatly increased. Water and electricity outages are an obstacle that all survivors have to face. The top management of the Battle Song base held a meeting, the topic being the problem of water and electricity. Everyone is a modern civilized person, unwilling to go back to the days of antiquity, and there is no reason to keep living like a group of bats, hiding by day and coming out at night. In order to solve these problems, the group had a heated discussion. Some people proposed going out to find as many generators as possible, but fuel consumption is a major problem. Others suggested looking for photovoltaic panels to install and use solar power, but there were no professional installers and they didn't know where to find the panels. There was no other way, because the entire city's power system had completely collapsed. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a plan, which made the group of people anxious. Yang Xiao tapped the table lightly, "Quiet." The lively meeting suddenly fell silent, and everyone nervously looked at him. "I have an immature idea, you might as well listen to it." Wang Dama immediately smiled and flattered, "Leader, you speak, we are all ears." Yang Xiao glanced at her and continued, "First, diesel is difficult to come by, so I personally am more inclined towards solar power. Second, since we are going to use solar power, we must also use photovoltaic panels to provide a huge sunshade for the base, so that everyone can come out and play both day and night." Wang Dama immediately responded, "The leader is right, I agree." Some of the higher-ups couldn't stand Wang Dama's fawning, but they didn't want to confront her, so they simply pretended not to see. Tian Chichi raised her hand and asked, "The idea is good, but if we do this, we face two major problems. First, where are we going to get so many photovoltaic panels? Second, supporting a huge sun umbrella over the entire base is a very huge project that requires a professional construction team and a lot of steel. How are we going to solve it?" Yang Xiao looked at her approvingly and said, "Good question. So our top priority is to recruit relevant professionals." Tian Chichi looked confused. Isn't our top priority to solve the material problem first?" Yang Xiao gave her a blank look and said, "I have the materials, just find someone." "Wow, I almost forgot about this, you're amazing." Tian Chichi's eyes were full of stars. Wang Dama patted her chest and vowed, "Leave the job of finding people to me. I'll go round to those gossipy women and get them to help contact the talent. Those old ladies have the best information, they know which family's dog has given birth." Yang Xiao nodded, "Well, that's a good idea, we can all mobilize our own contacts. I'll reward 30 caddies of food for every successful referral." Upon hearing this, everyone was excited and they all started thinking of ways to get rich quick. If they could get their friends and family to apply, wouldn't they get a lot of food? But you'd better not try to be clever, because if I find out that the person you recommended is not qualified, the referrer will be fined double. Okay, the evil thoughts that had just arisen were instantly extinguished. So you must be strict and not let the real talent go to waste, and don't let the scum get away with it. Yang Xiao believed in their judgment, after all, this was a matter that concerned their vital interests, and they would definitely not be sloppy. Now let's discuss whether this umbrella is big enough to cover the entire base, or whether it should be made into small umbrellas that can cover the apartment buildings. The group looked at each other. If they had a choice, they would prefer Yang Xiao to use the materials to build a huge constant temperature room, just like the high-speed railway station, which is big and cool. But this is obviously unrealistic, because there is no such technology. Lu Ruyan raised her hand to speak. "If the parasol is made too large, it will require a very high level of technology and bear a very large amount of pressure. So I think it's best to make it smaller, just big enough to cover the apartment buildings. This way, the parasol will require less technology, bear less pressure, and still allow in light and keep the air flowing." In the end, the meeting passed Lu Ruyan's proposal to create a large parasol for each building. As for the water problem, Yang Xiao said he would solve it. At this point, the meeting came to a successful conclusion. Chapter 60, I'm her father. As night fell, the temperature dropped quite a bit, but it was still hot enough to make people sweat. What's more, there was a power outage, and the base was in complete darkness, which made people feel very uneasy. This situation was like going back to ancient times. Without lights or fans, and with the sky still bright, people had to go home and go to bed early, which was very exhausting. Crime breeds in the dark, so everyone locked their doors and refused to go out, no matter how hot it was at home. Some children were crying so loudly from the heat that the more they cried, the hotter it got, and the hotter it got, the more they cried. When they got tired from crying, they naturally fell asleep. The security guards patrolled the base in 2s and 3s, each carrying a powerful flashlight, shining it from time to time into the dark apartment buildings, as if to bring everyone a ray of light and ease their minds. Just as everyone was about to force themselves to sleep, the sound of a machine roaring suddenly came from the community. Those who were close to the source of the sound couldn't help but feel curious and walked out onto the balcony to take a look. They found that the square in the community was lit up with dazzling lights, illuminating the entire square. Several excavators were at work, and a group of shirtless men were also busy. Some owners were curious and wanted to ask what was going on below. But the excavators were too noisy to be heard from below, so they took flashlights and went downstairs to find out. At this time, Ah-san was playing the role of the foreman, directing everyone's work carefully. A middle-aged man came up to them and asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" San replied with a smile, "Building a water tower." "A water tower?" San said proudly, "Once it's built, everyone can come here to get water. Of course, it's not free." "Really?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up with longing. "Hey, San, how will we pay for the water?" San shook his head, "I don't know. The chief will announce it when the time comes, so just wait patiently." "That's true. Let me help too." When the other onlookers heard this, they were also very excited and rolled up their sleeves to help. Although everyone has stocked up quite a lot of water now, it just looks like a lot. In fact, it doesn't last long and will be used up in a month at most. So they all hope that the water tower can be built as soon as possible, so that they won't have to worry about daily water use. Seeing that so many people have come to help, San naturally won't refuse, and quickly assigns them tasks. Naturally, the water tower could not occupy the entire square, and in fact Yang Xiao only planned to build a stainless steel water tower with a capacity of 2,000 cubic meters. The water tower is rectangular, with a length, width, and height of 10 by 10 by 20 meters. It is currently busy laying the foundation, with 1-meter-high concrete piers to support the water tower. As for the square itself, workers are driving piles and erecting iron posts, with plans to weld a huge sunshade made of steel to protect the water tower. The umbrella will be shaped like a Wi-Fi signal, with 3 layers of insulation and photovoltaic panels on the top. The umbrellas on the entire base will be built in this style. Although it is very material intensive, it has the advantage of being well insulated and comfortable to live in. Thinking that there is finally hope for life, everyone is full of enthusiasm, full of energy, and busy with work. As time passed, more and more people volunteered to come downstairs to help, and the construction site was very lively. Just when everyone couldn't stand the heat anymore, Aunt Wang led a few women over carrying a tray of iced mung bean soup. "Everyone has worked hard, come over and have some iced mung bean soup." As soon as they heard about the iced mung bean soup, everyone went crazy, swarming over to the soup and scrambling to reach out for it. Wang Dama laughed and scolded, Go, there is water nearby, wash your hands first, don't look like beggars. Don't rush, there is enough for everyone, line up, don't fight, whoever fights is out." The power of the neighborhood committee director is shown here, whoever doesn't listen will not be given any. Everyone is a civilized person, just lining up, it's acceptable. "By the way, Director Wang, does this mung bean soup cost money?" Wang Dama said with a straight face, "Of course it costs money. Where in the world is there a free lunch? But the leader said that you work hard, so this mung bean soup is a reward for you." "Hey, that's great, the leader is really a kind person." Knowing that they can drink free mung bean soup for their work, everyone's motivation is even higher. Then someone else carried over a few cowbell fans and turned them full blast towards the construction site, instantly dispersing all the heat. Because of the fans, more and more residents came down to catch the breeze. As a result, the crowd grew larger and larger, and everyone was pushing forward, seriously hindering the progress of the project. No one wanted to leave such a cool place, and they couldn't be driven away no matter how hard they tried. With no choice, Auntie Wang had to report the situation to Yang Xiao. Since Yang Xiao was now the leader of the battle song base, he naturally would not treat his subordinates harshly, so he had someone carry over a dozen more fans and a diesel generator. With the sound of whistling, the owners were finally liberated from the heat. Everyone in the entire community went home to bring down their mats and make a floor bed, so they could finally get a good night's sleep. But a crowd means a lot of nonsense. Some kids just peed and pooped wherever they pleased, but in the end, even the adults did it, too. It seems that it really is a problem. People have to go to the toilet 3 times a day, and stopping them from going is not a solution. This problem needs to be solved as soon as possible. Auntie Wang once again passed the problem on to Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was shocked, defecating and urinating everywhere? Wouldn't that make us look like savages? No, this kind of problem must be eliminated. Mr. Yang, why don't we build a public toilet? A public toilet? This is a feasible solution. Tell you what, find someone to design it, combining a bathroom, a public toilet and a biogas digester, so as not to waste resources as much as possible. Yes, I'll get right on it. Wang Dama was very efficient when she got down to work, and she quickly found the right person. His name was Su, and he was a mason who was good at everything, from building houses to digging septic tanks and building biogas digesters. After listening to Wang Dama's requirements, Lao Su immediately drew a rough blueprint in his head. Wang Dama, do you think this will work? He took out a ballpoint pen and a small notebook and started drawing a plan. Let's choose an open area, dig a biogas digester first, then build a public toilet on top of it. Next to the public toilet is a public bathroom, and the toilet water can be used to flush the toilet. This is a good idea, Mr. Yang should be satisfied with it. I'll ask him again tomorrow. Okay. Early the next morning, Auntie Wang told Yang Xiao about Lao Su's idea and asked for his opinion. Yang Xiao thought it was a good idea and nodded in agreement, adding his own suggestion. The community already has a septic tank, so with a little modification it can be turned into a biogas digester, which will save a lot of manpower and resources. Good. Auntie Wang left happily. One morning a few days later, the family welcomed 3 unexpected guests, Police Officer Zhao Eng, Police Officer Lao Zhang, and Chief Xiao. Yang Xiao had never met Chief Xiao before, but he had been thinking about the police officer and remembered the helpful Lao Zhang, so he warmly invited them into the house. A chill came over them, and the police officer exclaimed, "It's so cool in here, is it an air conditioner? How come it's still cooling?" Lao Zhao sighed with emotion, "I've heard that you've built a safe house, but I didn't expect the cooling effect to be so good. You've really planned ahead, young man, you have a promising future." Yang Xiao smiled and asked, "And who is this?" Lao Zhang happily introduced, "Young man Yang, this is our director Zhao, and this is our captain Zhao, whom you've met before." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, "Oh? Both of you have the surname Zhao?" Lao Zhao answered with a smile, "I'm her father."